Chapter 51, Clash in the Forest of Death. Chapter 51 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Team Renjiro rested in the town for the day. Next morning, they left the town to return to Konoha. On arriving, they went to the Hokage Tower to turn in the missions. Renjiro handed the papers to the Chunin responsible for checking them. After checking, he handed 4 packets to Renjiro. The 4 missions combined paid them 280 Ks. After Renjiro divided them, each of the 3 kids got 56 K. Fujin thought, 280 K just for these missions? I'm pretty sure I could have completed them solo, and in under a day. It's much faster than Fuinjutsu, though it has some risks if a strong ninja is hiding among the bandits. Anyways, I should be able to collect enough for a sword made from chakra metal pretty quickly if I take a lot of missions. Unlike Fujin, Miko and Hoka didn't concern themselves much with the money. Thanks to having rather rich parents, they never had to worry or think about money. After the division of money, Renjiro dismissed them and said, "Tomorrow there won't be any training. We begin our training the day after tomorrow at the same time as usual." The kids nodded and dispersed. Since it was lunchtime, Fujin decided to head to Ichiraku. On the way, Fujin thought, 7 rank D missions and 4 rank C missions. Isn't the requirement for Chunin exam just 8 missions? I wonder when Renjiro will make us take the exam. Will it be the next round, or will it be like Teru's squad? Thinking about Teru created new thoughts in Fujin's mind. Yeah, isn't Teru's squad participating in the Chunin exam? I wonder what has happened with that. Did the Chunin exams already start, or is there still some time? This question resulted in Fujin realizing something very critical. He thought, now that I think about it, I am really clueless in regards to what is happening around me. Other than what I remember about what will happen in the future, I have no idea about what is exactly happening. I need some means of gathering information, but how to do it? He thought for a bit and decided, well, the least I should do is start getting newspapers delivered to my home. Though it won't contain any crucial information, it'll still keep me updated. Apart from that, I should probably make my own information gathering network. While I don't think I'd be able to make something as complex as what Jiraiya has, I don't really need it to be that good either. Just getting unfiltered and timely news would be sufficient. Oh well, I'll leave this for the future too. It'll take a lot of effort, time, and money to actually create it. Right now, I barely have any money or free time anyway. His thoughts were cut by a loud shout. He heard, "Old man. 3 miso ramens for me." Fujin turned right and noticed, Naruto. I didn't even notice reaching Ichiraku. But considering that Naruto is here, Fujin then focused on sensing his surroundings. After sensing, he thought, as I thought, 2 Anbus are hiding nearby. Or perhaps 1 Anbu and 1 root. I doubt Danzo wouldn't keep his eye on the lone Jinchuriki of Konoha. He then released a sigh and thought, well, as much as I'd like to meet him now, it'll probably create a lot of deviations in the future. Not to mention that it'll also gain the attention of both Hiruzen and Danzo. I'll leave this meeting for the future, at least until the time I can calculate and control those deviations, and until I'm strong enough to at least face these 2 Anbus in case they have some stupid ideas. Sigh, this means I'll have to go to a different restaurant. Fujin then moved in the direction of a nearby sushi restaurant. After lunch, he searched for a newspaper stand near his house and bought a subscription. With the rank C missions completed, Team Renjiro got back to their training. A week's rest suddenly made the morning workout seem much more difficult. When Renjiro returned after the team's break was over, Mieko asked, "Sensei, when can we go on the next mission?" Hoka looked over with interest. Renjiro replied casually, "Rank C missions take a lot longer time than Rank D missions, so we'll only do 1 monthly. Rest of the time will be focused on your training." Miko's shoulders slumped on hearing that. It meant that there was no escape from this deadly training. At the same time as Fujin and his teammates were training, 2 Genin squads faced each other deep within a forest. Both squads consisted of 3 boys. However, one squad only had 10 to 11 years old Genins, while the other squad had 3 Genins who were almost 17 years old. The younger squad was from Konoha, while the older squad was from Kusa. Yori looked at his opponents. They were much older than him, but he wasn't worried. After all, they weren't Uchihas. Yokota Minoru, one of the Kusagenins, said arrogantly, "Looks like we are in luck. Konoha sent little babies for the exam." Yokota Yoshiaki chuckled and added, "Why don't you little kids hand us your scroll and run to your mommies?" The comments riled Yori up. He angrily said, "Why you? I'll show you the might of a—" However, he was cut short by his teammate. Harake Kane said, "Calm down, they are just trying to rile you." Tomoya Takehiko started laughing and replied, "Oh, we aren't. We are just stating the truth." Teru sighed and said, "They really are arrogant." Kane chuckled and added, "Especially considering that they are still only genins despite being so old." Takehiko replied, "Old, eh? I'll show you." He quickly began making hand signs. However, Teru slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Too late!" As soon as Teru slammed his hands on the ground, stone spears began appearing from the ground and completely surrounded the Kusa squad. Seeing their predicament, Kusanins stopped their hand signs and quickly jumped high towards the nearby trees. Yori, who was already making hand signs, thought, "Got them!" and launched Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Seeing the balls of fire heading towards them, Minoru and Yoshiaki quickly made hand signs, Water Shield Jutsu. On completing the hand signs, a shield of water began forming between the Kusagenins and the Fire Jutsu. The shield was completely formed in the nick of time and managed to protect them from the fire. However, Teru used this opportunity to launch the stone spears at the airborne Kusagenins. The stone spears easily penetrated the water shield, forcing the Kusagenins to use a kunai to block the spears and direct themselves to land properly on the nearby trees. As soon as they landed on the trees, they began making hand signs. However, before they could complete their jutsu, a Tanto appeared behind Yoshiaki and stabbed through his heart. Kan, who had appeared behind Yoshiaki, whispered, "Game over." He pulled his Tanto out, and a lifeless body fell from the tree. Seeing their teammate die was very shocking for the Kusagenins, especially for Minoru, who was his cousin. He yelled, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing Minoru lose his calm alarmed Takehiko. He quickly shouted, "Minoru, wait!" However, the shout fell on deaf ears. Minoru completed his hand signs, Water Pellet Jutsu. He launched the water pallet straight at Kan. However, Kan simply moved behind the trees, completely avoiding the attack. Seeing his attack missing enraged Minoru even further. He jumped towards Kane. Sensing the opening, Teru quickly made hand signs. Seeing Teru preparing a jutsu, Takehiko completed his hand signs and launched a water pellet straight at Teru. But Yori noticed it and thought, "Not on my watch." He quickly launched Fireball Jutsu to intercept the water pellet. At the same time, Teru launched a water pellet straight at Minoru. The jutsu hit Minoru on his left rib cage and knocked him off course. Seeing his teammate at a disadvantage, Takehiko wanted to rush towards him. However, he was intercepted by Yori and Teru. They engaged him in a fight and didn't allow him to move towards Minoru. The water pellet hurt Minoru badly. However, he gritted his teeth and fought through the pain. He grabbed a kunai and continued moving towards Kane. On closing the distance, he attacked with his kunai. Kane raised his tanto to block the attack. Though Minoru attacked with a lot of force, as soon as the kunai and tanto clashed, an electric current passed through the kunai and hit him. Though not deadly, it was very painful, and Minoru had to take his hand off the kunai. Kane smirked and thought, "Current transfer jutsu always works." He just stepped forward and slashed his tanto at Minoru's neck. Minoru, who was blinded by rage, in immense pain due to the damaged ribs and still feeling the electric current, couldn't dodge, and the slash went straight across his throat. His throat split open, causing blood to sprout out from it. He looked at Kane with unwillingness in his eyes. Sadly, he couldn't even control his body anymore and fell down, dead. At the same time, Takehiko was engaged against Teru and Yori. After exchanging a few blows, Yori closed the distance and launched Fireball Jutsu. Knowing that Takehiko will dodge, Teru threw shurikens in such a manner that Takehiko couldn't dodge the fireball. Not having any option, Takehiko used Water Shield Jutsu to defend. On seeing the Water Shield, Teru thought, all three have water affinity? Well, sucks to be them. He quickly made a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. At that moment, the fireball had engulfed the Water Shield. However, Takehiko was completely safe due to the shield. Sadly for him, at that very moment, a stone spear appeared from the ground. It easily penetrated the water shield and headed towards Takehiko. The spear alarmed him. He grabbed a kunai and attempted to block the spear, but the spear pushed him backwards, throwing him out of his water shield and into the fireball, burning him alive. On seeing him die, Teru sighed in relief. He said, "All done." Yori nodded and said, "Yeah, that was easier than expected." Teru chuckled and said, "Yeah, let's just hope that this guy wasn't carrying the scroll." Yori looked at Teru with confusion. But he quickly realized and cursed, "Damn, that scroll will be ashes if he has it." At that time, Kan appeared from behind. He said, "No need to worry. The crazy guy had it." He then tossed the scroll slightly in the air and commented, "We were very lucky that such a weak team had the scroll we needed." Teru said, "Cool, got the Earth Scroll. Let's head towards the tower." Yori objected and said, "That'll be boring. Why not just try to eliminate the weaker teams in the forest? That way the competition will be lesser in the next rounds." Kane shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. This forest will eliminate the weak teams anyway." Teru nodded and agreed. "Yeah, not to mention the more time we spend in the forest, the more teams will set up traps near the tower. And if a team is weak enough to be eliminated by us in this round, then we will be able to do the same in the next round too." Seeing that both his teammates opposed his idea, Yori relented and accompanied his team to the tower. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 52. Notice Chapter 52 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, Happy New Year. Made a New Year resolution of completing this fanfic. Apologies for not posting any chapter for over a year. Unfortunately, I was just too busy IRL. I wrote a bit during the past year, but never had enough time to write continuously. I suppose there was also some exhaustion and reluctance in getting back to writing continuously. So this time I'm launching Patreon to motivate myself a bit. Thanks in advance to all who decide to support me. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. A instead of at. I'll start uploading chapters soon. We'll do a small mass release later today. Anyways, there has been a break in writing, so the next few chapters might not be that good. Apologies in advance for that. Criticism and tips are always welcomed as usual. I'll be making some changes though. Writing chapters worth 2 to 3k words was very taxing, so I'll be reducing chapter length to 5k words. If I have to write any around 800 to 1,000 words, I'll release an additional chapter. I did go through the fanfic, and realized that the character interactions are just way too little. So are the emotions displayed by MC. So I'll try to increase character interactions, and will show MC enjoying his time more, rather than just covering his training routine. I did read all the comments and complaints by the readers who read the fic when it was on hiatus, so clarifying a few things. 1. MC is giving too much importance to Danzo. MC is too worried about him. See, he just has one chance at life. And he has no interest in depending upon luck or hoping some plot supports him to avoid their radar or to get him out of trouble once he has been noticed. I don't plan on making MC behave like a moron just to get himself in trouble and then giving him insane luck or power boost to get him out of trouble. P.S. He may fall in trouble later on, but it'll be due to circumstances out of his control and not due to stupidity. 2. MC isn't talented. True. He isn't talented at anything, no system, no godly talent. Later on in the story, some of his skills and talent will increase exponentially. P.S. He's just 10 right now. The title of the fic and MC's name should give you an idea. But it'll happen slowly over years. His only real advantage is that due to being such a fan of Naruto and other manga novels, he really yearns for becoming strong. Not something a random kid from the Naruto world will have. His time in the academy pretty much showed this. Of course, even this drive might not really compare to the kind of training Guy did. 3. MC is cowardly, that he is, lol. He is just a normal guy who transmigrated into a world of deadly killers. Just cause he transmigrated and has some information regarding future plot won't suddenly increase his courage. In fact, this has the opposite effect, as he knows how powerful the enemies will be, and he knows how the leaders of the village can fuck you up. In addition, so far, he has had real battles only against bandits. And that too when an elite Junin was watching over him. He will have his character development slowly, to shed off this habit and be more brave. Getting stronger will also affect his behavior. P.S. He'll always choose to take the easier way out and focus on his own benefits, though. I'll upload the chapters soon. We'll try to upload 5 every week. Could increase or decrease depending upon chapter sizes. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 52. Up a few notches. Chapter 53 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After the mission ended, Renjiro continued the training of his students. One day, when the training was about to end, Renjiro observed his 3 students. He smiled seeing them with a bit of pride. He thought, these 3 have turned out to be quite good. I'll be surprised if any of them aren't promoted to Junin before they turn 16. I suppose they do deserve some praise from their sensei. The training was completed soon, and the Genins were about to leave when Renjiro stopped them. He said, 3 months earlier, I accepted to be the Junin sensei of your squad. Do you recall what I told you then? Fujin, Hoka, and Miko all shake their heads. Hoka asked, What did you say, sensei? Renjiro sighed and said, You guys are on a probation period, remember? Understanding that Renjiro just wanted to make it official, Fujin tilted his head and asked, What probation period, sensei? Miko, do you remember any? Miko understood him and tilted her head too. Nope, don't remember. Any idea, Hoka? Hoka too tilted his head and said, Nope, no idea what you're talking about, sensei. Renjiro's face goes completely dark, looking at the perfect poker face maintained by his 3 students. Seeing his reaction, the 3 Genins couldn't help but laugh out loud. Renjiro finally gives up on the antics of his students. He composed himself and said, You guys have pass. However, Hoka cuts him off and says, We already know, sensei. And the 3 Genins flicker away, leaving their sensei completely dumbfounded. Renjiro smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, I really need to have a word with the one who suggested I put the top squad of the year on probation. It had been 4 weeks since they had been officially made Genins. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko were resting under a tree after the morning workout. Miko started the conversation by saying, The final round of the Chunin exams will be tomorrow. Miko nodded and said, Yeah, 2 of my classmates will be participating in the fight tomorrow. Miko continued, Yeah, I want to see Yori's fight. I wonder if sensei would allow us to see the fights. Fujin chuckled and said, Good luck asking sensei for a holiday. On hearing that, Miko looked at Fujin with an annoyed expression. Fujin ignored that and thought, That said, it won't be a bad thing to see how much Teru and Yori have progressed. They have been Genin for a year longer than me. After the break, Renjiro appeared and gathered his squad. On seeing him, Miko quickly wanted to ask him permission to watch the next day's fights. However, Renjiro stopped her and said, We'll be taking another mission. We will leave tomorrow at 9 a.m. Miko quickly asked, Sensei, can't we take the mission a couple of days later? Renjiro squinted his eyes and asked, Why? She replied, Sensei, we were wondering if we could watch the Chunin exams that will be held tomorrow. Renjiro, with the same expression, asked the same thing again. Why? Miko put up a diligent expression and answered seriously, We want to observe the tactics, strategies, and jutsus that ninjas from our neighboring villages use. That way we will be more prepared when we have to fight them. Fujin chuckled internally at the answer. Renjiro didn't forbid any ideas they had. Just that he required a solid reason to agree to them. That was why Miko prepared such an answer. Renjiro dismissively waved his hands and said, It's merely Genins fighting. You won't learn much. He then looked at his squad and said, Let's get back to training. Miko slumped her shoulders in disappointment. Fujin thought, That's a bit surprising. I thought he would agree with that reasoning. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter much. The next day, Team Renjiro accepted the mission to accompany a merchant Carven to the Land of Rivers. The mission was very uneventful, with only one small bandit group trying to assault the Carven. It took 9 days to reach the Land of Rivers, and the return journey took another day. The squad returned to Konoha around midnight. After completing the formalities, Renjiro dismissed the squad. Fujin, on returning home, saw a bunch of newspapers lying outside his door. He picked them up and went inside. He made a couple of shadow clones to go through the papers, while he went for a bath. The clones went through the papers briefly and dispelled themselves. On receiving all the information, Fujin thought, I see, both Teru and Yori became Chunin. A bit surprising, but I guess Konoha is still trying to increase the number of Chunins and Junins. Well, I suppose my promotion too should happen in my first attempt then. Not having much to do for the remaining day, Fujin decided to brush up on his Fuinjutsu. He made 3 clones, and all 4 together created all the seals that they knew. While revising his Fuinjutsu knowledge, Fujin began reviewing his progress over the last few months. He analyzed, "It's been 4 months since I graduated. The progress has honestly been phenomenal. I really underestimated the effect of having a dedicated elite Junin guiding you. Then again, I never expected that we'd be taught this well. My chakra reserves have almost doubled. The amount of pressure I can handle from my training seal is up to 18%. Despite not training, I can now sense up to a kilometer away. Taijutsu too has improved a lot due to constant sparring, and undoubtedly, my ninjutsu and kenjutsu have improved the most. I can now use chakra flow on my sword with ease. I really want to get into an all-out fight to test my power. I wonder if I'll get any such chance soon." The next day at 4:45 a.m., Fujin arrived at the training ground. Miko and Hoka were already there. Seeing them, Fujin asked, "Yo, ready for another 3 to 4 weeks of hardcore training?" Miko's shoulders dropped, and she replied, "I'd rather go on missions." Fujin and Hoka chuckled looking at her reactions. 4 months of training together and 2 long missions outside the village had improved the relationship between the 3 a lot. Their teamwork was also very good, though it still needs to be tested against a proper ninja team. At 5, Renjiro flickered in front of his team. Seeing his team is ready to begin their morning workout, he nodded internally. However, knowing what was to come, he couldn't help smirking a bit. Seeing that smirk instantly made his genins very worried. Fujin thought, "Okay, what now?" Renjiro started by saying, "In the last 4 months, I have drilled all the basic formations into you. You'll use these formations even when you become genins." The team calmed down after hearing this. Fujin thought, "Finally, no more boring training sessions on team formations. But why is he smirking? He won't become kind all of a sudden." Renjiro continued, "So, from now on, I'll be entirely focusing on increasing your capabilities, so the training will go up a few notches." Hearing that, all the 3 genins were stunned. Miko freaked out. "A few notches?" Fujin was also sweating a bit. "Doesn't he already make us exert our 100%? Hoka too wondered how intense a few notches would be. AN, thanks 01995 for being my first peon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 53 Senju Taijutsu Style, Chapter 54 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro just chuckled at their expressions and said, "First, we are going to increase the pressure applied by the training seals. What are the pressures you are using right now?" Miko replied, 3%. Hoka, 3%. Fujin, 18.5%. Fujin's seal has twice the upper limit as compared to the other 2, so it's just barely below Hoka's. Renjiro nodded and said, "Good. Mieko, you'll increase it to 5%. Hoka to 45%. Fujin to 22%. The genins followed the instructions of their sensei. After increasing the pressure, Renjiro began the morning workout. In addition to increasing the pressure from the seals, the training itself was made much tougher, and instead of ending at 9, it continued till 10. At the end of the training, all 3 genins were lying under a tree in a lifeless manner. Renjiro laughed looking at this scene and said loudly, "How will you guys achieve your dreams if a simple training session defeats you? You have an hour's break. The afternoon training will continue from 11 to 2. On saying that, he flickered away. After half an hour, Fujin and Hoka gained some energy. While Miko was still sleeping, Hoka asked, "Any idea why he suddenly doubled the intensity of the training?" Fujin replied, "Who knows? Maybe he plans to enter us in the next Chunin exam, or maybe he was just letting us take it easy as we just graduated." He took a deep breath before continuing, "Anyways, it seems like it'll be very helpful for us." Hoka sighed and said, "I always thought I was the one who looked forward to training the most, but it seems like you are even more of a maniac than me." Saying that, he laughed lightly. Fujin looked back at him before chuckling a bit and said, "Oh well, let's hope that we get out of this alive." He then grabbed his ration bars and devoured them and began stretching. Hoka followed. At 11, Renjiro appeared again. He created 2 shadow clones and said, "Today we will be discussing how to increase your growth rate. Follow one." Mieko and Hoka follow a shadow clone each into the forests, while Fujin stays there. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, "Who do you think has grown the fastest among you 3? Fujin thought for a bit and answered, "Probably me." Renjiro nodded and replied, "Indeed. You've grown much faster than any of your academy teachers predicted, even faster than I predicted. However, compared to your 2 teammates, you have a huge disadvantage. Do you know what it is?" Fujin fell into thought on hearing the question. After a minute, he answered, "Kekkei Genkai." Renjiro nodded. "Right, but not completely. Along with their Kekkei Genkai, they also have their huge clans, which have already developed complementary jutsus to leverage the advantage their Kekkei Genkai gives them." Hearing that, Fujin fell into his thoughts. Renjiro continued, "Both Hoka and Miko are very talented. Soon, their families will begin heavily investing in them, boosting their growth at a high speed in a systematic way. What do you have to contend with? Or will you be left behind by them?" Fujin replied seriously, "That is why I invested time into becoming a censor and learning swordplay. I don't have any Kekkei Genkai, so obviously I won't get any sudden boost to my powers. But as long as I keep training my skills to the limit, I'll surpass the ninjas who depend on their Kekkei Genkai." Renjiro maintained a serious face and asked, "What makes you think that the ones with Kekkei Genkai won't train to their limits? Do you really think that you can surpass them despite all the advantages they have over you?" Fujin smiled and put his hand gently on his sword handle. "I've heard that the Stromarai in the Land of Iron can go head-to-head against a Kage with nothing but his sword. Even in Konoha, despite having so many people with Kekkei Genkai, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage are all ninjas who didn't have any Kekkei Genkai. Similarly, no member of the Sanins has a Kekkei Genkai. So as long as I keep training hard, I don't think I'd lose to anyone with a Kekkei Genkai." Renjiro was surprised to hear this answer. More importantly, he was surprised to hear the confidence in Fujin's voice. He smiled wryly and thought, "Oh well, this one has no need of any encouragement or confidence boost. Though he might need a reality check." At the same time, Fujin was thinking, was he planning to give me a pep talk or something? Anyways, while Kekkei Genkai is good, it's not something that would churn out rank S ninjas. Other than Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and maybe Tenseigan, others aren't really overbearing. I guess the Senju treat the wood release with the highest respect, but in all honesty, it was Hashirama who made wood style overpowered, and not vice versa. Besides, of my 2 teammates, one is about to die soon, while the other has a cursed seal put on him. Not really something I'd be jealous about. After a short pause, Renjiro began talking again. That's a good perspective to have. But don't forget that whether it's the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage, or the 3 Sanins, all were extremely talented and hardworking. So while it's a good thing to take inspiration from them, don't forget that you'll have to train extremely hard to even dream about reaching that level. Fujin nodded and replied, "Yes, sensei." Renjiro smiled and added, "There's one another thing I want to tell you about Kekkei Genkai, but you are not ready for it yet. I'll tell you when you complete your first B-rank mission as a Chunin." Fujin wondered what Renjiro wanted to tell him. He replied, "All right, sensei." Renjiro then asked, "What is your analysis of your current capability, and how do you plan on continuing your training?" Fujin thought for a bit before answering, "To start with, my ability as a censor nin is developing decently, but that'll be my secondary ability. In terms of fighting, it seems like my mainstay will be wind release and swordplay. Swordplay is my preferred choice of close combat, while wind release gives me mid and long-range capabilities. Of course, both still have a lot of work that needs to be done. I can use some earth release jutsus for defensive purposes, and I have body flicker jutsu for mobility. My physical strength, speed, and chakra are decent too, I guess. At least for a genin, that is." Renjiro was impressed by Fujin's analysis. Fujin continued, "As for what I'm missing or need to improve, I need some strong jutsu in my arsenal that can create a deadly impact or devastation on the battlefield, and my taijutsu needs to improve. All I have there is the basic academy style. On completing his answer, he looked up at his sensei. Renjiro replied, "On-point analysis. You don't need to worry about a strong jutsu, though. When you become a Junin, you'll get to look at rank A jutsus that our village has. For now, stick with rank C jutsus, preferably for the next couple of years until your chakra grows considerably. You are right about your taijutsu, though. While you did rank high in the academy, that basic style won't aid you much in growing stronger. That's why I'll be teaching you the taijutsu I practice. That is the Senju Taijutsu style." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 54, The Path to Becoming an Elite. Chapter 55 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. That surprised Fujin. He quickly thanked his sensei. "Thank you, sensei. But can you just teach it to someone who isn't from the Senju clan?" Renjiro raised his eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean, someone? You are my student." He then laughed and said, "Don't worry, our techniques are for the whole village. Anyone who can learn it can use them. Of course, the keyword is can." Fujin asked, "What do you mean by can, sensei?" Renjiro replied, "The people from our clan are blessed with high levels of chakra. Surely you'd have sensed that by now." Fujin nodded. Renjiro continued, "So our techniques usually have high chakra requirements. If anyone else were to try and learn, they'll run out of chakra very quickly. You, on the other hand, have a lot of chakra as compared to your counterparts. In fact, it's more than both Hoka and Miki combined. So you'll be perfect to learn Senju Taijutsu style." Fujin quickly understood and nodded. "All right. When can we start, sensei? Also, can you explain what exactly is Senju Taijutsu style? I haven't ever read it." Renjiro replied, "We'll begin right away after I explain the basics. Senju Taijutsu style is actually pretty straightforward. Actually, the Academy Taijutsu style was created by referring to our style. What makes Senju style lethal is the use of chakra. Any Taijutsu style basically consists of users fighting with their arms and legs or some other body parts. Of course, there are a few exceptions, like Hyuga Taijutsu, which releases small amounts of chakra from their fingers or palm, and a clan in Kiri that uses bones. In Senju Taijutsu style, your every move will be reinforced by chakra. You want to punch? Your fist needs to gather chakra first and release it on impact. You want to kick? You have to do the same. You want to block? Infuse chakra into the body part you want to block with or is about to hit. This ensures that your defense is like a fortress, while your attack is devastating. Of course, such a style means that not only do you need to have a huge amount of chakra, but you also need to have very good chakra control. Else, even a huge chakra reserve will get depleted very quickly." Renjiro's explanation shocked Fujin a bit. He analyzed, "Isn't this similar to Tsunade's fighting style? In fact, I did already make some attempts of infusing chakra in my punches. To think this is the Senju style. Tsunade's fighting style probably represents the Senju Taijutsu style used by someone who's reached the peak of chakra control. Anyways, this is very good. Finally, a Taijutsu style that can allow me to compete, or even overpower others." After analyzing, he said, "Let's start, sensei." Renjiro nodded and began the training. He said, "First, we will start by getting you to completely infuse your chakra in your whole body. Once you can do that, we will begin concentrating on infusing it with individual body parts only. Display your entire chakra first." Fujin obeyed and released his entire chakra. Renjiro looked at Fujin. He could see a blue chakra completely cloaking Fujin. His first thought was, "Marvelous." Fujin too was in thought, "Actually, I do have some basic understanding of this, while I never exposed it for obvious reasons. Now will be a good time to use it to just show it as natural talent. Heh." Following Fujin's expectations, Renjiro gave his next command. "Now try to contain that chakra inside your body, such that it flows through your entire body. Think of it as similar to you doing chakra flow on your body, rather than just your sword." Fujin followed his guidance. He slowly began containing that chakra in his body. In around 2 mins, the blue aura cloaking him slowly disappeared. But if someone were to observe closely, they'd notice blue chakra flares being expelled occasionally from his body. Renjiro, who was standing right in front of him, was shocked. He thought, so fast? This? He swallowed his saliva before exclaiming to himself, this is unbelievable. Though the control isn't perfect by any means, he managed to contain the chakra in just a couple of minutes. It's as if this technique was made for him. Fujin looked up at Renjiro before asking, is this proper, sensei? Renjiro nodded and replied, yes, very good, but you are losing a lot of chakra while trying to maintain this form. The next phase of your training will be to perfect this form. You'll activate it and meditate until you can properly contain your chakra with zero loss. Until then, no ninjutsu or kenjutsu practice for you. In fact, even when doing your morning workout, you'll start doing it by maintaining this form. Hearing that he won't get to practice ninjutsu or kenjutsu disappointed Fujin a bit, but seeing the importance Renjiro stressed on this, he could vaguely guess that this will become something that might define him for a long time to come. It might even be what breaks him apart from the normal ninjas, and pave his way into becoming an elite. Renjiro's thoughts, too, were along the same lines. Now that I've seen your potential in this, no way I'd allow you to not raise this aspect to the peak. Apart from a short lunch break, Fujin ended up training alongside Renjiro till 8 p.m. Finally at 8, the training ended and Fujin was allowed to leave. Before leaving, however, Renjiro said something that left Fujin tongue-tied. He said, tomorrow, increase the pressure on your seal to 30% during the morning workout. Fujin looked at his teacher skeptically, but seeing the serious look on his face, he just nodded helplessly. On reaching home, Fujin ate a few ration bars and straight away dived into his bed thinking, damn, my entire body is sore. It's as if each and every cell in my body is screaming in pain. This is nuts. No wonder Renjiro asked me to double my ration bar intake. Still though, the progress that I made just today is crazy. If I manage to keep up with this training for months, I have no idea how strong I'd become. Not having the energy to do anything, he fell asleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 55. Rapid Improvement. Chapter 56 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The fanfic has crossed 100k words. The next morning, when he woke up, something left Fujin completely shocked. His body had no pain whatsoever. He speculated, does this training also heal the body in some way? Or is it something else? More importantly, is this safe? I need to consult him ASAP. Renjiro appeared at the training ground at 5 a.m. as usual and asked the Genins to begin their workout. However, today, Fujin said, Sensei, I have some queries. Understanding what query he'd have, he replied, all right, Hoka, Miko, you two begin your workout. Fujin will join you two soon. Hoka left wondering what query Fujin had, while Miko left begrudgingly as Fujin got to skip out on the workout a bit. Renjiro then looked at Fujin and asked, is it about the quick healing? Fujin nodded. Renjiro answered, it's a side effect of this training. Since you infuse chakra in your body, it ends up activating each and every cell of your body. This will increase your passive healing and also reduce the amount of time you need to recover from fatigue or exhaustion. He then smiled a bit and continued, there's actually a few more advantages of this training. It'll increase your stamina, and more importantly, your chakra reserves. Fujin's eyes widened on hearing that. He quickly asked, isn't it too much of a hacks? Renjiro smirked and said, not really. The passive healing, while good, isn't really groundbreaking. As for chakra increase, it is only visible when you start this training and if your chakra reserve isn't already very high. So while you may see a huge boost to your chakra and stamina in the next few weeks, later on, the effect won't really be that obvious. That killed Fujin's excitement a bit as he sank into his thoughts. Oh, then it's not that big of a hacks, but still pretty good though. After every requirement to learn this style is having high chakra. And if the effect of learning this style was a boost to your chakra reserve, then it just doubles down on that advantage. He looked back at Renjiro and asked, is there any harmful side effect to using this technique? Renjiro was a bit surprised by that question. After all, any other 10-year-old genin would just be too happy with such a huge buff. He remembered that he himself had been lost in delight when he had learnt this technique. He answered, don't worry, This is a very old Senju technique. There are no harmful effects. In fact, considering the long lifespans of my clan members, it might even be having a good effect on your health. Hearing the answer, Fujin let out a sigh of relief. Renjiro looked at him and said, "If you have no more questions, begin your workout. Your teammates have left you behind considerably." Fujin thanked him and started the workout. While he had increased the pressure from the seal a lot, infusing chakra meant that exercises were actually easier for him. Of course, that wasn't foolproof. After all, the moment his chakra ran out was the moment hell began feeling real to Fujin. Later that day, Fujin talked with Renjiro about the issue of chakra running out during the morning workout. But Renjiro just smiled innocently and said, "You have enough chakra to be able to go through the whole morning workout without running out. It's just your control that is lacking. So if you don't want to run out of chakra during your workout, train and improve your control." Fujin gave a deadpan look to his teacher's innocent smile. He could bet all his money that he was laughing at his misery. The training continued in a similar manner for Fujin. After 3 days, he finally managed to last the entire morning workout without running out of chakra. On day 7, he finally managed to contain all chakra in his body properly. He still didn't reach zero wastage, but the amount of chakra leaking out now was very negligible. These 7 days, however, had blown Fujin's mind. The result of this training was phenomenal. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "Just 1 week of this training has increased my chakra reserves by 50%. In addition to the chakra increase, Renjiro made Fujin increase the pressure on the training seal from day 3 onwards. Right now, it was up to 40%. The next month was spent on properly mastering chakra control for the Senju Taijutsu style. At the end of the training, Fujin could finally freely control his chakra and employ it in a spar against Renjiro. This training increased his chakra by another 35 to 40%. In just over 5 months since he graduated, Fujin's chakra reserves had a 4-fold increase. His thoughts were, "Incredible! I now have more chakra than even Genki." And he was an elite chunin for 4 years at least. Damn, I really want to test out my ninjutsu right now. Unfortunately, he was still denied permission to train ninjutsu. With all 3 students training intensely, Renjiro didn't take any missions for a couple of months. Renjiro spent a few more weeks drilling all the basics of Senju Taijutsu style in Fujin. The process of increasing pressure from the training seal continued during this time. At that moment, it was at 55%. Fujin always had to keep infusing his body with chakra while doing rigorous training or sparring. Otherwise, this pressure would slow him down a lot. And if he was doing some normal activities, like walking or running or resting, then the pressure shouldn't really bother him much. By this logic, Renjiro had Fujin maintain that pressure all the time. Finally, one fine evening, Renjiro watched a tired Fujin panting on the ground. They had just finished another one of their spars. He smiled and said, "Great work, kiddo. You have finally got all the basics down properly." Fujin just nodded. Clearly, he was too tired to answer back. Renjiro smiled and said, "Let's end here. Take a rest and take tomorrow off." Hearing that, Fujin suddenly looked up. There were almost tears in his eyes. He thought, "Finally!" Renjiro chuckled at his reaction and then flickered away. Fujin rested a bit and then dragged himself across Konoha to his house while thinking, "Finally! 2 months and not a single day's break." Hoka and Miko got off days saying that they needed to master their clan jutsus. But for me, I didn't get even a single session off. He went to sleep while complaining about the unfairness in his heart. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 56, Supercharged Wind Jutsus. Chapter 57 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next day, Fujin, for the first time in years, slept like a log till noon. On waking up, there was no soreness from the earlier day. He thought, "Got to admit, I really love this aspect of this training. I always wake up in full health and stamina. Anyways, no more ration bars today." After freshening up, he left home. While talking, he thought, "I really miss the advanced technology. In my previous life, I could never imagine myself being without a smartphone for years. Heck, I would have most likely spent today on the net while lazing on my sofa and ordering all the food home, haha." Soon, he arrived at Ichiraku. He sat there and said, "Old man, give me one of each bowl you have." Tochi was surprised at the order. After all, it's not daily when someone would overeat ramen. He smiled and said, "You've come here after a long time, Fujin." Fujin sighed. "Yeah, another old man made me train all the time, so I had no free time at all." Tochi smiled and encouraged him. "Hang in there, young man," and he began making the ramen. Ever since he graduated, Fujin's trips to Ichiraku and Yakiniku had increased. His food was usually just ration bars, and when he got an opportunity, he would visit these two restaurants. So his relationship with Tochi was good. Soon 2 bowls were served in front of Fujin. Tochi wore his trademark smile and said, "Eat up. You'll need all the energy you can get." Fujin wasted no time in digging in. Soon, he ended up eating all 7 types of ramen in Ichiraku. Once done, he said, "They were delicious, old man. Give me 2 more miso and tonkatsu ramen." Tochi smiled and yelled, "Coming right up." After lunch, Fujin went into the forest he used to train earlier in. He smirked while thinking, "Finally a break. Now let me test my jutsu." On reaching the deepest part of the forest, he stood in front of a tree. Well, here goes nothing, and he uses his great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu uproots the tree, as well as a few more trees behind and adjacent to that tree. In addition, the winds created by the jutsu created deep slashes in many nearby trees and stripped them of all their leaves and most of their branches. Watching the scene, Fujin grinned. "Excellent! This is almost 40 to 50% stronger than it was 2 months ago. And now..." Fujin's grin grew wider. He suddenly exerted his chakra, causing a blue aura to form around him. He began preparing another great breakthrough jutsu. Only this time, instead of releasing it, he began pouring a lot more chakra into this jutsu. In 30 seconds, he managed to pour 10% of his chakra into the jutsu. In another 30 seconds, it reached 15%. Great breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled the jutsu. Only this time, instead of normal jutsu, it was supercharged with chakra. The jutsu hit the tree in front of him, completely obliterating it. In a fraction of a second, hundreds of trees in the vicinity were uprooted or cut into pieces. Thousands were stripped of all their branches and left with deep scars. Apologies, climate lovers. Luckily, Naruto world isn't threatened by climate change, lol. Fujin was shocked on seeing the destruction. However, soon, the shock on his face was changed to a grin that seemed to be plastered on his face. "Excellent. Marvelous. Now, this is what a jutsu is. But that said, the amount of time needed to supercharge the jutsu is too long. Any capable ninja will kill me a dozen times if I stay in one spot for a minute. I'll have to increase the speed of pouring my chakra into the jutsu. Preferably reduce it to under 2 seconds. And have to do it while moving around, or even better, while flickering around. I guess this is why Renjiro asked us to focus on rank C jutsus. Now let me test the other jutsus." Fujin quickly made a hand sign. Soon winds gathered around him. He infused chakra into his jutsu for 30 seconds. The winds then spun around him in a dome shape at a very rapid speed. The wind kept spinning around Fujin for a couple of minutes. Even before the wind dome dispersed, Fujin made a hand sign. The winds turned into 2 wolves. They are 3 meters in height and almost 7 meters long, looking incredibly ferocious. They ran towards the nearby trees and shredded a few of them with their claws and teeth before disappearing. Next, Fujin once again gathered his chakra and poured it into Wind Dragon Jutsu. He managed to pour a little over 20% of his max chakra into it. It resulted in a 50-meter-long dragon forming in the forest. The dragon opened its mouth, forming a huge wind explosion jutsu, and launched it toward the trees. The sphere traveled in a straight line and exploded on hitting a tree, snapping it into 2. It then traveled in a zigzag way through the forest, slashing many trees with the winds in its large body. It managed to travel 200 meters through the thick forest cover before dispersing. Soon after, 2 spheres of wind appeared in Fujin's hands. Their size quickly increased to around 50 centimeters in radius. Fujin launched it at the same time on a boulder. They exploded on the boulders and created a few scars all over them. Fujin analyzed them. The damage increase is kinda unnecessary. After all, it's just slashes of wind. Any random slash can give a fatal blow to a normal ninja anyways, and if someone does create a strong defense, then it'll end up blocking the enhanced wind explosion jutsu with ease too. Yeah, it's unnecessary. Let's just increase the speed of launching. At the very next moment, Fujin began spamming the wind explosion jutsu. In just a minute, he ended up launching 84 wind explosion jutsus. Fujin grinned. Excellent. And it cost me around 7% of my chakra. This will be a very annoying tactic at mid-range. Haha! Next, Fujin looked around himself to look for an appropriate stone. He finally found one, a few dozen meters from him, which he guessed would weigh around 15 kilograms. He concentrated on the stone. Immediately, strong winds began blowing around the stone, trying to get underneath the stone. After a few seconds, the stone started getting lifted into the sky. After around half a minute, Fujin was able to raise the stone to a height of 1.2 meters. He then raised his arms towards the stone, wind retrieval jutsu. The stone slowly began moving towards himself. He brought the stone to him and caught it in his hands. The amount of power I can exert with these two jutsus has increased too. I wonder if I'll be able to fly with the help of these two jutsus, though I guess I'll need much more chakra and much better control, and probably even then it might not be useful for long-distance travel. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex. Use A instead of at. I am uploading more chapters there soon. I will probably be done uploading there by tonight. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 57. Analysis and a Weird Situation. Chapter 58 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tossing the stone away, Fujin put his hand in his bag and tossed 12 shurikens one after another in the air. Projectile control jutsu. Fujin used the jutsu to control the shurikens and had them move through the forest while avoiding all the trees. The shuriken moved continuously through the forest, and all of them hit the same tree around 500 meters away from Fujin. At the next moment, Fujin appeared next to that tree using wind instantaneous body jutsu. He retrieved the shurikens while concluding, Wow, I didn't think that 2 months of Senju Taijutsu training would end up boosting my ninjutsu so much. In the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, I could pour up to 15% of my chakra. While it took a minute, the result was very good. The spinning shield of wind could only take up to 2.5% of my chakra. I just couldn't add more to it. It was similar to the Windgale Wolf Jutsu. I could just pour 2% of my chakra into each of the wolves. The Wind Dragon Jutsu, on the other hand, could take 20% of my jutsu. And using Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu to my current limit of 500 meters requires 1.5% of my chakra. Wind Projectile Jutsu requires a negligible amount of my chakra now, while each Wind Explosion Jutsu needs less than 0.1% of my chakra. Wind Levitation Jutsu doesn't have much battle use for now. Wind Retrieval Jutsu can be used to create some chaos, though. Anyways, just this short show of my jutsus cost me almost 50% of my chakra. I wonder if Renjiro has more means to increase my chakra levels. Though it shouldn't be an issue for now, as I can't really supercharge any jutsu in combat. Fujin began gathering chakra again and slammed his hands on the ground. A rock shield appeared in front of him. Seeing the shield, Fujin sighed. No wonder it is just a rank E jutsu. It has already long reached the limit for me. There's no scope to improve it anymore. The size of the rock shield was no bigger than what Fujin could do 2 months ago. That said, I need to discuss with Renjiro and see if he could have any method to release the jutsu by stepping on the ground rather than slamming hands down. Oh well, I'll ask when he restarts ninjutsu training. After concluding, Fujin made a hand sign and disappeared underground. While underground, he sighed, I've been so busy with everything that I never really practiced this jutsu after graduation. He kept moving underground for a bit, before suppressing his chakra signal and making another couple of hand signs. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared around 150 meters in the direction he was facing. Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu are perfect for escaping without leaving any trail. Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu would actually be perfect for infiltrating enemy territory. I wonder what counter has been developed against this jutsu. He then rose up from the ground, made another hand sign, and placed his hand on the ground. The ground ahead of him transformed into a moat of mud. The size of the moat was 6 meters in radius and 10 meters in depth. He moved to a different spot, made a few hand signs, and slammed his hands again on the ground. This time the ground rose slowly, as if trying to trap someone. Fujin analyzed, Earth-holding jutsu is just too slow. Kinda a similar situation with mud moat jutsu. Then again, these two are the only jutsus that I can use to trap enemies. Should be sufficient for now. Having tried and analyzed the current status of most of his jutsus, Fujin decided to return home to rest. While leaving, he muttered to himself while looking at the ground. My jutsu should be good enough for now. But I do need the Earthwall jutsu. That'll improve my ability to defend further. And my current chakra should be plenty for it. Though I guess Renjiro won't allow it. Anyways, I hope that we get to participate in the next Chunin exam. I really want to test myself in combat. It should be fun. He grinned and looked up. What he saw made him feel a bit awkward. A good chunk of the forest was utterly destroyed by Fujin testing his jutsus. He wondered, if someone were to come here and see this, I wonder what they'll think. Luckily, this area is kinda remote and people shouldn't be coming here. But in any case, I should hide my tracks in case someone did come here. Also, it would probably be best if I don't return here in the near future. Fujin jumped onto a branch of one of the trees that still had branches. Gale Jutsu. A gentle breeze blew through the forest, covering up every footprint in it, and also dispersing the scent slightly. Once this task was done, Fujin made a hand sign and disappeared from his spot, and appeared on another branch around 500 meters away. He used Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu a few more times before getting out of the forest. After leaving the forest, he flickered away toward his house, while wondering if anyone would ever see the havoc there. A couple of months later, 2 special Junins from the Hyuga clan happened to pass through this forest, when they unwittingly entered the area where Fujin had caused the devastation. Seeing the number of uprooted and sliced-off trees left them dumbfounded. Coincidentally, a squad of Anbu too happened to cross through the same area at that time. Seeing the 2 Hyuga present, they instantly began asking them for the reason why they destroyed the forest and inquired whether there was any battle there. The Hyugas denied the charge and said that the forest was already wrecked. The Anbus looked around carefully and realized that it had been a long time since the destruction had happened. They investigated around and asked the Hyugas to help them, but found no clue. They wondered if someone was training here, but couldn't understand why anyone would train here when there are so many training grounds available around Konoha. The unusual nature of this destruction made them report the situation to the Hokage. Hiruzen too was confused similarly. He sent out an Anbu squad specializing in investigation and tracking to check. Unfortunately, Gale Jutsu, 2 months of time, and a few showers of rain had removed anything that could have been used to find a clue. The Anbus would return empty-handed, and Hiruzen dropped the case as there were no clues, and it wasn't worth allocating more resources to. Of course, Fujin would forever remain ignorant about such an incident happening. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Use A instead of at. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mohammed Sheikh and Rob, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narutoverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 58, Discussion. Chapter 59 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After testing his jutsus, Fujin returned home and took another short nap. Later, he revised his fuinjutsu skills before having dinner at yakiniku. The next day once again started with an intense morning workout. In the afternoon, the team again broke up to train with Renjiro and his clones. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, I have taught everything I know about Senju Taijutsu style. How much you manage to master depends on you now. Fujin bowed a bit and said, Thank you, sensei. Seeing his humility, Renjiro's face softened. He said, You had once said that the Sanins too don't have any Kekkei Genkai. One of the Sanin, Lady Tsunade, uses an advanced form of Senju Taijutsu. She modified the style to complement her perfect chakra control, making it much more deadly. Your own talent with this style too is very high, so work hard on it. Fujin nodded and said, Yes, sensei, I'll keep improving it. Renjiro continued. Regardless, it's time to focus back on ninjutsu and kenjutsu. We will practice all your jutsus once, and then we will begin working on supercharging your jutsus. Fujin instantly got excited upon hearing that. Renjiro noticed and squinted his eyes. He asked, "You have already tried it, haven't you?" Fujin laughed nervously before confirming it. Renjiro sighed and said, "I hope you didn't end up destroying anything." To which Fujin obediently shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, sensei. I shot everything straight up in the air." Renjiro asked, "All right, so what were your observations?" Fujin replied, "It takes a lot of time to supercharge jutsus, so it just won't be usable in battles unless I can bring the time down a lot." Renjiro nodded. Fujin continued, "Apart from that, I couldn't supercharge all my jutsus, especially Rock Shield Jutsu, which didn't improve at all. Great Breakthrough and Wind Dragon Jutsu had the best effect on supercharging." Renjiro said, "Yes, that's how supercharging works. While you can try to pour a lot of chakra into any jutsu, not all jutsus can be supercharged. The amount of chakra you can pour in also depends on your chakra reserves, chakra control, mastery of the element, mastery of that jutsu, and the jutsu itself. Though Konoha lacks wind jutsus, you are lucky to have wind affinity, as almost all of the rank C wind jutsus can be supercharged. As for the Rock Shield Jutsu, its capacity is very low, so don't concern yourself with it. In the next few months, I'll be teaching all three of you how to supercharge your jutsus quickly in battle situations. Since your chakra reserve is the highest, you'll need to work the hardest here. Before we begin, do you have any queries?" Fujin nodded and replied, "Yes, sensei, I have a few. The first one is related to Rock Shield Jutsu. I can now perform the jutsu without any hand signs, but I still need to slam my hands on the ground. Do you know any way to perform the jutsu by slamming the feet down instead?" Renjiro raised his left eyebrow and asked, "Why do you want to do that?" Fujin answered, "It'll improve the efficiency of the jutsu a lot. I carry swords in my hands, so to slam my hands on the ground, I'll have to discard my swords temporarily, which doesn't seem to be a good idea. If I can perform the jutsu with just my feet, I can just use it while I'm fighting with my sword. And if the enemy makes a huge attack on me, then I can just retreat back while slamming my feet on the ground and creating multiple rock shields." Renjiro was surprised by Fujin's tactical thinking. He replied, "Good thinking. I never thought about Rock Shield Jutsu along those lines. I guess your intention is to eventually use this for all Earth-style jutsu, right?" Fujin nodded. "Indeed, that will be very convenient." Renjiro continued, "Unfortunately, it won't be possible, or at the very least, it won't be easy. The hand signs for that jutsu result in Earth-Nature chakra gathering in your palms. Though you perform the jutsu without any hand signs, you do it by merely replicating the way chakra is molded when you perform the hand signs. Doing what you said will be no different from creating a whole different jutsu." Fujin quickly replied, "In that case, sensei, can't we create new Earth-style jutsus that work in this manner?" Renjiro shook his head and answered, "It's too difficult. While small jutsus are always created, what you are saying will completely revolutionize the jutsus of Earth element. At the very least, I can't do it. Also, while your idea is very innovative, it's highly unlikely that you were the only one who came up with it. And considering that no such jutsu exists to my knowledge, it's safe to say that no one ever managed to create it." Fujin was dejected a bit upon hearing this. "Oh well, there goes one of my ideas to annoy the enemy infinitely." Seeing the dejected look, Renjiro chuckled. Fujin looked back at Renjiro and said, "So since I can't improve my Rock Shield Jutsu anymore, can I get Earthwall Jutsu?" Renjiro shook his head again and answered, "No, that's a rank B Jutsu. Though your chakra reserve is good, you shouldn't be dependent on rank B or higher jutsus till you are promoted to Chunin." The answer was as Fujin expected. So he just asked his last query, "Sensei, while practicing with supercharged jutsus, I ran out of chakra very quickly. Do you know any more means of increasing my chakra quickly? After all, the training of infusing chakra into the body is barely giving any gains in that regard." Renjiro had a slight disbelief on his face that Fujin actually asked this question. He replied, "Brat, do you think they sell chakra in grocery stores? Your chakra is already 4 times larger as compared to your teammates. Be happy with that and don't get greedy. Also, don't bother searching for more means of increasing your chakra reserves. Other than hard work and natural growth, almost every method has some form of drawback that'll highly restrict you. As for the battle, you can always eat soldier pills to improve your stamina, so don't bother with it. Fujin was a bit shocked at how dismissive Renjiro was. He thought, really no other means? Sigh, I guess I was expecting way too much. After all, the current boost is already very high. Oh well, I'll leave this issue to the future. If I really desperately need chakra, I can try to steal a tailed beast. Thinking about tailed beasts, Fujin sighed internally. How good it'd have been if I could just throw some Pokeballs and capture them. Renjiro asked, any more queries? Fujin shook his head and replied, let's begin, Sensei. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link to patreon.com/devilhex, use A instead of @ can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks Brian Gonzalez and Rob for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 59. Rank A Jutsu. Chapter 60 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro trained the trio for another month. This month, Fujin practiced supercharging his jutsus a lot. He could now infuse 20% of his chakra into the Great Breakthrough Jutsu in under 15 seconds. More importantly, he could infuse 5% of chakra into the jutsu in just over 2 seconds. This was usable in battle as long as he maintained some distance. He also mastered Wind Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon jutsus, and could now perform them without any hand signs. The ease with which he became capable of using these jutsus without any hand seals shocked Renjiro. Fujin's kenjutsu also improved a lot. All the basics regarding samurai saber techniques were taught to him. He could freely control chakra flow through his samurai swords. He even managed to properly infuse his wind chakra through the normal chakra flow. Renjiro couldn't help him much in this regard, as he himself never added a nature chakra to chakra flow. He specialized in earth and water elements, and neither were suitable to be added to chakra flow. Nonetheless, it was learnt with rather ease by Fujin. In fact, while learning it, he also learnt a technique that he had dreamed about performing for over a decade. The team was given a day's break once again, which all three used to rest well. The next day in the morning, the team met up once again. Hoka saw Fujin coming to the ground and asked, "Hey, how's the training progressing?" Fujin replied, "It's progressing rather smoothly. What about you guys?" Hoka smirked and replied, "It's going very well. I want to spar with you once again." Fujin smirked back and replied, "Well, let's hope that you can touch me this time." That annoyed Hoka, who begrudgingly replied, "Due to you, Sensei drilled me with ninjutsu training for 3 months straight." Hearing that, Fujin laughed. Miko, annoyed at being left out of the conversation, butted in by snorting, "Humph, I'll beat both of you at the same time in a spar." Hoka and Fujin turned to her. Fujin replied, "Well, let's hope that you have some energy to spar after the morning workout then." Hearing that, her shoulders immediately dropped, while Fujin and Hoka laughed at her expense. The poor girl complained about the unfairness to herself. "It's not as if I'm slacking on those workout sessions. It's just that every time I'm about to reach Sensei's target, Sensei just makes it even more difficult." While Miko was depressed, Renjiro appeared. He announced, "We have trained continuously for the past 3 months. Next, we will be taking continuous rank C missions." That instantly perked up Miko. After all, missions would mean no more rigorous training. Hoka and Fujin also sighed in relief, as their bodies needed a break badly. Unlike Miko, who drop out early rather regularly, Hoka and Fujin gritted through the entire workout daily. Renjiro continued, "Today we won't do any workout or training. Instead, you guys will spar." This immediately gained the attention of the 3 Genins. Renjiro continued, "You 3 will fight out against each other in a 3-way battle. You are not allowed to team up with each other unless the circumstances force you to. But I can disqualify you if you purposefully cooperate to defeat the 3rd. The battlefield will be this entire training field. You guys have time from now till 6 p.m. to decide on a winner. You can defeat others by knocking them unconscious or making them give up. Obviously, I can interfere and declare someone to have been lost. And of course, you guys aren't allowed to seriously injure anyone, no soldier pills, and Fujin, no swords. Miko suddenly asked, "Why no swords for Fujin? Isn't that his go-to weapon?" Hoka also nodded, as he had the same query. Neither of them wanted to win against someone who was handicapped. Renjiro shook his head and said, "Fujin's way of using his swords is solely to kill. If he were to win by using his swords, you guys would be injured badly. Regardless, he is forbidden to use his swords in any spar with his colleagues." They understood the reasoning, but were still a bit unconvinced. Fujin butted in. "Aren't you two looking down on me too much? Sword or no sword, neither of you will even be able to touch me." And he smirked on saying that. Hoka and Miko looked at him irritatingly. Among the three of them, Fujin had the highest speed and excelled in fighting at long range. In the few spars that they had, they never managed to actually reach him. Renjiro interrupted before they entered into an argument. "No more questions. My rules are final. Anyways, you guys didn't hear the exciting part. The winner will get a reward." That once again attracted the attention of all three. Miko asked, "What reward?" Renjiro replied, "The winner will be awarded a rank Eijutsu by me." That shocked the trio. They all had the same thought. Will he really allow us to learn a jutsu higher than rank C? Renjiro understood what his students were thinking. He smiled innocently and said, "Of course, I'll only give it to you when you are promoted to Chunin." Hearing that, all three Genins gave him a deadpanned look. Not wanting to hear any complaints from them, he shouted, "Begin." Even before he completed the word, all three Genins flickered away in different directions without making any hand seals. Now, at more than 100 meters away from each other, they observed the other two, while wondering how they should approach this. The best way would have been to team up with one of the other two, eliminate the third, and then decide the winner. Unfortunately, that option was not available. Suddenly, Hoka and Miko noticed Fujin smirking. At the very next moment, he disappeared. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, A instead of at. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 60, Spar Hoka vs. Miko, Chapter 61 of Naruto the Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Miko and Hoka both cursed him and his annoying wind instantaneous body jutsu. Hoka activated his Byakugan and noticed him appearing 600 meters away, but he disappeared soon, and this time went out of the Byakugan's range. Miko cursed, "Fujin is as cowardly as usual." Hoka and Miko looked at each other, deciding what decision to take. Around a kilometer away from the initial location, Fujin kept sensing the location of the other two. They were still in the same position. He smiled, thinking, the duration of the fight is 13 hours. I guess Renjiro analyzed that we won't be able to decide the winner in a few fights. So the winner will depend on who has the most amount of chakra. The best way for me would be to force multiple rounds so that all of us lose an equal amount of chakra. And I'll be able to win easily due to my larger reserves. Especially considering that Byakugan and Sharingan use a decent amount of chakra while being activated. But knowing these two, I have no doubt that they'll fight intensely, hehe. Back at the starting position, Miko and Hoka were observing each other. Hoka was analyzing, so what do? Do I hide too until Fujin comes out? Or do we track Fujin first before fighting? Or should I try to beat her first and then beat Fujin? No, that'll be tough. Not to mention, Fujin loves to sneak attack. He won't miss the chance to attack when we are fighting. On the other hand, Miko too was having similar doubts. But compared to Hoka, she was a lot more arrogant. She dumped all the questions she had while deciding, I'll just defeat Hoka quickly before Fujin can act. In a 1v1 fight, I'll be able to defeat both of them with ease. Having made her decision, Miko activated her Sharingan and rushed toward Hoka. This broke Hoka out of his thoughts, and he prepared to fight. He cautioned himself, I have to avoid looking into her eyes. While I can break her genjutsu easily, it'll be tough to do so quickly enough. Miko flickered a few meters ahead of Hoka, and rapidly made a few hand signs, and launched a fireball jutsu on him. Hoka quickly moved out of the way, and then ran towards Miko with the intention of using gentle fists to close her chakra points. Miko quickly flickered out of range and launched shurikens on Hoka. Knowing that she uses strings on her shuriken, Hoka too threw his own shuriken, which collided with hers and deflected them. Miko used this opportunity to close the distance, and used Fire Release, 4 jutsu on Hoka. Hoka barely managed to dodge, but it raised past his shirt, burning it. A bit of the skin on the side of his abdomen was also burnt. He bore the pain and closed the distance. This time, Miko didn't back off and engaged him with her Uchiha Taijutsu style. Using her Sharingan, she ensured that she never got hit by his gentle fist. Instead, she tried to use her Fire Release 4 jutsu on Hoka. However, Hoka noticed it every time and kept dodging it. All this time, Miko kept trying to put Hoka under Genjutsu, but it never worked on Hoka. Hoka's Byakugan can determine when Miko is about to cast a Genjutsu. So whenever she prepares her Genjutsu, Hoka avoided looking into her eyes and disrupted his own chakra slightly. This ensured that Miko never managed to cast a Genjutsu on him. But this also distracted him, which allowed Miko to fight him equally in close combat. After a few minutes, however, Miko ended up having a lot of close calls, with Hoka almost hitting her several times. So she flickered backward. Hoka followed her, but she flickered again, starting a tag game. Miko's control over and skill with body flicker jutsu was much higher than Hoka's though, so she regained her advantage. Not able to keep up with Miko's flickers, Hoka gave up chasing her and stood his ground. Knowing her arrogance, she'll come close to fight me anyways, so I don't need to chase her. Seeing that Hoka had stopped chasing her, she came close to him instead while weaving hand signs. However, unlike what Hoka predicted, she stayed at mid-range and uses Fire Dragon Jutsu. Not having anything to counter, he flickered away from the line of Fire Dragon. Finally sick of trying to engage her in close combat, Hoka used Stone Shuriken Jutsu. The jutsu surprised Miko, but thanks to her Sharingan, she was able to dodge or block all of them. Unfortunately for her, she overlooked Hoka, who using this time, appeared right in front of her and stabbed 2 fingers toward her. Seeing that, Miko freaked out a little. Damn, I have to block! In a hurry, she put her arm in between, and Hoka hit a chakra point on her arm. As soon as her arm gets hit, she flickered away. Hoka expected her to return, but instead, she just ran away, surprising Hoka. Never thought she'll run away. He waited there for a few seconds, thinking, both my opponents ran away, so shouldn't I be the winner? He then sighed. Unfortunately, the next step will depend on Fujin. I and Miko are finally far away from each other, and tired from a battle, even injured. So the question is, who will he attack? Around 1 kilometer from where the fighting was happening, Fujin kept sensing their chakras throughout their clash. When they kept fighting, he really wished that he had some popcorn and a TV to watch the fight. Unfortunately, he had to stay hidden long away. The fight continued for over 7 minutes, before he sensed Miko's chakra signature going far away from Hoka. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. I can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Notice, new chapters will be uploaded around this time from tomorrow onwards. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 61, Fujin's Decision. Chapter 62 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin concluded, oh, so Miko lost and ran away? Who's the coward now? Anyways, whom to attack? Since Miko ran away, it's safe to assume that she's injured. Most likely Hoka managed to block some of her chakra points, maybe 1 or 2. Any more, and Hoka wouldn't have given her any chance to run away. Hoka, too, was thinking at the same time, Fujin will most probably target Miko, as she's the one who ran away. I should be ready to hit him after he fights her for some time. Miko sat while resting against a tree after retreating to the opposite end of the training ground. She was very annoyed with herself. I put my guard down, that's why I got hit. Otherwise, I could have beaten him as I was suppressing him throughout the fight. She looked at her left arm. It was swollen. He blocked the chakra point on my left arm. I won't be able to create hand signs. Even moving this arm is very painful. She began applying first aid on her left arm. She didn't bother hiding, as she knew that both Fujin and Hoka wouldn't have any issue tracking her. While applying first aid, she thought, Fujin will most likely attack me soon. I need to be ready. Hoka kept his Byakugan activated. He kept an eye on Miko while waiting for Fujin to make a move. Soon, he noticed something moving at a very rapid speed. In the next second, he noticed Fujin approaching him. So fast! Why is he moving towards me? He's already here. Hoka looked straight ahead. Fujin was already standing on a branch. He took his fighting stance. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he reached there, Fujin released a supercharged 5% Great Breakthrough Jutsu toward Hoka. Hoka quickly erected a rock shield to protect himself. He was shocked by the power of the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Why is this so strong? Did he learn any rank B jutsus? Damn, not good. The rock shield obviously couldn't give complete protection to Hoka, and flickering away wasn't an option. So he went underground and used Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu and managed to move 125 meters to the south. He used it twice more to completely get out of the range of the deadly jutsu, while wondering, why did he attack me? 2 minutes earlier, Fujin thought for a few seconds before concluding, normally attacking Miko would be the best choice here, except that there could be an issue. Miko, though smarter than Hoka when it comes to tactics, is just way too arrogant. Hoka, on the other hand, will most likely move to help Miko and prevent me from defeating her when she's injured. Even if he doesn't, his Byakugan will provide him with all the info, and he'll have the initiative of attacking or being a spectator. So that means my target should be... Having concluded, he quickly used Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu to approach Hoka. Though Hoka ran underground, Fujin had no trouble sensing him. He followed him with Body Flicker. Hoka too could see that Fujin was following him as he expected. As expected, he can track me with ease. I need to get out and engage him in close combat. I don't think he can use that strong jutsu again. However, before he could get out of the ground, Fujin landed on top of where Hoka was and punched the ground with his full power chakra enhanced punch. Since Hoka sensed Fujin building up chakra, he didn't completely get out of the ground. However, how could he have imagined that Fujin would punch the ground? The impact created a shockwave that traveled through the ground toward where Hoka was. While the shockwave was harmless, it caused the entire underground to become a mess. The random movement of the ground hit Hoka many times while he was underground, even injuring him. He tried using Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu again, but as the underground was a mess, he couldn't perform it. As a last effort, he hardened the walls next to him by using a rock shield. It provided him with some cover, but he was already injured. His right elbow and shoulder had taken hits. Many rocks also hit his chest, abdomen, and his back. Later, even despite the protection of the rock shields, his left ankle got injured rather badly. Finally, the tremors died down and Hoka managed to get above the ground. That's exactly where Fujin was, but unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. As soon as he got out of the ground, a kunai was placed at the back of his neck. He saw Fujin standing in front of him. He said, "Give up, you've lost." Hoka unwillingly accepted his loss. "I give up." As soon as he said that, Fujin's wind clone dispersed himself. The fight only took 2 attacks. 1 Great Breakthrough Jutsu and 1 punch. Miko noticed the winds blowing and heard a big noise when Fujin punched the ground. Unfortunately, she was too far away to understand what was happening. She wondered, are Fujin and Hoka fighting? Should I go and check? No, I'm injured. Let me wait for a bit. The chakra point will open up soon. As soon as Hoka gave up, Fujin flickered away toward Miko. He noticed that Miko was now standing in a spot with no trees around. Not bad. She knows that hiding is pointless, so she stayed in open ground to not give any chance to sneak attack. Actually, I can still sneak up on her from behind. But I'm pretty sure that she has deliberately left this opening. The area around her should be full of traps. Having figured out her tactic, Fujin began making wind clones. 20 wind clones appeared around Fujin. Fujin then suppressed his chakra and hid behind a tree. His wind clones dispersed through the forest, surrounding Miko from all sides while still hiding. 1 clone moved to a path that allowed him to sneak up on her. En route, the clone noticed that there were a lot of strings on the ground. He smirked, having guessed right. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 62, Fire Release, Aerial Explosion Jutsu. Chapter 63 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's wind clone tried flickering behind her quickly while avoiding all traps, but Miko realized it and quickly turned around. When she did, Fujin's clone noticed that Miko was holding 2 strings in her right hand. Seeing Fujin heading toward her, Miko smirked, "I knew it." She flickered behind while releasing the strings. As soon as those strings went slack, a couple of dozen shurikens rained toward Fujin's clone. At the same time, Miko activated her Sharingan and observed Fujin. She frowned on noticing that Fujin's chakra amount was very low. A wind clone. This guy never fights head-on. Fujin's clone dodged the shurikens with ease and chased after Miko while forming wind explosion jutsu and launching them at her. He consecutively launched 7 wind explosions at her. Miko dodged each time. But she was getting increasingly worried. I need to keep a watch on any sneak attacks. It's very likely that he has more wind clones hiding nearby. Renjiro observed this clash. His control over wind nature is really impressive. Wind clones are the weakest elemental clones. Any capable sensor can easily differentiate between a wind clone and the main body in a moment due to how unstable the clone is. However, the weak nature of the wind clone allows anyone to create a lot of them. And the instability of the wind clone's chakra makes it immune to genjutsu. And due to being made of wind, they are usually even more mobile than the user. He then looked at Fujin, who was hiding, and smiled. He really is carefree and thinks that he has already won. While he will win, he's in for a surprise if he thinks the win will be this easy. After all, both Hoka and Miko too have made huge progress in the last 3 months. The wind clone finally begins getting low on chakra. Fujin analyzed, I need to pour more chakra into 2 to 3 wind clones so that they can last longer. Others I can make with the minimum requirements, as I'll need the numbers. Since he was about to disperse, the clone poured most of its chakra into another wind explosion jutsu. He then flickered towards Miko. Miko flickered away, but the clone followed her with another flicker and threw the wind explosion jutsu right at her. On doing that, the clone dispersed. In a hurry, Miko threw a kunai that had an explosion tag attached to it toward the incoming wind sphere. The blast created by the explosion tag easily overpowered the jutsu and dispersed it. However, Miko had to jump back to avoid getting hit by the explosion. The explosion, alongside the earlier wind explosion jutsus, however, activated or destroyed most of the traps that she painfully placed. Unfortunately for her, as soon as she jumped backward, another 2 wind clones appeared behind her and launched the wind explosion jutsu on her. Since she was airborne, she couldn't flicker away. In a panic, she threw a shuriken with a string attached to it to the tree next to her and used it to pull herself away. But some winds created by the explosions still hit her, creating many small cuts on her that immediately began bleeding. The 2 clones immediately pressed on the attack without giving Miko any time to think. While she engaged them, another 3 clones appeared and tried to sneak attack her. Though none were successful, they added even more injuries to her. Fujin still kept observing the fight while hiding. Not bad, she's grown much stronger. My wind clones are rather annoying to deal with. But is this all? The fight is kinda too easy. Over at the battlefield, Miko was bleeding a lot, and she was incredibly annoyed. Why can't he fight with some honor? I'll show him. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain and made a couple of hand signs. Trying to weave hand signs while having a chakra point half blocked was incredibly painful. Fujin could see her wincing in pain, and he could sense her chakra building up. One of the clones used all his chakra to use a great breakthrough jutsu. Since he didn't have enough chakra, it wasn't strong enough, but it still made Miko lose her balance and be dragged across the ground. The clone got dispersed as well due to running out of chakra. Seeing her being unable to fight back, another clone appeared and launches a wind explosion jutsu at her. However, before the jutsu could reach her, she managed to get up on her feet and jump above and landed on a branch. She said, "Fire release, aerial explosion jutsu." Hearing the word explosion, Fujin's clones got on guard. However, no explosion occurred. Where's the explosion? Only a breeze passed through the area once. Realizing that something was off, they immediately begin sensing Miko. Soon the clones, as well as Fujin, notice that some sort of gas seems to have been released by Miko, and it was spreading throughout the forest at a very fast speed. Fujin's clones didn't discover the gas earlier, as it was both colorless and odorless. Fujin wondered, what jutsu is this? However, he had no idea. Oh well, whatever. I'll get to know soon enough. And he disappeared underground. In around 10 seconds, the gas spread in a 60-meter radius around Miko. All of Fujin's clones were in this area. Not knowing what to aspect, the 5-6 clones who have already exposed themselves continue their attack. Seeing the clones running towards her, Miko smirked and stated, "Let's see where your main body is hiding now." As soon as she said that, she spit out a small fire. That fire ignited the gas, causing it to rapidly expand and generate strong outward winds. The winds carried the gas up to 100 meters around Miko, and soon the whole area exploded. The ignition flame destroyed all 18 of Fujin's wind clones. It set fire to each and every tree in that area, and the fire seemed to be spreading further. Both Fujin and Hoka were left dumbfounded by the destruction. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 63, Winner Miko. Chapter 64 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin was shocked at what he was sensing. What the fuck? All my clones were destroyed. Which jutsu is this? Hoka, too, was stunned by the destruction. When did Miko get so strong? He quickly calmed himself and analyzed more. But this jutsu shouldn't work on me, as my Byakugan will notice the gas being released even if it is colorless, so I can just move out of the range. Fujin calmed himself down as well and observed the jutsu further. The heat generated from the explosion seems to have already dispersed. It's just that there were trees around which got burned. So if I were to take this hit head-on, it won't kill me, though I'll be badly burnt. The wind clones are just too brittle, so they all were dispersed by the jutsu. While hiding underground, Fujin analyzed a bit more and sighed. I have never seen or heard about this jutsu. It was likely taught to her by the clan. I really shouldn't look down on any jutsu that wasn't used in the series. This world has way more jutsus, which are extremely lethal if used properly, especially when I have no idea about these jutsus. Though the destruction caused by this jutsu is impressive, I can easily nullify it with even just a breakthrough jutsu by blowing the gas away. But I just didn't have any idea about this jutsu, which resulted in my clones getting wrecked. I wonder if she yelled the name of her jutsu purposefully. Renjiro nodded and smiled, seeing Miko counterattack successfully even when being in such a disadvantageous position. This performance by her is very good. I did expect her to retaliate, but didn't think it'd be this successful. Fujin found the battle to be too easy, and hence let his guard down and played around instead of focusing entirely on defeating her quickly. This provided Miko with a window of opportunity to use this move. He then looked at the spot where Fujin was hiding underground, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He is just way too careful. Though he did drop his guard slightly, he was always extremely safe. While this is good and will ensure that he stays alive, he's missing out on opportunities to gain crucial experiences. After all, if he never faces a crunch situation while sparring, and if he suddenly faces one during a mission, he'll find it very difficult to stay alive. Unfortunately, I can't get him to be more proactive during spars. I hope that this doesn't end up causing him any serious loss. After using the jutsu, Miko dropped to her knees. The jutsu took a major portion of her chakra, and she had to use fireproof jutsu to protect herself from being burned as well. So her chakra level had dropped a lot. Fujin didn't miss this fact, so he created a shadow clone with roughly 60% of his remaining chakra. The clone exited the ground and confirmed that the gas had already dispersed. The clone then made 5 wind clones. They dispersed and approached Miko from all sides, while the shadow clone went back underground. The first wind clone reached where Miko was and looked at her. Her chakra reserves had dropped very low, and her whole body was covered in small wounds, many of which were bleeding. She looked back with her Sharingan and observed that it was another wind clone. Fujin's wind clone said, "Give up. You are too injured to continue." Miyako snorted and shouted back, "As if I'll give up against someone too scared of showing his own face." Fujin's clone chuckled. "Even if I just hide from you, you'll end up losing consciousness due to exhaustion and perhaps even blood loss." Miko smirked and taunted, "I already destroyed all your clones once. I'll do it again until you are forced to fight me yourself." Saying that, she began making the hand signs again. But 4 more clones appeared around her, and all attacked her, disrupting her jutsu. Earlier, only Fujin's wind clones saw her hand signs, so he didn't know the hand signs she does for that jutsu. But it didn't matter, as he no longer wanted to give her any more opportunities. Miyako tried her best to dodge, but was hit by winds caused by multiple winds caused by the wind explosion jutsu, and took a breakthrough jutsu head-on, resulting in her flying back for dozens of meters and falling on the ground. She yelled in pain while being cut and flung away. The forest was still burning, so Fujin's winds became very hot, which hurt her even more despite having a high resistance to fire. She tried getting up. This hurts a lot, but I finally have some distance. I'll use it." She was about to use up all her chakra to use another aerial explosion jutsu, but her Sharingan noticed a chakra signature underground. Is he doing another sneak attack? Wait, his chakra is very high. Finally, he is attacking with his main body. I just need one chance, and I'll win. Her thoughts were cut by Fujin's arm appearing out of the ground. He grabbed her neck while exiting the ground and slammed her on the ground while strangling her neck with his right hand and pinning her to the ground. He looked at her and said, "You've lost. Give up." But Miko smirked despite being in pain. In his moment of carelessness, Fujin looked straight into her eyes. Sharingan Genjutsu. At the very next moment, the scene changed for Fujin. The Miko he was grabbing transformed into flames and escaped his grasp. The burning trees around him began moving and walking toward him. Miko reformed her body in midair while laughing arrogantly. "You looked into my eyes." She laughed even more before saying, "It's my win, Fujin. No one can match an Uchiha in a fair fight." Hey guys, please write a review for this fanfic if you haven't done so yet. Would appreciate some power stones as well. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 64, Waterfall Jutsu. Chapter 65 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The burning Ents exhaled flamethrowers on Fujin, but he just ignored the damage. He looked at Miko and sighed, "You really need to know when to give up." In the real world, Fujin's wind clones chuckled when they saw Miko using genjutsu on his shadow clone. One of them softly said, "Defend her, sensei." He used up all his chakra to create a windgale wolf, which pounced on the shadow clone and dispersed it. His claw continued towards Miko's abdomen when Renjiro flickered in and dispersed the wolf. In the genjutsu world, as soon as Fujin's shadow clone said that, he disappeared due to being destroyed in the real world. Not understanding what was happening, she broke her genjutsu and saw her sensei standing next to her, with 3 of Fujin's clones still watching her. Renjiro announced, "Fujin is the winner." Not understanding, Miko asked, "What hap?" Unfortunately, the Sharingan genjutsu took the last bits of her chakra. She blacked out without completing her question. Renjiro checked on her while asking loudly, "How long are you going to hide?" Hearing that, Fujin exited the underground and flickered next to Renjiro with a smile on his face. The wind clones dismissed themselves. Hey guys, please let me know your thoughts regarding this fight, whether anything can be improved or if any unnecessary stuff was added. The fights in the Naruto series, or any other manga anime, usually involve too much talking between the fighters or screaming the names of their jutsus. In some cases, they also explain their own abilities. I don't intend to follow that. Honestly, feels stupid. The dialogues I add in the fights will only be absolutely needed ones. If any additional is added, it'll either be due to that character being dumb or arrogant, or would be in a way that the character uses his words to distract the enemy. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "Good work. Now pick her up and move towards where Hoka is. I'll douse this fire before it engulfs the entire training ground." Fujin nodded. He picked Miko up and flickered to where Hoka was. He put Miko down next to him. Hoka had already seen the result of this fight. He sighed on seeing Fujin completely unharmed and wondered, what could I have done differently to win this fight? Knowing that Renjiro will most likely use a water jutsu to douse the fire, he kept his focus on sensing Renjiro. He said to Hoka, "Keep an eye on where Sensei is." Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan once again. Renjiro had jumped high up in the air. He was almost 100 meters high in the air, and at that time he began building up his chakra. Fujin and Hoka were both shocked by the amount of chakra gathered by Renjiro. Fujin swallowed his saliva. What chakra? Elite Junin indeed. I guess this is the first time I'm seeing him perform a jutsu seriously. At 100 meters up in the air, Renjiro made a hand sign. Water release, waterfall jutsu. He expelled a huge amount of water from his mouth. The water fell down right under him like a waterfall, and then flooded out in all directions for around 500 meters. Fujin and Hoka were shocked once again. Hoka asked, "Hey Fujin, how did he gather so much water when there's no water nearby?" Fujin replied, "No idea. Remind me to bug him later about this." Hearing that answer, Hoka smirked. If we could summon so much water, all our opponents would just be washed away. Fujin nodded while adding, "Not all, but most, yeah." He wondered, isn't this similar to what Tobirama did against Hiruzen? Makes sense that Renjiro's water jutsus are so strong. Tobirama probably left all the details regarding his own water release in Senju libraries. The flood doused all fire, releasing a huge amount of steam up into the air. Renjiro checked whether any fire was remaining. On confirming that none was, he flickered towards his genins. On seeing Renjiro, Hoka for the first time was very impressed with his sensei. While the training Renjiro provided was very good, seeing such a display will always create a greater impression on 10-year kids. Renjiro walked towards Miko and lifted her and put her on his right shoulder. While Hoka was being awestruck, Renjiro walked behind him and lifted him by grabbing the back of his neck with his left hand. That snapped Hoka out. He realized how he was picked up, and immediately started flailing his hands and legs in the air, completely losing the famous Hyuga composure. "Put me down, sensei." "What are you doing?" Fujin saw the comical scene in front of him. A huge buff Senju guy had a prideful and arrogant Uchiha girl lying unconscious on his right shoulder, and an aloof Hyuga kid flailing desperately in his left hand. In a mere second, he began laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Damn, this brings memories of guy carrying Kakashi from Suna to Leaf. Ha! The laugh annoyed Hoka, and he flailed even more before being smacked by Renjiro. "What are you struggling for? I'm taking you both to the hospital." Hoka replied, "I can walk there, sensei." Renjiro asked again, "On one foot? I don't have time to waste an hour walking with you." Hoka continued complaining, "But sensei?" Unfortunately, he was completely ignored by Renjiro. He looked at Fujin and said, "We will take a mission as soon as these two are healed up. Don't do heavy training till then. Preferably take a complete break from training." Fujin nodded while still laughing at the sight in front of him. Renjiro was about to leave, but he suddenly recalled a certain memory. He looked at Fujin and said, "The reward of rank A jutsu is what I'm awarding you, and not the Illage or Senju clan, so you can only ask for a jutsu that I know or can easily get." This suddenly put an end to Fujin's laugh. However, before he could complain, Renjiro had already flickered away. Fujin muttered internally, "Smart bastard." While traveling to the hospital, Renjiro sighed in relief. "Good thing that I cleared this up, so later on he can't pester me. This brat asked the third for swords worth tens of millions of ryo. Who knows which jutsu he'd have asked me if I didn't clear this up." And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 65, Bernal Chapter 66 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro reached the hospital and put Hoka down. They walked into it, and Renjiro asked a nearby nurse to arrange 2 beds for his students. Renjiro was a well-known name, so she arranged it immediately. Seeing Hoka struggling to walk, the nurse asked, "Do you want to sit in a wheelchair so that we can take you to the room?" Hoka immediately declined. "No, I'll walk myself." The nurse seemed to be at a loss as to what to do when Renjiro asked, "Should I carry you once again?" That question sent a chill through Hoka's body. He reluctantly said, "I'll sit in the wheelchair." On reaching the room, Renjiro laid down Miko on a bed. Hoka took the bed next to hers. Renjiro asked the nurse, "Check if any medical ninja is available. Send anyone who knows mystical palm jutsu here." The nurse nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." She left to check who was available. While waiting for a medical ninja to appear, he looked at Hoka and asked, "Any thoughts on the fight?" Hoka sighed and replied, "We lost at the moment we decided to fight against each other instead of chasing after Fujin. At the very least, we should have stopped before one of us got injured. That way we could have still been able to fight." Another issue was the lack of information. Fujin's 2 attacks surprised and overwhelmed me too much. If I had prior knowledge regarding it, I could have fought equally against him. Renjiro nodded and commented, "It should also be a lesson for you, who are too obsessed with taijutsu. Both Fujin and Miko worked on ninjutsu that can cause large-scale destruction. If they get an opportunity to use the jutsu when the opponent has their guard down, it becomes an easy win for them. You, on the other hand, will first have to reduce the gap between yourself and your opponent, and then hit him to get an advantage. While not bad, it leaves you at a huge disadvantage against ninjas who can fight from range. I understand your obsession with taijutsu. But if you want to be able to use your taijutsu effectively, you need to learn other skills as well." Hoka nodded and reflected on what his sensei advised him. Soon, a medical ninja came. She healed Miko and Hoka. Miko had a lot of small cuts and bruises. However, none were serious. They were all healed easily. But Miko kept sleeping due to the chakra exhaustion. Hoka, on the other hand, had a slightly serious injury to his left ankle. She healed him entirely as well, but advised him to rest for 2 days and not put any stress on his left ankle. After the procedures were done, Renjiro left. He gave a message to Hoka's and Miko's families informing them about their kids, and to Fujin that he'll have a 3-day break at least. A few hours later, Miko woke up. She was surprised at seeing herself in the hospital, with her mother sitting next to her and Hoka in the adjacent bed. Their family members bugged them for quite some time before they finally stopped bothering them. When there was no one else in the room, Hoka asked, "Miko, what was that jutsu you used?" The question brought back memories of her horrible defeat and turned her mood down once again. She replied, "It's a secret jutsu of our Uchiha clan. Fire release, aerial explosion jutsu. It releases a lot of gas that is odorless and colorless, so it's very hard to notice, and it is very easy to ignite." Hoka understood. "Oh, no wonder Fujin got caught off guard." Miko smirked and agreed. "Yeah, this jutsu has the drawback of needing a few seconds for the gas to spread to have maximum effectiveness. That's why I yelled the name of the jutsu so that his clones would get on guard and not attack recklessly, giving me the time I needed." Hoka nodded. "Nice tactic. Too bad that it only hit his clones." Hearing that, a scowl once again formed on her face. She said, "My plan was to secretly use this jutsu while we 3 were engaged in close combat. That way you both would have been hit by it, and I would have won easily." She gritted her teeth. "I never imagined that Fujin would fight so shamelessly and never appear in front of me at all. Even when I taunted him, he still kept hiding. Damn, this is so frustrating." Seeing her reaction, Hoka laughed. "Yeah, I agree. Next time, let's not fight each other much until we can engage with Fujin." Miko sighed and agreed. It was tough for her to agree to this due to her pride, but unfortunately there wasn't any other way. Yakiniku restaurant. Unlike his 2 teammates, Fujin spent the day eating in his favorite restaurants and taking a well-deserved break. Earlier, when Renjiro tracked him to inform him about his teammates, he saw Fujin at Ichiraku, eating without a care in the world. Seeing him eat so relaxingly after beating up his teammates made Renjiro sweat a bit, but he didn't comment. The next morning, Fujin wondered, "Should I go to check on those 2? He thought for a bit before concluding, "Well, they are my teammates, and I was the one who injured them, so I should go and check on them. After freshening up and doing some light stretching, he began moving toward the hospital. But suddenly he stopped. Wait! When visiting people in hospitals, isn't it tradition to get something for them? Yeah, that used to be the tradition in my previous life. Even in the Naruto series, I recall many carrying flowers or fruits while visiting patients. Yeah, let's carry a gift for both. He then fell into another dilemma. So what do I get for them? Flowers kinda seem like a waste. Fruits are kinda too cliché. I'm sure their family members have already brought a lot of fruit. What should I get? And then it suddenly hit him. I know. I should get a burnal for both of them. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Fujin has already become a chunin on Patreon. Thank you, Bishop Rickor and Arlon YC, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 66, Scary Mom. Chapter 67 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. He flickered to get a couple of gifts for both his teammates, and then flickered to the hospital and inquired about the room they were in. He quickly found their room and entered it. Both of them were up. Hoka's left leg seemed to be plastered. He had a few more bandages on him. Miko, on the other hand, was put in enough bandages that one could easily mistake her for a mummy. As soon as Fujin entered, they both gave Fujin the stink eye. Seeing their childish reactions, Fujin couldn't help but smile. I really should have brought them burnal. Ha. Seeing that neither of them wanted to talk first, he greeted them. Hey guys, how are you doing? Both of them snorted and looked away. Fujin sighed loudly and said, After I went through all the trouble of getting you something, oh well, I guess I'll just eat it myself. That attracted their attention. They saw a pack of cookies and a set of dango in Fujin's outstretched hands. In under a second, Hoka snatched the cookies while Miko snatched the dango. They both began eating it right away. While they were eating, Fujin tilted his head while looking at Miko and asked, Shouldn't you check whether they are real or just clones first? That pushed Miko over the edge. She instantly got up and yelled, Bastard! The next time, I'll beat you up. Wait, no need for next time. I'll beat you up right now. Stating that, she got off her bed. Fujin created distance between them and asked, Oh, and are you sure I'm not just a clone? She was about to make a move when a middle-aged lady walked into the room hearing the commotion. Her features were similar to Miko's, just much more mature. She saw Miko standing up and narrowed her eyes and asked, Why are you out of your bed? Miko immediately apologized. Sorry, Mom, and jumped back into her bed. Fujin smiled at her antics. Oh, looks like she is terrified of her mother. Miko grabbed her second dango stick and was about to eat it when the dango disappeared from her hand. Miko turned her head to see her mom standing next to her bed, holding her dango as well as all the remaining dango in her hands. Her mom looked into her eyes and said strictly, You are recovering, young lady. Why are you eating dango instead of the fruits that I brought for you? Miko nervously replied, Sorry, Mom, but I have already healed completely, so it should be fine if I eat a little bit of dango, right? Miko's mom didn't reply and just stared Miko into her eyes. The stare-down continued for 30 seconds before Miko backed down and apologized again. Sorry, Mom. I was wrong. Her mother sighed and then began giving her a long lecture. Fujin's eye twitched at this interaction. He was thoroughly amused by this interaction. She spoke thrice. All 3 times she started with Sorry, Mom. This is funny. Hoka had already seen how strict Miko's mother was on the day before. However, instead of finding the situation amusing and laughing secretly, he first stuffed all the cookies in his mouth and gulped them down rapidly. Miko's mom noticed this and stared at him as well. However, he never looked at her and kept looking outside the window. She continued her lecture and lectured Miko for 5 minutes straight. During these 5 minutes, Hoka kept awkwardly staring in another direction, while Fujin awkwardly stood next to him. Miko, meanwhile, looked down at the bed the whole time, while trying not to cry at the injustice she was facing. First, that irritating guy appeared and teased me. He did make it up by bringing me my favorite dango, but he taunted me once again. And then my own mother took those dango away. Not to mention, she's also lecturing me in front of my teammates. After lecturing her, she looked at Fujin and said in a straight voice while staring at him, "Fujin-kun, you first beat my little girl, and then you brought her dango to eat?" Now Fujin became alert. "Is she going to lecture me as well?" He quickly replied, "Sorry, Auntie. Sensei said that she was already healed yesterday, so I didn't think it'd be an issue." Before she could reply, he looked at Hoka and Miko and said, "I have some work to do with Sensei. I'll see you around later." Without waiting for anyone's response, he flickered out of the window. Hoka looked enviously at the window. At least he could run away. I'm stuck here. Miko, on the other hand, was too embarrassed to think about anything. Miko's mom was surprised. She said to her, "Your teammate can lie with a straight face without any embarrassment. You were right about him." Hearing that, Hoka looked toward Miko's mom and saw her staring at the empty pack that had his cookies. He screamed internally in horror. "Crap!" Fujin was walking on the streets while thinking, well, that was awkward. No wonder she acts like a stuck-up bitch all the time. She probably spends all the time back home being embarrassed. Anyways, both of them have pretty much healed. So we should start taking missions on the day after tomorrow. So how should I spend these 2 days? After thinking for a while, he sighed, "Other than training, I really haven't gotten any hobby in this world. Perhaps Fuinjutsu, but that too is a part of training." After thinking for a bit more, he had an amusing idea. Should I recreate some of the famous manga or novels from the past world in here? After all, the literature here is pretty underdeveloped due to constant wars and the lack of a safe environment, so those manga and novels should be a complete hit. He analyzed the idea more. But soon he shook his head. While I remember their general stories and plot, I don't really remember all the details. It's just been way too long. Not to mention, it'll take a lot of time, not something I can spare right now. Not having anything to do, he explored other restaurants around Konoha and later visited and relaxed in the famous hot spring bath in the village. A couple of days later, Team Renjiro assembled outside the Hokage building. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Jackie, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 67, Bandit Exterminators. Chapter 68 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Team Renjiro entered the Hokage building together and went to the mission room. On seeing the Chunin in charge of distributing missions, Renjiro said, "Give us all the C-rank bandit elimination missions in the area between Konoha and Tanzaku area." The Chunin nodded and handed 7 missions to Renjiro. Renjiro read the missions while thinking, I haven't been taking any missions for the last 7 months. I know the old man wanted to give me a break, but I have had a long enough break. He declined to give me an S-rank mission, so I should at least clear out some basic issues. These bandits would be a good start. Hopefully, some of these C-rank missions will get upgraded to B-rank. That'll also provide some good training for the kids. All 3 of them are already ready to be promoted to Chunin. He stored the mission request forms. Then he looked at his squad and said, "Let's move." The Genins nodded and everyone flickered towards Konoha's entrance gate. In the next week, 7 bandit camps were completely decimated. In that month, Team Renjiro slaughtered 18 bandit camps in the Land of Fire. The team started taking these missions with excitement, but by now they were sick of it. Hoka, Fujin, and Miyako waited outside the Hokage building while Renjiro was selecting more missions. Miyako complained, "Why are there so many bandits in our country? Also, why aren't they stronger?" Hoka sighed and said, "Yeah, 18 camps and there wasn't a single bandit as strong as us." Fujin added, "I think our missions are purposefully chosen so that we don't end up fighting anyone strong." Miko commented, "That's even more frustrating." Fujin sighed and nodded. "Yes, I had heard that many rank C missions go wrong and get upgraded to rank B or even A. I thought that it was a rather common occurrence, but it seems like I was wrong." Hoka replied, "They don't happen that often, but they often cause serious injury or death. That's why you hear about them very often." Fujin said, "Oh, That makes sense. I didn't think about it that way," Miko interrupted. "You guys are getting off topic. Think how we can get a better mission!" "Should I yell at that mission-giving guy again? Last time he gave us a rank C mission, so maybe he might give us a B rank mission." Fujin looked at her and asked in a bored tone, "Last time I threatened him with you burning a baby. I don't think he'd really mind us burning bandits." That comment made her face a bit red due to embarrassment. They were about to talk more when Renjiro walked out of the building. He announced, "Today, we won't be taking a bandit hunting mission." Hearing that the team was excited, Miko asked quickly with a lot of expectations, "Can we do a B-rank mission, Sensei?" Renjiro was amused by her question. Her expectations came crashing down as Renjiro shook his head and replied, "No, we will be escorting a merchant Degarashi port in the land of tea." Hearing that, all three genins gave Renjiro a deadpan look. Fujin asked, "What will we be protecting him from, Sensei?" Renjiro smirked and answered, "Bandits, of course." He enjoyed the look of betrayal on his students' faces for a few seconds and then said, "This will be a long trip. We will need around 2 weeks to reach there and around 3 days to return back. So pack your stuff, we will be leaving at noon." The genins dejectedly replied, "Yes," and left. While leaving, Miko asked Fujin, "Fujin, do you think threatening that mission guy with the life of the merchant might work?" The team hadn't walked far away. Renjiro immediately sweated a bit as he heard it properly. He said slightly loudly so that his students could hear him, "It won't. I'll just take you to do bandit extermination missions for..." Not wanting to hear their sensei's threat, the genins just flickered away while laughing. Renjiro just sighed at the antics of his students and muttered, "I'm too old for this shit." Konoha's main gate. At noon, Team Renjiro gathered here. As usual, Fujin arrived last. Renjiro, Hoka, and Miko were standing here alongside 8 merchants and 2 carriages filled with goods. Each of the 2 carriages had its reins attached to 2 bullocks. Fujin walked towards Hoka and Miko, who were standing behind Renjiro, while he was talking with the most well-dressed merchant. On seeing Fujin, Renjiro said, "This is Fujin, Toshio-san, the last member of our group." Fujin looked at the guy and said, "Hello." The merchant smiled, slightly bowed towards Fujin, and replied, "I am Iha Toshio, a merchant from the land of tea. We will be in your care, Fujin-kun. Please take care of us." Fujin nodded while thinking, "This guy is awfully polite. Did he say this to all 3 of us?" On a serious note, however, though he seems very carefree, he is actually very tense. He looked at Renjiro and stared at him while wondering, is there more to this mission than he said? Now that I think about it, why did he suddenly take such a long mission? Earlier, he seemed rather obsessed with making Land of Fire bandit-free. Renjiro saw Fujin staring at him and wondered, has his sensory skills become so acute that he can even sense worry? I knew he could detect lies from chakra fluctuations, but has his sensor skills improved to this degree? Very few outside the Yamanaka clan can detect worry, and most of them are very experienced and veteran ninjas. Not wanting Fujin to catch on to anything, Renjiro stated, "The path that we are taking has a number of bandit camps. We have eliminated most of the bandit camps between Konoha and the lands of River and Rain. Through this mission, we will exterminate the bandits en route from Konoha to the land of tea. So keep your guard up, as there are at least 17 known bandit camps in our way." The genins nodded on hearing this. Miko and Hoka sighed internally, while Fujin wondered, is he just worried due to the bandits? Or is it something else? Oh well, we should find out soon. I should stay on guard, though. Renjiro then did an inventory check, while Toshio checked whether all his goods were packed. In 15 minutes, Team Renjiro left alongside the merchants of Land of Tea. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 68, Trade Boom. Chapter 69 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 2 carriages pulled by bullocks, 8 merchants, and 4 ninjas traveled on the road, steadily moving away from Konoha. They traveled until evening without a break and then set up a camp. No bandits were encountered, as all bandits in this area were exterminated by 3 of those 4 ninjas not long ago. While having dinner, Hoka sighed and said, "They move just way too slowly." Fujin agreed. "Yeah, we spent the last 4 months training and just hunting on our own, so we pretty much always moved at top speed." Miko joined the conversation. "Yeah, at least this one is a bit faster than the previous one, though. That last escort mission to the Land of Rivers had 12 carriages, and their wheels broke off so frequently." Hoka smirked and said, "Yeah, we remember how frustrated you were." Fujin added, "Yeah. I suspect the main reason Sensei kept standing next to the carriages at that time was that he was worried you'd burn them yourself. Haha." Hoka joined in the laughter, while Renjiro ignored their antics. Miko just snorted and ignored them. After dinner, Renjiro said, "We will begin moving tomorrow at 4 a.m. Tomorrow's traveling speed will be faster than today. Tonight, we will all keep watch, turn by turn. Fujin, you are first. Wake Hoka up after 2 hours. After Hoka, it'll be Miko and last me." The Genins nodded. Renjiro had a word with Toshio. Soon Hoka, Miko, Renjiro, and the merchants went to sleep. Fujin sat on a branch and began meditating. Soon he could sense all chakra within a 1.2-kilometer radius. Fujin thought, "I haven't trained my ability to sense for months. Still, the improvement has been decent, just due to the increase in my chakra reserves, chakra control, and regular spars. I should try and keep this on for 2 whole hours. Should be good training. I wonder if I'll last that long, considering that my chakra reserves are full." Fujin stayed in that meditating position for the entire 2 hours. During this time, he used all his sensing skills to examine the merchants and their goods, but found nothing unusual. He had to keep changing the range of his sensory field between 600 meters and 1.2 kilometers for optimal chakra management, but he managed to last the 2 whole hours without any issues. He still had around 60% of his chakra left. He woke up Hoka and went to sleep. The group traveled for 4 days in this manner without any issues. On the 5th day, around 9 a.m. in the morning, the group was surrounded by bandits who were hiding behind the trees or on them. All 4 ninjas noticed the bandits but didn't react. Fujin softly asked, "So who gets them?" Hoka immediately replied, "I want them. I haven't fought or trained for 4 days straight." Miko, however, argued, "Neither have I. And as you know, ladies first." Hoka commented, "You are just a little girl. Say that when you become a lady." That immediately infuriated her. She shouted back, "Why yo?" However, Renjiro interrupted her, "Quiet down." Miko shut up and looked at Hoka angrily. Renjiro stated, "All 3 of you will take them on. I won't help you guys, but do remember that you also have to protect the goods." Fujin asked, "Should we just kill them, or also find and destroy their camp?" Renjiro answered, "Both, of course. But only for this group. Every time a bandit group attacks, you'll take permission from me before attacking their camp." The 3 nodded. Hoka looked at Fujin and asked, "Where to check?" Fujin replied, 700 meters northwest and 900 meters east. Hoka activated his Byakugan and checked. 900 meters east is just a few normal homes. The camp is at 700 meters northwest. Fujin asked Renjiro, "Sensei, will you be protecting the goods when we attack the camp, or should we defend it then as well?" Renjiro replied, "After you eliminate the bandits here, all 3 of you can go." Fujin replied, "All right, let's begin then." All 3 moved at a high speed, which made it look like all of them had disappeared. Both, the merchants and the bandits, who were keeping an eye out secretly, were shocked. In under a minute, all the bandits surrounding the group were dead. A few dead bodies or even heads fell down from trees next to merchants. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, they didn't freak out as they had seen similar scenes multiple times in the past, though they were surprised to know that the killers were 3 innocent and sweet 9 to 10 years old kids. The Genins then flickered towards the bandit camp and eliminated everyone in there as well. They killed 2 more bandits who were at another spot in the forest, completing the bandit elimination submission in under 5 minutes. The group continued on its way. Over the next 8 days, 14 bandit camps were eliminated. The trio wondered whether they'd get a bandit exterminator nickname back in Konoha. Unknown to them, their team was already known by that name among the Huns who distributed missions. By now, the swift and brutal 1-month campaign of Team Renjiro around Konoha to exterminate bandits was well spread. Many bandit groups had moved away from Konoha. A few even began leaving the Land of Fire entirely and continued their banditry in the weaker neighboring countries, such as the Land of Rivers, Land of Grass, Land of Rain, and Land of Rice. This time, it was the turn of the bandits on this route to suffer. In under a month, the bandits close by would get the news of the slaughter. Some would visit to check if something did happen. And they would see the gore and would end up either quitting banditry or moving away and making trading easier for Konoha. Hiruzen would soon pick up on these movements and launch an even more brutal assault on these bandits. This would not only boost Land of Fire's economy due to increased trading, but also improve Konoha ninjas' reputation and get them more jobs that would require lesser effort to complete. Konoha would also receive more funds from the daimyo of Land of Fire due to this act. And it'll prove to be a huge aid for Konoha to recover from the losses of the Third Great Ninja War, especially over the next 3 years, when more than 1,000 Genins will join the reserve force, and a few hundred will begin training under a sensei. Of course, the loss of Junins due to Kyuubi's assault won't be overcome for almost a decade. And even more importantly, while the recovery was in progress, Konoha would end up losing their strongest clan to internal friction. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chiran-Free, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 69, Schemes in the Darkness. Chapter 70 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Team Renjiro and the merchants from the Land of Tea were traveling for the 13th day. Toshio said, "We should enter the Land of Tea by evening. We will need another 2 days to reach the port, though." Renjiro nodded and said, "Keep an eye out." The Genins obeyed. The group journeyed until noon when they came across an open field. They decided to take a break for lunch there. The field was about as big as a football field, and it was surrounded by dense forests on one side and a hill on the other. Fujin and Hoka checked whether the area was safe and didn't find anyone. While having lunch, Renjiro noticed something but didn't say anything. His students or the merchants didn't notice any change in his expressions. However, he was observing his students closely. Fujin, while eating lunch, activated his chakra field out of habit. When he did, he was shocked. Around 200 people had entered the forest and were around 600 to 900 meters away from them. They were moving rapidly towards them. Unlike Renjiro, Fujin's change in expression was easily noticed by Hoka and Mieko. They became alert and looked at him. Fujin said, "Around 200 bandits have surrounded us and are closing in, 150 in the forest and 50 on the hill." Mieko scowled. "More bandits?" Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, "Not just bandits. Around 50 have high chakra, with maybe a dozen Chunin level and 2 Junin level chakras." That shocked Hoka and Mieko. They both looked at Renjiro. Renjiro was impressed with Fujin's alertness. He smiled and said, "Well, here's your B rank mission, or was supposed to be. This looks more like rank A." He then got serious and commanded, "Prepare to deal with the bandits and Genin-level attackers. I'll deal with the stronger ones. Don't worry about the goods. Give main priority to your and your teammates' lives, and then to the lives of the merchants." The team nodded and got up. Seeing them get up, the merchants understood that there was an issue and got alert too. Toshio in particular became very worried. They all immediately got up and hid behind their carriages. 2 days earlier, 2 people stood and observed the open field in the middle of nowhere. Both of them were Junins. One of them was Wagarashi Tomio, who was from the rival family of the Wasabi family. The other was Tamanaha Norio, who was a rogue ninja from the Land of Rivers. He had a bounty of 5 million ryo. Wagarashi Tomio said, "From the information that our spies sent, 5 escort teams were moving from Konoha toward Degarashi port. One of them will be passing through here. When they do, they are bound to rest here." Tamanaha Norio asked, "Who is escorting them?" Wagarashi Tomio replied, "The weakest team, a Genin squad." Tamanaha Norio was surprised and then began laughing arrogantly. "Just Genins? They'll be dead in no time." Wagarashi Tomio was annoyed by his arrogance. He warned him, "Don't underestimate them too much. They are led by Senju Renjiro, an elite Junin. The Senju clan has a strong relationship with the Wasabi family, so it's a possibility that they are trying to sneak him in with this team. Also, their Jinin team has a Byakugan user, so we will have to be very careful. Tamanaha Norio frowned upon hearing that. He thought for a bit and said, "Elite Junin will be tough to kill. The only way will be if he desperately defends the Genins. As for Byakugan, I have a way. One of my men has a rat summon. He can use them to keep an eye out from a long distance. Once they have their guard down and rest, we can make a move." Wagarashi Tomio nodded. This plan was appropriate. They might not be able to kill Renjiro, but killing the merchants shouldn't be an issue. As his Genins were about to engage in battle, Renjiro recalled his meeting with the Hokage before accepting this mission. Hokage's office, 2 weeks earlier. Renjiro entered the Hokage's office and saw the Hokage and another old man. Hiruzen said, "Renjiro, meet Wasabi Daichi." Renjiro looked at the old man and asked, "Wasabi, from the land of tea?" The guy nodded and replied, "Yes, from the land of tea." Hiruzen continued, "There's a power struggle in the dark in the land of tea. There appears to be a scheme in the works against the Wasabi family, and maybe the daimyo as well." Renjiro analyzed the information and asked, "The Wasabi family has had a good relationship with Konoha, as well as with the Senju clan, for decades. So do you want to help them?" Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, unfortunately we can't, as it is just a scheme. If we interfere, we will damage our relationship with the tea daimyo." Renjiro nodded, as he had already reached this conclusion. Hiruzen continued, "Daichi here has an important position in the Wasabi family as he handles their finances and many important deals, so their opponents want to eliminate him. I want you to escort him along with your team." This surprised Renjiro. He asked, "This seems to be a rather important mission. Why send Genins?" Hiruzen replied, "Their rival faction has a few hundred ninjas under them. Even if I send an Anbu team, they won't be able to protect him. The only way to protect him will be to send a larger team to protect him. But..." Renjiro completed his sentence, "But you can't do that as the Tei Daimyo won't like it." Hiruzen nodded and added, "And if I were to send a huge force with him, the opponent won't attack and stay hidden. So it won't accomplish much. So we will follow this tactic. First, we will split up the enemy forces. There are 5 routes from here to the land of tea. You'll take Wasabi Daichi with you while going on a rank C mission to escort merchants. You'll leave through the 5th route, as it's farthest from the sea and will prevent any interference from Kiri. Soon after, I'll send 3 Chunin squads on such escort teams along 3 other routes. Finally, a squad of Anbu will escort a decoy along the central path. They will send the majority of their forces against these decoys, as they have the stronger teams assigned to them. This way, we will split their forces into 5 and have a legitimate reason to kill the ones attacking them. The other 4 teams will be allowed to retreat after killing as many of them as they can, or engage in a hit-and-run tactic if they can. You, on the other hand, will need to move to Degarashi Port at a fast speed, so that their remaining forces don't regroup and target you guys." Renjiro and the Hokage then discussed the strategy more and fine-tuned it and took action to implement it. Back to present. The bandits at the front were just around 100 meters from the edge of the open field. Hoka excitedly said, "Finally a good fight." Mieko was also excited. Fujin, who was thinking, suddenly said, "Don't activate your Sharingan or Byakugan. I think they are trying to disguise themselves as normal bandits, so let's pretend that we didn't notice them. I have a technique I want to try." Saying that, he walked in toward the forest. Hoka and Miko wanted to argue against him, but bandits had started to rush out of the forest. A few also began descending from the hill and shooting arrows. Hoka and Miko noticed it. Hoka quickly made a hand sign, Rock Shield Jutsu. A rock shield appeared behind the merchants. All the arrows shot at them were blocked by it. At the same time, around 50 bandits, 15 of them being ninjas, came running from the forest toward them. Since the ninjas were disguising themselves so that they could take the enemy by surprise, they too were moving at the same speed as bandits. More bandits were exiting the forest every second. Fujin unsheathed one of his swords and held it in his right hand. Chakra immediately began flowing through it and transformed into wind chakra instantly. He then held the hilt of his sword with both hands, pulled his sword back, and then swung it with full force, forming an arc towards the incoming bandits. As he swung the sword, a sword slash appeared and began moving at a rapid speed. When close to Fujin, the slash was extremely small, but as it moved it expanded exponentially. Alongside the slash, strong winds appeared which caused some dust to rise. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 70. The Beginning of a Legend. Chapter 71 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Owen, this chapter might not be suited for those under 18. It will involve some gore. The bandits, as well as the ninjas, didn't understand what move was made, but considering that it was made by a kid, they didn't attach a lot of importance to it. The slash didn't have any color, so they couldn't actually see an incoming slash. Instead, they just noticed wind moving towards them at a high speed and dust rising up as the winds approached them. The bandits hadn't ever seen any ninjutsu, so they just kept running straight, banking on their numbers. The ninjas, however, were alert. When the slash came close, they jumped 5 to 6 feet in the air to avoid it. When the slash reached them, it was around 50 meters wide. It first hit the bandits who were running like bulls. It immediately cut them in half at their abdomens. The bandits who were following them didn't get any time to react and were cut in two as well. Next, the sharp winds that were generated by the slash hit the jumping ninjas. It created shallow cuts all over their body. The unfortunate ones had their throats or wrists slit open. A few had winds cutting through their nails and skin, causing them to scream loudly in pain. Almost all had their eyes getting cut by the winds. In all, only 4 genins and 2 chunins were lucky or perhaps unlucky to survive. 1 chunin and 2 genins lost both their eyes, while the remaining 2 genins lost an eye each. They were horrified. The entire first wave of 50 bandits and ninjas was defeated by a single swing of the sword, and it still wasn't over. The bandits in the second wave, who had just reached the edge of the forest, were terrified of what they saw happen to their fellow bandits. Color drained from their face at that sight. The sword slash, which was initially colorless, now had a tinge of blood-red color to it. In no time, it hit the forest and flew through it, cutting down bandits and trees alike. Unlike the bandits, the ninjas in this group reacted quickly. Some dug underground. Some grouped together and created a layered rock shield protection. Others just ran up the trees to the top and jumped as high as they could. After penetrating around 40 meters into the forest, the slash lost its edge and died down due to the high number of trees in its path. The attack littered the field with blood and pieces of human bodies. The forest adjacent to the open field was completely in ruins. Though this attack was watched by a lot of people, none of them knew that this was the start of a legend. In the future, this attack would form the groundwork for that young man to create a whole new combat style that would wreak havoc in the ninja world. Hoka and Miyako were stupefied on seeing the result of a single swing of Fujin's sword. Their mouths were wide open in shock. Unlike them, who were just shocked due to Fujin's attack, the 50 bandits on the hill who saw the attack were terrified. The scene seemed like an extremely bad nightmare. A few bandits fainted due to fear and trauma. One bandit yelled in terror. That woke up the rest, and they began scurrying away. Even the ninjas were terrified and began retreating along with the bandits. Tamanaha Norio, who was leading them, wanted to stop them, but he realized that there was no point in stopping them as their morale had hit rock bottom. So he decided to retreat and regroup. While retreating, he looked at the kid who swung the sword and thought, "That's a genin." Seeing them about to retreat, Renjiro sighed and created a shadow clone. I knew Fujin's attack would create such an impact. He looked at the scurrying bandits and smirked. These guys are really unfortunate. He and his clone slammed their hands on the ground, pouring a huge amount of chakra into it. Earth Release, Rock Avalanche Jutsu. Earth Release, Mud River Jutsu. As soon as they slammed their hands on the ground, a rock avalanche formed and began rolling down the hill. The ninjas were about to run away when the ground under their feet turned into mud, making them lose their balance and fall. One of them fell into the mud river, including the Junin, and a few seconds later the rock avalanche went down the river. The bandits, as well as the ninjas, saw the terrifying scene in front of them. They couldn't move as their legs were stuck in the mud river. The river began dragging them down the slope toward those murders down the hill. And, in front of them, huge rocks were rolling down the hill towards them. They yelled in despair, but in a mere few seconds, they were all crushed to death. Only one survived. Tamanaha Norio, too, freaked out seeing the huge rocks rolling toward him. He was about to jump when his legs got stuck in the mud river that suddenly formed under him. The mud then began moving down the hill at a quick speed. He quickly made a few hand signs. Water prison jutsu. A water barrier soon formed around him. At the next second, a rock rolled down on him. It hit the water bubble and pushed it to the bottom of the mud river. But it couldn't pop it. The rock was about to roll over. So Norio sighed in relief. Unfortunately for him, in the next second, a stone spear appeared at the bottom of the mud river and penetrated through it. It quickly penetrated the water prison bubble. Norio noticed the spear at the last moment and tried to get out of the way. It still stabbed through his body, but he was able to avoid getting hit on any vital body part. Renjiro was surprised when he sensed that the guy was still alive. However, he wasn't worried. He is just extending his own misery. While he managed to stay alive, getting stabbed by the spear disrupted his control over the water prison. It collapsed and he got buried under mud. Norio gritted his teeth, with blood flowing through his mouth, and forced himself against the flow of the river, trying to remove the stone spear from his body. Unfortunately for him, his struggle, grit, and determination for survival will never be known to anyone. At the next moment, small spikes began growing out of the spear that stabbed him. That stopped his attempt to move immediately, causing him to yell in pain and vomit more blood. When he yelled, the mud from the river entered his mouth. Soon the small spikes grew into spears poking out of his body. His struggle finally ended, as he died, with a dozen stone spears poking out of his body, and he was buried 10 meters deep in a mud river. Initially wanted to name this chapter Life is Fragile due to all the deaths in it. Just couldn't resist naming it what I did, though. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Eeyore, Kajin, Patrick, and Alan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 71. First Real Battle. Chapter 72 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While Renjiro cleared up the rear, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko made a move on the injured ninjas. Of the 15 ninjas from the first wave, only 6 were alive, with just one Chunin being in a state to fight. They were terrified by their wounds and were running towards the forest. And of the 10 ninjas from the second wave, only 2 had jumped high up in the air, and hence were on top of the ruined forest. The remaining 8 ninjas, though unharmed, were buried under a ruined forest. Hoka activated his Byakugan and said, "Those 8 ninjas are trapped. They'll need some time to get out. Let's attack." In an instant, all 3 flickered toward the retreating ninjas. Miko flickered behind the Chunin, who could still fight, and tried stabbing him with a kunai. However, he turned around and defended himself in time. He shouted aggressively, "I may be injured, but don't you brats look down on me." However, his thoughts were the exact opposite. Just one opportunity. I'll regroup with others and be safe. Unfortunately for him, while shouting, he looked into Miko's eyes. Miko didn't miss the chance and cast genjutsu on him. Hoka engaged the blinded Chunin. That Chunin had lost his sight and his right leg was badly cut. However, even in that state, he still aggressively attacked Hoka with every weapon he had. This fight back was a testimony to his experience and desperation. Hoka, however, stayed calm and took his stance. He said, "You are in range," and attacked 8 trigrams, 16 palms. All of Hoka's attacks hit on point, with the last one hitting his opponent's chest and stopping his heart. That Chunin dropped dead. Unlike Miko and Hoka, Fujin went for the weakest ones first. He flickered behind the two blinded genins and killed them both with one strike of his sword. He quickly flickered to the remaining two genins one by one and killed them as well. Neither of the four could even block one attack from Fujin. Just one of those four managed to raise his kunai to block Fujin's sword, but his kunai got cut into two, just like his body. Of the two ninjas who were above the debris, one was Chunin, while the other was Jinin. They were still fearful of that sword slash that wrecked the forest as well as of the rock avalanche. So they didn't react when the three kids they were looking at flickered. When they noticed, the Chunin quickly moved to aid his comrades. But even before he took a couple of steps, Fujin had killed two of them. That halted his steps. In the next few seconds, he saw Fujin kill two more and look straight at him. He quickly retreated behind thinking, "What a bunch of crazy kids! Are they even kids? Did Konoha send their feared Anbu under disguise?" He looked down at the debris and screamed internally, "Where are the rest? Get out quickly!" The Genin also retreated. Fujin stayed back after killing his opponents. Around half a minute later, Hoka killed his opponent, and soon after, Miko's opponent stabbed his own throat. Fujin flickered next to Miko right after she was free and said, "Let's do it." She nodded and made a few hand signs. Fire, Wind, Dragon Jutsu. Both Fujin and Miko could see the chakra of the ninjas making their way to get out of the debris. A 50-meter huge dragon, mostly made of extremely hot air and having 4 claws and many teeth made of fire. Seeing that dragon, those two began running even faster toward the third wave. The dragon moved rapidly and got above the debris. It then dived down right where 6 ninjas were making their way up. They were just about to remove the last log blocking their way when the dragon dived down right at them. Fortunately for them, they had one novice censor who screamed, "Cast defensive water jutsu above us! Hurry!" Fortunately, the group had a Chunin whose nature affinity was water. He quickly made hand signs, water shield jutsu. A water barrier appeared above him. It curved like the surface of a sphere and had a thickness of 6 inches and was growing thicker as he poured more chakra into it. When the dragon was 10 meters above the group, it opened its mouth and launched a wind explosion sphere made of extremely hot air. It hit the barrier and exploded. The barrier protected the group from the winds, but it got dispersed. In the next second, the dragon slammed into them and exploded into flames, which moved rapidly due to assistance from the winds. The ninjas saw the dragon coming toward them and tried to disperse. Unfortunately, the debris around them blocked any escape route. They all took a direct hit. The fallen trees around them were also set on fire. The fire began spreading quickly. Not having any path, they jumped through the hole created by the dragon. Fujin saw that the attack hit successfully, but sighed, thinking, "It's a shame that wind dragons don't have intelligence like wind clones. This jutsu will become very formidable if that happens." All 6 ninjas managed to jump out of the debris and run away from the fire. The water affinity Chunin made hand signs and created a water barrier around him and dropped it on himself to douse the fire. He then spat water jets on the other 5, starting with the censor. He managed to douse all fire on them. Both he and the censor had first-degree burns, while 2 had second-degree burns. The last 2 had fainted and were in very bad shape. They would need immediate medical treatment. Around that time, the remaining 2 ninjas who were buried under the debris managed to get out. All the ninjas from the second wave finally managed to regroup. At the same time, the third wave of bandits reached the edge of the forest, i.e. the debris. Seeing that, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko didn't advance and waited there. Renjiro had cleared up the hill by then and had slowed the avalanche with the mud river and made the rocks fall slowly on the ground. He flickered behind the team, while his clone kept an eye on the merchants. The debris blocked the bandits. They couldn't travel any further. The ninjas, however, had a bad feeling. Wagarashi Tomio led the ninja to the top of the debris, where he regrouped with the remaining ninjas. He was shocked. Only 8 are remaining from the 100 who attacked, and half of them are already injured. It hasn't even been a few minutes since the first wave should have reached them. His eyes then wandered towards the hill on the other side of the field. Even the 50 who should have attacked from the hill are nowhere to be seen. Where did that useless Norio go? Also, why does it look like there was a landslide there? He quickly asked a Chunin who was uninjured. What happened here? Tell quickly. Also, where are Tamanaha Norio and the rest? While asking, all his attention was on Senju Renjiro. With so few numbers, he wasn't at all confident about taking on him. The rest of the 9 ninjas who were with him were also on full alert. That Chunin was the same one who retreated earlier. He was intimidated by Tomio, but quickly began explaining to him. Over at Team Renjiro, when the ninjas from the 3rd wave began regrouping with those from the 2nd wave, Fujin said, "Those from the 3rd wave will be very confused. We need to attack quickly. Any suggestions, Sensei?" While asking, he was thinking, if it was just defense, the best way will be to completely burn down this forest. The fire will act as a wall. Then Renjiro could go and hunt them. But if we want to eliminate them entirely, then the fire will prove to be an obstruction for us, and killing them all will need a lot of effort. Renjiro nodded and said, "My clone will look after the merchants, so let's just attack them head-on. I'll take that Junin head-on and finish him off. You guys stall the rest. I'll make another clone to watch over you guys." On saying that, he made the clone hand seal, created another shadow clone, and said, "Let's go." All 5 of them flickered. AN. Sai had to rewrite the whole battle. Initially wrote it by having the surviving ninja being scared shit of Fujin, and had Fujin using 2 more similar slashes, along with Renjiro breaking their defenses, resulting in a near-complete wipeout. While it seemed kinda epic, it didn't really make much sense that each and every one of those ninjas would be scared to that extent by such a simple technique. Even had the trio reacted a lot to Renjiro's combo jutsu from the last chapter. Something that would only be safe to do when enemies are paralyzed with fear. So, rewrote the fight. This is what I had initially written, in case anyone's interested. The rock avalanche and mud river generated enough noise to attract the attention of the 3 Genins. Having seen the waterfall jutsu, Hoka and Fujin weren't surprised by the power. They were, however, surprised by the fact that just 2 earth-release jutsu can cause such a slaughter. Earth, after all, was known for its defense. Miko, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. She had heard about Renjiro's waterfall jutsu from Hoka, but seeing herself was shocking. On the side of the forest, 6 ninjas were alive on the open field, while 2 were alive and standing on top of the ruined forest. They first saw the sword slash, and then the ones who could still see saw the rock avalanche, killing more than half of their numbers. Soon, 8 ninjas who were buried under the forest made their way out. They were shocked to see that the ambush from the hill seemed to have disappeared. Instead, they could see a mud river and a few huge rocks floating in them. The mud river killed the momentum of the avalanche, and the rocks slowly slid down the hill through the river. At that time, the 3rd wave of bandits emerged from the forest. However, they were blocked by 4 meters of ruined forest. The bandits couldn't move forward, but the ninja jumped over the ruined forest and grouped with the 10 ninjas, who had stopped over the ruined forest. From here, they could see all the blood and dead bandits and ninja on the plains. Wagarashi Tomio was shocked by this sight. What happened here? He went towards the leader of the 2nd wave and asked him, "What happened? And where is Norio?" He was about to speak when he noticed one of the Genins raise his sword and swung it. He was at the forefront of the 2nd wave, and he had noticed Fujin swing his sword earlier. He immediately shouted, "Take cover!" Wagarashi Tomio was surprised and looked at Fujin. He noticed a wave approaching them, and he noticed all ninjas from the 1st and 2nd wave scurry around. Of the 6 alive ninjas from the 1st wave, only 1 was relatively uninjured. He quickly dug a hole and went underground. The remaining 2 one-eyed ninjas ran backward in fear, while the 3 who were blinded had already lost consciousness. The sword slash ended up killing the 3 blinded ninjas, as well as the 2 ninjas who ran away. The remaining 20 ninjas, who were in the ruined forest, gathered together. The leader of the 2nd wave shouted at Tomio, "Quickly use Earthwall Jutsu. Make it as big and thick as you can." Tomio was displeased. Why is he shouting at me and commanding me? However, he could sense the fear in his shout and quickly used Earthwall Jutsu. All the 20 ninjas took cover behind it. While they were taking cover, Hoka used Byakugan and looked for the 2 ninjas who went underground. He quickly made hand signs, stone spear jutsu, and ambushed them underground. Neither could react and were stabbed to death. Renjiro focused on the 20 ninjas hiding behind the wall. He smirked and punched the ground in front of him. At the same time, Fujin swung his sword once again. The punch released Earth Release Ground Shockwave Jutsu. It traveled faster than Fujin's slash and hit the earth wall just a few seconds before Fujin's first slash reached it. It caused the erected earth wall to collapse. The ninjas, who finally had a sense of security, were dumbfounded. 2 ninjas from the second wave immediately began creating hand signs to go underground. The others from the second wave quickly tried climbing on the fallen trees behind them and jumping high up. Unfortunately, 2, in panic, stepped on very weak branches and lost their footing. The ones from the third wave didn't understand the urgency and were slow to react. Only Tomio, sensing their panic, jumped back and quickly created a rock shield as he didn't have enough time to create an earth wall. 3 ninjas from the third wave hid behind Tomio. Fujin's slash reached them. It first hit the ninja who was trying to go underground, but couldn't complete his hand signs. Then, it hit 3 ninjas from the third wave who didn't take it seriously. 1 ninja was cut into 2, while the other 2 were hit by the accompanying winds, which left deep cuts all over them. The winds then hit the 2 who had lost their footing, causing them to bleed all over. And next, it hit the remaining 4 ninjas from the third wave, leaving them with similar but slightly less severe injuries. Right when the ones who had jumped high up were about to fall, the second slash arrived. This ended up killing or maiming everyone, other than the 4 who were hiding behind multiple rock shields built by Wagarashi Tomio and the one who was hiding underground. Seeing the result, Fujin said, "I don't think that the remaining 5 will die from this attack." Miko replied, "That's good. I want to fight," and flickered towards them. Hoka followed her. Renjiro said, "Fujin, look after the merchants," and he flickered behind those 2. AN stopped it here. I initially didn't have Renjiro create a clone in the previous chapter. That's why no mention was there in this initial draft. And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Raymond, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 72. Fujin vs. 11 Genins, Chapter 73 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Wagarashi Tomio was keeping an eye on Renjiro the whole time. The Chunin had just begun explaining the situation to him, telling him about a wind slash and how it was accompanied by winds that cut when Renjiro created a clone. He immediately commanded, "Get ready. I'll engage that Chunin. All Chunins will fight alongside me." He looked at his second-in-command and commanded, "Masato, lead the Genins and kill those 3 brats." Mano Masato was standing right next to Tomio. He had a sword hanging from his waist. Since he was an elite Chunin, his rank and power were second only to Tomio among the ninja here. Even overall, his power was only weaker than Tomio and Norio. He had worked with Tomio for a long time, and Tomio considered him his right hand. He nodded to the command given. Team Renjiro flickered till they were 20 meters away from them. Renjiro made a hand sign, water release, water cannon jutsu. Tomio too made a few hand signs while shouting, scatter and dodge. Water release, water wall jutsu. On hearing his command, all of the enemy ninjas moved back a bit. Renjiro spat a jet of water on them. In response, Tomio created a water wall between them. The wall stopped the jet for a mere fraction of a second. However, that was enough for his ninjas to see the trajectory and dodge the attack. The water jet penetrated the water wall with ease and then sliced it in 2, as Renjiro moved his head from left to right. The water jet was dodged, however. It kept traveling, hitting the trees in the still undamaged forest. The water jet cut through a few trees with ease before it ran out of energy. The enemy ninja noticed the damage caused by just one attack. Their face became grim. They prepared themselves for a bitter battle. They regrouped into 2 groups in a few seconds. First with Tomio as the leader, and 5 Chunins, and the second with Masato as the leader, and 11 Genins. Renjiro noticed this and assaulted Tomio and the Chunins. The trio of Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko moved towards the Genins. Renjiro's clone followed them at a distance and kept a close eye. Konoha Genins as Masato and Genins. All the three Konoha Genins had noticed that Masato's chakra level was the second highest in the whole group. While moving towards them, Mieko stated, "I want the strong guy." However, Hoka argued, "No, I want him." Fujin said, "He seems strong. Both of you take on him. I'll eliminate the rest and join you." Masato and the rest also ran toward the kids running towards them. The group had mixed feelings regarding the three kids running toward them. The ones from the third wave thought, "We need to eliminate them quickly, and then aid in killing that Junin from Konoha." While the ones from the second wave hoped, Masato-sama should be able to handle those demon kids. Among the 11 Genins, one had seen Mieko use Sharingan earlier. He shouted, "Don't look in her eyes. She has Sharingan." That alerted Masato. He wasn't aware of this. He unsheathed his sword. Mieko was faster than Hoka. She reached Masato first and instantly used Fire Release 4 jutsu that she had already prepared. Masato kept his eye on her hand and raised his sword to block the heat ray. The attack heated his blade but didn't make the handle much hot. At that time, Hoka flanked him and attacked with Gentle Fist. He smirked. He is in range. However, Masato moved slightly so that the 4 jutsu won't hit him and then slashed his hot sword at Hoka. Hoka was caught off guard and dodged backward. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. The tip of the sword touched his chest. It cut through his shirt with ease and left a thin line across his chest. Luckily, since he had moved backward, the cut was very shallow. Masato moved forward to chase him, but Mieko threw a few shurikens at him, which he blocked with his sword. While he dodged them, Mieko flickered and stood next to Hoka. They prepared to fight him. At the same time, the 11 Genins wanted to join in the fray and aid Masato. However, Fujin flickered in between them, and Masato created 11 wind clones. One kept eye on Masato, while the rest engaged 1 Genin each. One of the Genins rushed toward Fujin. Fujin too took a step and moved toward him. While moving, he grabbed a sword in his right hand. His opponent had a kunai in his hand. On closing the distance, Fujin slashed his sword. The enemy Genin saw it and smirked. He stamped hard on the debris below and jumped back. When he suddenly stepped back, Fujin's sword slashed through empty air. The opponent kept smirking. "Ha! These inexperienced newbies always fall for the simplest trick in the book." He pulled his arm behind him and was about to throw his kunai at Fujin when something hit his body. The hit created a cut across his body, starting from his right shoulder to the left side of his hip. The cut kept getting deeper and cut him into 2. Fujin thought, not a bad move. Unfortunately, he was out of his league. At the same time, all 10 of Fujin's wind clones had engaged the enemy Genins. They kept fighting at mid-range and used wind explosion jutsu to prevent opponents from using any jutsu. Fujin observed around him. "Now that I'm free, time to cut down their numbers." He flickered in the next instant and appeared behind a Genin who was fighting his clone. The Genin was surprised when he noticed someone appearing behind him. Unfortunately, before he could react, a sword pierced through his heart. In a few seconds, Fujin cut down 4 more Genins. The others noticed Fujin killing their comrades with extreme ease and panicked. They quickly disengaged from the wind clones and tried to regroup. Masato, who was engaged in a fight with Mieko and Hoka, also noticed this. He tried to help them, but he was obstructed by Mieko and Hoka. Unfortunately for the enemy Genins, regrouping wasn't going to be easy. Noticing that all the enemies have disengaged his clones, Fujin flickered again and appeared behind one of them. That Genin noticed and quickly turned around and swung his kunai. In response, Fujin slashed with his sword. Both the kunai and the sword clashed. Fujin's opponent wanted to use this clash to jump behind and get away from him. Unfortunately, Fujin's sword cut through his kunai. It continued ahead and cut the unsuspecting Genin into 2. Fujin noticed the shock plastered on the enemy's face when he noticed his kunai being cut in 2. At the same time, another opponent was ganged upon by 4 of Fujin's clones. 2 of the clones used all their chakra to form wind explosion jutsu and scored perfect hits. The other 2 beheaded him when he was very injured. The remaining 3 Genins managed to regroup, but they were instantly besieged by Fujin's 8 wind clones, while Fujin stood slightly behind his clones. The three genins stood with their backs to each other. Fujin saw it and analyzed, I guess I can't flicker behind them now. Anyways, time to end this. He said in a low voice, Wind breakthrough jutsu, everyone. Fujin's clones heard him, and all used great breakthrough jutsu at the same time. The three genins, who were at the center, instantly became trapped and slammed against each other as they couldn't move due to being hit by strong winds from all sides. They began yelling loudly. Fujin observed the wind patterns and then swung his sword. A slash flew through the strong winds and reached the trapped genins. In an instant, all three were beheaded. With all 10 genins killed, Fujin turned his attention to the Chunin Miko and Hoka were fighting. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. In the latest chapter, Fujin is making Renjiro teach him the promised rank A jutsu. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 74 Notice. Chapter 74 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, it came to my notice yesterday that this fanfic has been translated at multiple sites. I checked Google and saw 1 Russian translation and 2 Portuguese translations. I don't mind this fic being translated so that it reaches out to more fans. But I was definitely weirded out considering that they were translated without my permission or knowledge. Even more so on seeing some of them being kept behind paywalls. It isn't even a recent phenomenon, as some had been translated a year ago. What are your thoughts about this? These are the translations I found. 1. HTTL-58469/49509 by Himibar. 2. Volcanovel.com.br/NCV Naruto Calamidade do Vento / by Lily. 3. Light Novel Brazil /series Naruto The Wind Calamity. I can't even open this link from my IP address. For future reference, if anyone wants to translate this fanfic, at least reach out to me first and ask. P.S. If anyone sees any translations of this fanfic without mentioning that it is translated in the name of the original author, please report it and let me know. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 73, Masato vs. Genins. Chapter 75 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Masato's Miko and Hoka. While Fujin had engaged the enemy genins, Hoka and Miko were fighting against Masato. Masato had dealt with the initial attacks from Miko and Hoka with extreme ease, and even injured Hoka slightly. Miko noticed the cut on his chest and asked Hoka without taking her eye off Masato, "Can you still fight?" Hoka replied, "Of course, let's attack." However, before they could attack, Masato moved forward at a fast speed and swung his sword again. Miko took a step ahead and blocked his sword with her kunai. She kept trying to look into his eyes, but he always avoided eye contact with her. Seeing that Miko had blocked his sword, Hoka attacked him with gentle fist once again. Seeing Hoka attack again, Masato just jumped back and retreated. This time, Hoka didn't chase and stood with Miko. Masato observed the two being careful and sighed. "It's unfortunate that there is so much debris here. I can't use earth jutsus at all." Hoka too couldn't use earth release jutsus, but he didn't mind it as he preferred taijutsu over ninjutsu. Masato was about to attack again when he noticed that Fujin was cutting down his genins with ease. I should help them. Miko and Hoka noticed him getting distracted and attacked him once again. Miko once again used fire release forjutsu. Masato quickly dodged, but was once again flanked by Hoka. Learning from the past 2 failed attempts, this time Hoka attacks with a kunai. Masato blocks, but Hoka continues his attack with his other hand, trying to seal his chakra points. Masato uses the force Hoka is putting in his kunai attack to jump back. Before Miko and Hoka could press on their attack, he ran towards Fujin. But he was quickly attacked by 2 wind explosion jutsu by the wind clone Fujin left to keep an eye on him. The wind explosion wasn't actually targeted at Masato. Instead, the clone launched them in such a way that they would cut off his path. They exploded even before reaching them and threatening him with the winds generated. He had to move back to avoid the winds, leading him back to Miko and Hoka. They quickly attacked him, but Masato defended himself again. Only it was more difficult this time. Miko finally found an opening and kicked his stomach, sending him flying behind. While he was sent flying, Masato thought, "These kids are strong. Even if I fought only one at a time, I'll have a hard time defeating them without Earth Release." Hoka was about to attack again when he noticed Miko making a few hand signs. He quickly moved out of the way. Masato too noticed the hand signs. Miko finished making her hand signs, Fireball Jutsu. A huge fireball moved toward Masato rapidly. Hoka followed the fireball from the left. "If he dodges here, I'll get him." Masato, noticing Hoka, dodged to the other side. The fireball reached his original location and exploded. Since the debris underneath was mainly wood, it set off another fire. The explosion also sent a lot of burning wood flying in every direction. Masato, even after dodging, had to use his sword to block a couple of burning logs flying toward him. The smoke and dust created by the explosion and fire engulfed him. Noticing the opportunity, Miko threw a few shurikens at Masato. Hoka got back to Miko's position, as fire blocked his straight route to Masato. Masato heard the sound of shurikens flying. He quickly jumped to his left, while frowning, "I need to get out of this smoke screen. Both of them have dujutsu. I'll be severely disadvantaged here." However, even after moving, 3 shurikens came at him. He blocked one with his sword and barely dodged the other 2. One of the shurikens left a cut on his right cheek, while the other shuriken missed his abdomen from the left by a few inches. He sighed in relief after dodging them when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He felt 2 strings, one touching right where the cut was left, while another on the left side of his abdomen. Fuck! The shurikens had strings attached. Masato quickly made a hand sign. Miko smirked on seeing that Masato fell for the strings. She pulled them so that they trap him, and the shurikens returned to hit him in the back. Hoka too observed with his Byakugan. He saw that Masato got trapped by the strings and the shurikens hitting his back. However, he changed into a log the next moment. Hoka and Miko noticed his chakra reappearing outside the smokescreen. He had a cut on his right cheek, and his expression was very grim. He said, "You brats are very good." As he said it, he was analyzing. "It's very difficult to fight them here. I need to move to the ground. However, if I move, those genins will be all dead." While thinking, he turned his head to look at his genin underlings. He was shocked as his eyes met Fujin's eyes. All dead? So quickly? Fuck it. Having realized that Fujin would attack him too, he decided to move to the normal ground. The only worry now is if they attack Tomio and other Chunins instead of following me. But if they do that, I can sneak attack them. On concluding his thoughts, he quickly tried moving out of the debris area and into the open field. Miko and Hoka noticed it and thought, "Not good, he is trying to attack the merchants." Miko quickly made a few hand signs and launched another jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Small balls of fire were fired on Masato's path, preventing him from getting away. Hoka used the distraction created by the fireballs to close the distance and attack Masato again. This time, Masato counterattacked fiercely, making Hoka retreat. However, at the next moment, he felt the wind on his back. He quickly turned around and used his sword to block the incoming sword. Fujin, noticing Masato's attempt to run away, used Miko's and Hoka's attacks as a distraction to attack. After blocking the slash, Masato looked around and became worried. Fujin's clones were moving toward him. However, even before he could wonder what to do about them, another incident horrified him. Fujin's sword cut his own sword into 2. He quickly released his sword and moved backwards, screaming his mind, "What the fuck?" As he moved backward, he noticed Hoka moving rapidly toward him. Hoka smirked. Time to finish this. He got into stance to perform 8 trigrams. Masato noticed Hoka's stance from the corner of his eyes. He quickly made a hand sign. All the 3 genins noticed that it was the hand sign for substitution jutsu. Hoka pressed on with his attack, while Fujin and Miko prepared themselves by gathering chakra at their feet. Hoka and Masato finally were about to make contact when Masato substituted with another log of wood. As soon as he substituted, Miko threw a bunch of shurikens so that he couldn't retreat anymore, while Fujin sent a flying slash at him. Masato was on guard and moved out of the way. Unfortunately, the only way available for him was towards Hoka. He had a bitter expression on his face. "These brats are relentless. I have no openings at all." Masato prepared to take Hoka head-on as Hoka rushed towards him. However, before he could engage Hoka, 2 shurikens stabbed him in his back. Fujin smirked. Projectile control jutsu is really handy. When Masato's attention was occupied on Hoka, Fujin used projectile control jutsu on the shurikens Miko had thrown and changed the direction of a couple of shurikens to hit him. While the hits weren't lethal, they caused Masato great agony, and it finally provided Hoka with an opening. He immediately used 8 trigrams, 16 palms on him, closing a lot of his chakra points. As soon as he was done, he moved behind. Miko and Fujin both stepped in for the kill. They both flickered in. Miko used Fire Release 4 jutsu on his chest, right where his heart should be, while Fujin slashed his sword towards his neck. In his final struggle, he tried stepping towards his left, so that he'll move away from Fujin's sword and Miko's jutsu wouldn't hit his vitals. Miko's jutsu hit the center of his chest, piercing through the elite Chunin's body. Fujin's sword missed Masato's neck by a few centimeters. But at the next moment, his head still flew off in the air due to the increased range from wind chakra flow. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko finally sighed in relief and were excited about managing to kill someone this strong without any aid from their sensei. Masato, however, died in grief. He never got to use the jutsus he was most proficient in. Renjiro's clone had observed the whole fight. Good. Though they made a few mistakes, overall their performance was very good. They were also very lucky, though. That guy's nature affinity was probably Earth, and he couldn't use it due to the terrain. Probably the last battle where Fujin and others fight under the supervision and complete protection of Renjiro. Need to stop babying them, lol. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patry.com's devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Cryptic Jerry and Sam Reardon, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 74, The Formidable Renjiro. Chapter 76 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro's, Tomio, and Chunins. While his students were engaged in combat, Renjiro himself was fighting against the main enemy combatants. Just like Masato, Renjiro too was restricted here due to not being able to use the majority of his earth jutsus. Renjiro observed his opponents, 1 Junin and 5 Chunins. Been a while since I had to fight against these odds. I wonder if they can put up a fight, though. His opponents too observed him. They were very tense. Tomio thought, he specializes in earth and water jutsus. This terrain should void most of his earth jutsus, and I can cancel out his water jutsus. And he won't retreat due to his students, and might even be distracted by them. We have a chance. After concluding his thoughts, Renjiro threw 6 shurikens at his opponents. Immediately, he made a couple of hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The enemy ninjas were amused when they saw that only 6 shurikens were thrown at them, but seeing them suddenly increase to over 100 freaked them. Tomio once again used Water Wall Jutsu to block the shurikens. Renjiro smirked. He was aiming exactly for this. While the water wall protected them, it meant that they couldn't see Renjiro. He grabbed his sword and rushed towards them. Unfortunately, one of them was a censor and he yelled, "He's running toward us!" He was the same ninja who had earlier detected Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. The shout put them on guard, and they prepared for a fight. The very instant the water wall collapsed, Renjiro flickered and appeared behind the Chunin who shouted. Before anyone could react, he attacked him with his sword, aiming to cut him in 2. Knowing that he couldn't move fast enough, he made a hand sign. Renjiro ended up cutting a log of wood. The enemy ninjas sighed in relief and immediately moved toward Renjiro to attack him right when they saw the censor use substitution jutsu. However, Renjiro still smirked. Though Renjiro's sword cut through a log of wood, his sword emitted chakra that traveled in the form of a slash. It was the samurai saber technique. Though it didn't have the lethal wind chakra that Fujin slashes had, it was still very lethal. Wagarashi Tomio was the one to notice it, and he quickly shouted, "Careful!" and moved out of the way of that flying slash. That alerted all 4 Chunins. 3 of them jumped out of the way successfully. However, the last one was the closest to Renjiro. He too tried jumping but was too slow. The slash hit his knees and slashed halfway through his kneecaps. He collapsed and began yelling in pain. All of the 5 enemies were now at least a few dozen meters from Renjiro. So he just stepped forward and beheaded the injured ninja. He looked at the T-ninjas and coolly said, "Just 5 more to go." That statement put a lot of pressure on them. Tomio understood that Renjiro was trying to crush their morale. He shouted, "Behind me," while retreating away from Renjiro and making a few hand signs. The remaining Chunins quickly moved behind Tomio. Water Dragon Jutsu, Renjiro noticed the hand signs Tomio was making and recognized them. He just waited for him to be done with it. Soon, Tomio expended quite a bit of his chakra to launch Water Dragon Jutsu on Renjiro. However, Renjiro just flickered a few times, completely avoiding the trajectory of the jutsu while muttering, "What a waste of chakra." In an instant, Renjiro was now behind those ninjas, while the Water Dragon Jutsu hit nothing but debris. Renjiro wanted to attack them from behind, but the enemy ninjas had got a hang of Renjiro's fast-paced attacks. The very moment that Renjiro appeared behind them, all 3 of them made hand signs and launched their jutsus. Water Shuriken Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Flamethrower Jutsu. The 3 jutsus were released in that order. First, Water Shurikens were launched. They were then aided by Great Breakthrough Jutsu to speed up to nearly twice their initial speed. And then, Flamethrower was released into the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, making it very devastating. Renjiro was very surprised. Good teamwork. However, he just flickered again, resulting in another fire being started. Seeing Renjiro flickering, Tomio made a hand sign. Water Bullet Jutsu. He began shooting water bullets wherever Renjiro appeared. However, Renjiro dodged them all with ease, while occasionally sending a flying slash their way. This stalemate continued for a couple of minutes. Tomio wondered, why isn't he worried about the kids? He tried observing the Genins through the corner of his eye, and was shocked. That fight only had Masato still alive, and all 3 Genins were ganging up on him. His expression became very grim. By now, 3 fires were burning in the destroyed part of the forest. A lot of smoke covered the area, and visibility was becoming very low. The remaining 40 bandits were initially confused about what exactly was happening. However, hearing the blasts made them realize that this was the battlefield of ninjas. They too noticed the smoke rising from where the fighting was happening, and all ran away in fear. Tomio and the 4 Chunins with him were breathing heavily. The short exchange made them spend a lot of their chakra. Renjiro, on the other hand, seemed like he had just warmed up. Noticing that they were tired and Tomio was checking out the other fight, Renjiro stabbed the logs under him with his swords and made a hand sign. This instantly got all 5 enemies on full alert. In an instant, Renjiro built up a massive amount of chakra and launched his jutsu. Waterfall Jutsu. Tomio immediately made hand signs to create another water wall. However, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Renjiro spat out a massive amount of water. They felt, "It's as if a tsunami is crashing down on us." Tomio and another Chunin made a couple of water walls. However, it wasn't enough. The waterfall washed all 5 of them away. It also washed out the debris under them and doused one of the 3 fires that were burning. All 5 of them got washed out in the open fields where the merchants and one of Renjiro's clones were. Seeing that they were finally on the ground, Renjiro smirked. All 5 of them suffered some injuries after getting hit by such a huge move. They struggled to get up. Tomio was the first one to recover. He barely managed to get up on his knees while breathing very heavily. However, soon he noticed something that horrified him. They were on the ground. He had just one thought before he jumped up as quickly as he could. Crap! As soon as he jumped, earth spears appeared from the ground. All 4 Chunins were stabbed. Only Tomio managed to get away. Soon, more spears appeared from the ground and pierced all 4 of them, until Renjiro was sure that they were dead. Wagarashi Tomio saw all his 4 underlings being killed. He noticed that all other fighting had stopped too. He was horrified and began running towards the land of tea in panic. However, Renjiro flickered in front of him, with a sword in his right hand. The Genins had finished Masato off right after Renjiro used the huge jutsu and were observing the fight. Renjiro looked at Tomio and said, "You know, I'm very surprised that you guys chose to fight us in the land of fire, rather than the land of tea." If you had fought in the land of tea, at the very least, you'd have managed to retreat. But here, all 5 of your forces will be eliminated. Tomio looked at Renjiro in terror and asked, "Has Konoha already recovered from the losses of the Third Great Ninja War and Kyuubi's attack?" Renjiro replied, "Not really, but Konoha isn't something the likes of you can challenge." He then charged straight at Tomio. Tomio grabbed a kunai and prepared to fight. However, in merely one attack, Renjiro sliced his head off. Fujin, Miko, and Hoka saw this sight. In one fluid motion, Renjiro sliced his enemy's head off and sheathed his sword, as if he had done something insignificant. Hoka saw it and commented, "That was cool." Miko snorted and said, "He's just showing off." Fujin nodded, agreeing with Miko. Renjiro looked at his 3 students, who flickered next to him in response. He said, "Good work. Analyze your battle properly. I'll ask for your analysis later." The trio nodded. Fujin asked, "Sensei, will we be doing something about the bandits that ran away?" Renjiro looked at his clones. Both of them flickered toward the bandits. He replied, "Leave them to my clones. While we did win, I won't be surprised if they have someone hidden trying to take advantage of us when we put our guard down. A good number of dead ninjas during peacetime die only due to letting their guard down for a moment." The trio nodded in response, absorbing their sensei's experiences and knowledge. Battles are hard to write, especially when you consider jutsus like body flicker and substitution. Anyways, the first actual fight that I wrote. Let me know your thoughts. Hey guys, really wanted to thank everyone for their support after resuming this fanfic, especially the Patreons. I didn't think I'd receive this level of support back when I decided to restart writing. It has been very motivating. Thank you. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 75, The Real Goods. Chapter 77 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, make a couple of shadow clones and a dozen wind clones. Examine the dead bodies and take anything valuable they have." He tossed a few storage scrolls at Fujin while speaking. "Store the dead bodies of the ninjas in these scrolls." Fujin nodded and made the clones, who immediately got to work. Renjiro himself made a couple of shadow clones and a few mud clones, who began doing the same in the mud river. He looked at Hoka and Miko and said, "You two should learn Earth Clone Jutsu later. Once your chakra reserves grow, learn Shadow Clone Jutsu. Both will be very helpful." Miko and Hoka nodded. "Yes, Sensei." While the bandits, valuables, and dead bodies were being cleared, they moved towards the hiding merchants and asked them to come out. The merchants sighed in relief and stopped hiding between their goods and rock shields. However, when they came out, they were shocked looking at the condition of the hills and forest around the area. They were also disturbed by the dead bodies and blood around them. Ihatosio walked to Renjiro and requested, "Renjiro-sama, can we please move away from here soon?" Renjiro replied, "We need some time to rest. We will move soon. You guys can get ready to move." Hearing that, all the merchants immediately began to prepare to move. Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, "Take your shirt off." Hoka took his shirt off, and Renjiro disinfected the cut on his chest and wrapped it in bandages. Fujin's clones first checked the ninjas from the first wave. They didn't have anything valuable, as all their scrolls were destroyed by Fujin's first attack. Next, they checked and sealed all the Genin and Masato. The Genins didn't have much. Masato, on the other hand, had a lot of Ryo and weapons. Next, they checked the Chunins and Tomio. They all had a decent amount of money and weapons. Tomio also had a scroll that listed some water-release jutsus, and another scroll explaining the mission parameters. Fujin's shadow clone quickly skimmed through the water jutsu scroll. However, at the end of it, he was disappointed. "I thought I'd get lucky and get some op jutsu. Unfortunately, these all are rather lame. I can probably get them all from the library." Next, he went through the mission scroll, understanding what exactly their mission was. He was surprised. These guys sent 5 teams of similar size to intercept all 5 squads that were sent from Konoha? Aren't they a little too courageous? Also, how the fuck could they enter into the Land of Fire so easily? And that too without being detected? Fujin sighed at the state of Konoha and Land of Fire. If all countries have such a weak border force, even I won't have any difficulty in moving around. No wonder the Akatsuki were pretty unobstructed. I thought it was a testimony to their power, but it seems like even a genin wouldn't have much of an issue. In around 10 minutes, Fujin and Renjiro were done. Renjiro's clones were also done cleaning up the bandits and dispersed. Renjiro then sorted all the gains and said, "Not bad. We got over 1.6 million ryo, 500 shurikens, and 100 kunais." He stored everything in his scroll and said, "I'll divide the weapons equally among us. The money, half will be given to the village. Remaining will be divided among us in the same way as we divide the mission rewards." Hoka and Mieko didn't care about money, so they just nodded. Fujin didn't care much either, but thought, wow, 6 million ryo just from one fight? No wonder so many ninjas go rogue. The merchants too heard what Renjiro said. They were shocked. He got so much money just with a few minutes of fighting. We risk our lives traveling from one country to another and don't even make half that amount. Not to mention we have to split it between twice the people. They were very envious, but seeing the state of the forest and hill, they didn't have a single evil thought in them. While resting, Team Renjiro ate a few ration bars. Fujin wondered while eating, since it's so easy to get money, and since there are so many rogue ninjas trying to earn money, should I form an organization similar to Akatsuki, but for the sole purpose of earning money? He kept analyzing the viability, advantages, and disadvantages of the idea he had. Around the same time, Team Renjiro was attacked. All the other 4 teams were attacked as well. The force that attacked the Anbus was the strongest. However, they also got annihilated the quickest. Of the 3 Chunin squads, 1 managed to defeat their enemy. The remaining 2 caused a lot of damage to their enemy and retreated safely. They would later coordinate with Konoha forces placed on the borders of the Land of Fire and exterminate those forces by multiple ambushes. The Wagarashi family, which sent many of their high-level ninjas and spent a fortune on hiring rogue ninjas, would never imagine that each and every ninja they sent would end up dead. They had another strong force assembled in the Land of Tea to ambush if their initial assault failed. However, after getting no reports from 2 attack forces, and getting reports of defeat from the other 3, they cancelled all their plans and disbanded the force they raised. Their plans for dominating the Land of Tea would come to a halt for years. Team Renjiro completed its mission with no further incidents. After reaching Degarashi port, Toshio carried the goods into Wasabi property. There, Renjiro and Toshio met with the Wasabi family head. They removed a huge cubical wooden box that was hidden in between the goods. On placing the box on the ground, Renjiro made a hand seal and said, "Release." Immediately, multiple seals appeared on the box and began unsealing themselves. Renjiro opened the box. Inside, Wasabi Daichi was sleeping. He opened his eyes as soon as Renjiro opened the box. If Fujin, Miko, and Hoka saw this, they'd be very shocked. Neither of the 3 ever noticed someone to be hidden inside the goods. Renjiro thought about his discussion with the 3rd Hokage. Hokage office, 16 days ago. Hiruzen looked at Daichi and stated, "Daichi, escorting you normally wouldn't be possible with just 1 squad, so we will be sealing you and transporting you along with other goods of merchants." Daichi thought for a bit and asked, "The trip to Degarashi port will take more than 2 weeks, so how will I be sealed?" Hiruzen answered, "We will seal you inside a box. Inside it we will inscribe seals that'll ensure a fresh supply of air to you. It'll also make you undetectable by any means. Your water and food will be stored inside scrolls, with enough to last a month. As for your excretions, you'll have to do that inside storage scrolls as well." Hearing that, Daichi frowned. He asked, "Is it necessary to do all this? Can't I just disguise as one of the merchants and join them?" Renjiro shook his head. "No, your chakra level is higher than a normal civilian. Any sensor would be able to detect you with ease. If detected, all the enemy forces will attack us only. I can't guarantee your safety if that happens." Daichi sighed and put forth a couple more ideas. But Renjiro stated the flaws in them. Reluctantly, he agreed. Wasabi Family Mansion. Daichi finally saw sunlight after over 2 weeks. He tried getting up, but his legs trembled. Renjiro grabbed him, got him out of the box, and said, "You have barely moved for over 2 weeks. You'll need some time and might need to do some exercises before you can move properly. Daichi sighed on hearing that. The Wasabi family head just laughed and patted his back. Don't worry. At least you are alive. He then bowed to Renjiro and said, Renjiro-san, thank you for resolving our issues. With the losses that the Wagarashi family took, they won't try anything for a few years at least. Renjiro nodded and replied, I can't comment on the internal politics in the land of tea, but you should take this opportunity to suppress them completely. The Wasabi family head nodded. He paid Renjiro for the real mission and invited Renjiro and Toshio to stay as guests in his mansion. They both agreed. The next day, Team Renjiro began returning back to Konoha. They traveled at a very fast speed and returned back to Konoha by midnight. Renjiro dismissed the team and gave them a week's break. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, do.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Total 77, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 76, The Chunin Exams. Chapter 78 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The Hokage office. The next morning, Renjiro met up with Hiruzen to report the mission. After the discussions were done, Hiruzen asked Renjiro, the next Chunin exam will start soon. Do you plan on nominating the Genins? Renjiro nodded. Yes, they are quite strong. Becoming Chunins shouldn't be an issue to them. Their teamwork is good as well. They were able to kill an elite Chunin during the mission with ease, though he was handicapped by the terrain. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, that's good progress. He suddenly sighed. I had selected quite a few Genins and gave them to capable Junins so that they can be trained quickly. I planned to keep track of all of them, but unfortunately I didn't have enough time to follow up on them. Renjiro didn't respond. After all, he was well aware of how busy the Hokage was. Hiruzen asked, Can you tell me the current power of the Genins and their future prospects? Renjiro nodded. Sure, old man. As I said, all three are very strong. Hoka is still obsessed with Hyuga's Gentle Fist style, but he has learned quite a few jutsus to help him fight at mid-range. He has learned a few earth and water release jutsus. Once the Hyuga family begins training him seriously, he will have no issue becoming a special Junin in a few years. Even becoming a Junin should be doable for him. As for elite Junin, it's too soon to comment. As for weaknesses, Hoka still prefers taijutsu a lot, so it creates a few vulnerabilities for him. He'll need a few rank B missions to iron out that flaw. He does have a decent amount of chakra reserves, so learning a few rank B jutsus should aid him a lot. Hiruzen nodded and replied, Nice. As for the weakness, almost all Hyuga share it. He sighed before continuing, They are obsessed with their Gentle Fist. Renjiro nodded. Very few Hyuga ninjas choose to learn non-Hyuga jutsus. Hiruzen continued, Once he becomes a Chunin, I'll have him join multiple B-rank missions. What about the other two? Renjiro began talking about Mieko. Mieko is well-balanced. She is good at ninjutsu, genjutsu, as well as taijutsu, and like all Uchiha, she is good with shurikens and wires. Just having the Sharingan makes her strong. Like all Uchiha, she has a strong affinity to fire release, and can also use earth release jutsus for defense. She shouldn't have any issue becoming a Junin once her chakra reserves grow. Elite Junin, too, might be attainable for her. But I can't comment much on it right now. As for her weaknesses, she doesn't have any in terms of her technique, but she is very impulsive, and she is very arrogant. In the last 8 months, her arrogance has decreased considerably, but it's still there nonetheless. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, the Sharingan does boost their confidence a lot. He sighed internally. The differences between Uchiha and the village are increasing day by day. I hope they calm down and let this old man live in peace. Renjiro continued. Lastly, Fujin. Surprisingly, his growth has been the fastest in his team. He has become a very capable censor. If we consider just that aspect, he is already as good as Junin rank censors. His chakra reserves are already at the Junin level. He has learnt samurai saber techniques and is very good with wind release. He has also learnt Senju Taijutsu style and has very good chakra control. He can also supercharge wind jutsus with ease. He also learnt earth release jutsus for defense. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose when he heard that Fujin had learnt Senju Taijutsu style. This was something he didn't expect. He wondered, does Fujin have Senju or Uzumaki ancestry? Renjiro continued, also, he is very fast and can perform body flicker and wind instantaneous body jutsu without any seals. In fact, the way he operates is quite similar to our Anbu. I'd recommend you recruit him into Anbu. In fact, I'd recommend you to break the tradition and not wait till he turns 13 to recruit him. Regarding his future prospects, I'm confident that he'll become a Junin at the very least. Likely even become an elite Junin. I'd recommend you give him wind Akyum-style jutsus when you think he is ready. It will make him much more lethal. As for his weaknesses, he is way too careful. Even during spars, so he has no experience whatsoever in fighting in crunch situations. And while his behavior might not show any arrogance, Fujin is very arrogant, likely even more than Miko and Hoka. And he probably doesn't even recognize his arrogance. Fortunately, it doesn't affect him during battle. Hiruzen laughed lightly on hearing that. They are geniuses and young. Even you were quite arrogant when you were young. Renjiro just sighed, seeing that Hiruzen was teasing him. Hiruzen continued in a slightly more serious tone. I'm surprised that you have such high hopes for him. And the fact that his chakra reserves grew this quickly and about him learning Senju Taijutsu style. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, I'll keep an eye on him once he becomes a Chunin. I'll consider your recommendation to recruit him into Anbu as well. Renjiro nodded. Hiruzen continued, anyways, you have done a great job with the kids. Now ensure that they captivate the daimyos in the exam. Renjiro replied, all right. He discussed some more matters with Hiruzen before leaving. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko took a week's break, resting and reflecting on their performance. Fujin analyzed his performance and concluded, there isn't anything I'd do differently. The mission kind of went way too well, to be honest. The only issue I could consider is that I didn't fight any Chunin-level ninja head-on. But again, there wasn't really any opportunity to do so, and forcing it to happen would have been idiotic. That said, I did have a few good ideas to improve my wind element further and make my fighting style even more lethal, but I will probably need to learn mystical palm jutsu first, or have a medical ninja with me. Even that might not be safe enough. I may need to make some protective gear as well. Oh well, I'll try those ideas later. Not finding anything to improve, Fujin just trained by himself for 7 days. In the following week, Renjiro once again put his students through a gruesome training session. Finally, on one fine day, Renjiro assembled the team after training was done, and he handed them 3 forms. The kids took it and observed. They were instantly excited. Renjiro said, I have nominated you all to the Chunin exams. If you are all willing to participate, fill in the forms and give them to me tomorrow. The Genins immediately said, thank you, Sensei. Renjiro's face softened. He smiled and dismissed the team. When everyone left, he sighed while smiling. I have grown attached to these kids. I couldn't even tell them that this was their last training session with me as a team. He then looked up at the sky, his smile dying down and a serious and rather grim expression appearing on his face. I hope that their fates are different than their seniors. The next day, all 3 submitted their application to participate in the Chunin exams. The first exam will be a return test, which will be conducted a week later. Renjiro gave the entire week off to the Genins. The Genins hence did their own training while meeting every afternoon for brainstorming more ideas regarding combination jutsus and teamwork. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Skydave, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 77, The Chunin Exams. First phase, Chapter 79 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A week later, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko met in front of the academy building. Fujin looked at them and asked, "Prepared, guys?" Both Hoka and Miko smirked and replied, "Of course." The trio went into the building together. The first phase was held in room 301. Fujin wondered, will someone cast a genjutsu on the second floor? However, there was no commotion on the second floor. They entered 301 without any issue. On entering the room, they saw hundreds of other Genins there. Hoka and Miko were surprised, while Fujin pretty much expected it. As soon as they entered, they got weird looks from everyone. After all, they were the only 10-year and 9-year-old Genins here. The trio didn't bother looking for anyone as none of their classmates were participating. While some other Hyuga and Uchiha were participating, Hoka and Miko didn't bother looking for anyone. They just grabbed a few empty seats and sat down together. The room was very noisy, as one would expect when hundreds of teenagers and preteens were put in the same room. At the stroke of 9, a bell rang. It rang thrice, quieting the room. At that time, the door of the classroom slowly opened. Everyone's attention was drawn to the door. A sickly man walked into the room. He coughed a few times as everyone watched with confusion. Even Fujin wondered, who is this guy? At that instant, 6 ninjas wearing Konoha Chunin vests entered the room, carrying a lot of papers. The sickly guy coughed again and began saying, "I will be the cough proctor for the first cough phase." Everyone's eyes twitched. The Genins from Konoha thought, seriously? They couldn't find anyone else? The Genins from other villages wonder, is Konoha in such a dire state that they can't send someone better to hold the exam? Immediately the room was filled with Genins whispering or chatting with one another. Some even mocked out loudly. At that time, the sickly guy coughed again and said, "Anyone who makes noise, cough, will be thrown out. Cough of the room." As soon as he said that, he released killing intent, targeting each and every Genin in the room. That immediately quieted everyone. No one underestimated him anymore. The majority were frightened by his aura. Even Fujin, Hoka, and Miko had grim expressions. Fujin wondered, how many did he kill to develop such a killing intent? He continued, "All of you, cough, sit one on a cough bench." The entire room rearranged quietly, occupying one seat each. Since he didn't say anything regarding seating arrangements, everyone sat close to their teammates. Once everyone was seated, the Chunins began distributing the papers. They kept the blank side up so that the Genins couldn't read the questions. The sickly guy announced once more, "Don't touch the papers. Cough. At 9:15, you will cough, turn the papers over." On saying that, he coughed continuously for a minute. He then looked up and said, "Each paper has 10 cough questions. You have 5 cough minutes to answer all cough questions. To pass, all cough 3 in a squad cough need to score full." That immediately made everyone even tenser. Fujin thought, just 5 minutes? And a 100% score? The only way that would be feasible is if the questions are too easy. He, however, kept wondering, and so did many others. They all were wondering only one thing. What exactly is this old man up to? Something is off here. The room was completely silent, other than the proctor coughing occasionally. At 9:14, that sickly guy announced once again, "Copying is not allowed," and he began coughing non-stop once more. At 9:15, a bell rang again. Everyone immediately turned over the paper. What Fujin saw left him speechless. It wasn't just Fujin. Every single of the 336 Genins in that room was flabbergasted. Fujin's question paper read, Q1, 3 by 3, Q2, 4 minus 2, Q3, 9 by 2, Q4, 3 wide 1, Q5, 9, 7, Q6, 8 by 2, Q7, 1 is 1, Q8, 9 as 0 equals Q9. 9 plus 9 equals Q10. 8, the shock left everyone stunned for a few seconds. However, soon many began answering their questions. Only a few didn't. Fujin analyzed really hard. What the fuck is this? No way the exam will be this simple. Will he play a trick at the end? Like get us too comfortable and then pull a fast one over us? He thought quickly and concluded, no, something else is off. I am feeling uneasy. He wrecked his brain hard for a couple of minutes before it finally hit him. I'm feeling uneasy. Actually, it's not just due to this paper. It's my chakra. On realizing this, he finally calmed down and closed his eyes. He observed his chakra. It was flowing very smoothly. He took a deep breath and suddenly disrupted his chakra entirely. With his entire chakra disrupted, he opened his eyes and looked at the question paper. Every single number had changed. Fujin immediately began sweating due to how easily he had fallen into genjutsu. He lifted his head and looked at the sickly proctor. Surprisingly, there was no sickly man at all. Instead, a tall, healthy, and handsome man with long hair stood. He looked at Fujin, smiled, and nodded. Fujin thought, Kurame Lumi, no wonder. He was shown earlier during the graduation exam. He put his head down and secretly disrupted his chakra again to ensure that there wasn't any multi-layer genjutsu. He then quickly began answering the questions. Though the numbers changed, the questions were still extremely easy. While writing, he lightly kicked Hoka, who was sitting in front of him, and poured his chakra into him, disrupting his chakra. That broke the genjutsu on him. He noticed that the numbers had changed, and all his answers were wrong. He quickly changed them. While Hoka was changing his answers, Fujin turned his head and looked at Miko, who was sitting on his right. Great, she has her Sharingan activated. Miko too had noticed the genjutsu and broken it. After she was done answering, she checked Fujin and Hoka's chakra with her Sharingan. Seeing that neither was in a genjutsu, she sighed in relief. Fujin answered all his questions and then wondered, when exactly did he cast his genjutsu? He looked at Kurama Illumi and noticed that he was still coughing occasionally. Fujin smiled bitterly on understanding. His coughing is causing genjutsu to happen in this room. Maybe not just coughing, even those bell-ringing cast genjutsu on us. Sound-based genjutsu, applied in very small amounts to ensure that we don't notice any sudden altercations in our chakra, and since it only changed the question paper that we never saw, we all thought that everything is real. While analyzing, Fujin realized, wait, he actually gave us many clues. His continuous coughing was suspicious. And what was the most suspicious were these questions. If the questions were difficult, I'd have never realized the genjutsu. Fujin sighed. I didn't expect to learn anything here. But this exam shows that I'm not as careful and on guard as I need to be. If this was a battlefield, I'd be long dead. By 9:20, everyone, irrespective of whether they figured out the genjutsu or not, was done answering. A few seconds before 9:20, Illumi announced in a steady and commanding tone, everyone, put your pencils down. Anyone who holds the pencil after the bell rings will be disqualified. The steadiness in his voice surprised many. Right after, the bell rang loudly. Only this time, instead of casting genjutsu, it broke the genjutsu. As soon as the genjutsu was broken, the eyes of many Jonin's widened. They noticed that the questions changed, meaning that their answers were all wrong. Even the sickly proctor suddenly turned into a healthy guy. Some immediately began creating a ruckus, but Kurama Illumi leaked his killing intent once again. This instantly quieted down the room. Overall, only 31 Jonins managed to write all answers correctly, and only 8 squads had all 3 members answer correctly. Among the remaining 7 Jonins, 1 was sitting far away from his team, while the other 6 recognized the genjutsu at the last minute and couldn't communicate with their team members in time. Fujin sighed in relief. Lucky that Hoka was sitting right ahead of me. Once the results were known, Kurama Illumi smiled and said, in battle, many times the enemy will subtly cast genjutsu on you. That will result in you making one horrible move that'll put your whole squad in danger. Enemies could also use such methods to pass you misleading information. If you were to fall for it, you might put your entire village at risk. So always be careful and on guard while doing your missions. After all, one wrong move and you could be finished. While saying the last sentence, he released his killing intent once again. He then announced, all those who failed, leave. The ones who passed, wait here. The proctor for the second exam will meet you here at 9:45. On announcing that, he disappeared. All the remaining Jonins disrupted their chakra out of reflex, but they couldn't see him anymore. The Jonins who failed left in disappointment. But irrespective of their results, all Jonins learnt an important lesson. Damn. Had to think hard and long to come up with something original here. Let me know whether you guys liked it. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex. It's no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Reaper and Mahad, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 78, The Chunin Exam. Second phase. Chapter 80 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While waiting, everyone observed each other. Fujin noticed that there were 3 other teams from Konoha, 1 from Hidden Rain, 1 from Hidden Sand, and 2 from Hidden Mist. He didn't recognize any of those 21 ninjas. He wondered, isn't Kiri in the midst of a civil war? Can they still send ninjas to participate in such an event? He wondered for a bit before dismissing it. Oh well, doesn't matter. Anyways, the fourth Mizukage won't show up. On remembering the fourth Mizukage, he suddenly had a hilarious thought. I wonder if Naruto's Talk no Jutsu can end Genjutsu, huh? Or even better, if he used his Talk no Jutsu on someone who is controlled by Genjutsu, will his Talk no Jutsu affect the one who cast the Genjutsu? One-shot idea if anyone's interested. Seeing Fujin smile, Miko asked, "Why are you smiling?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "It's nothing. Ignore it." Fujin then tried to sense the chakra levels of the remaining 21 ninjas. Soon he concluded, "All right, no one seems abnormal. Only one guy from Kiri has a rather large chakra reserve. But even that is less than half of my own. Others are barely at Chunin levels." Everyone tried similarly, analyzing their competitors. At 9:45, a smoke bomb exploded in the front part of the room, attracting everyone's attention. The smoke slowly began clearing out. Soon we heard a very loud bark. When the smoke was cleared, a large dog could be seen. It was looking aggressively at the Genins. However, none were intimated. Behind the dog, Tsume Inuzuka was standing. She observed the room and muttered softly, "Only 8 teams. I knew it was a terrible idea to make that ass a proctor." She looked at all the Genins and announced loudly, "I'm Tsume Inuzuka, the proctor for the second phase of the Chunin exam. Follow me in Kuromaru." All the Genins followed her. She led them across Konoha to Training Ground 44. She announced loudly, "The second phase of your exams will be conducted in the 44th Training Ground." She smirked. This training ground is also known as the Forest of Death. This put the Genins on alert. At the same time, they also wondered, why is she yelling all the time? She continued, "Before I explain to you the details and the rules of the second phase, you have to sign these consent forms." A Genin asked, "What are we consenting to?" She grinned and replied creepily, "Your deaths." This unnerved the Genins. She continued, "Death is a common occurrence in this training ground. That is why it is called the Forest of Death. You may be killed by the wild beasts in the forests or your competitors. By signing this form, you state that you are voluntarily participating in this exam, and injuries or death caused in this training ground have nothing to do with Konoha, and Konoha won't be held responsible." A Chunin under her then distributed the forms. She said, "You have to enter your name, signature, and fingerprint in the form. If you are a scaredy cat, then don't sign. You and your team will be disqualified." Hearing this, some Genins were excited, while some were worried. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko didn't react. Everyone signed the consent forms without much delay and submitted them. After verifying all the consent forms, Tsume began announcing the details of the exam. "I'll now explain the details to you. Every team will be given a scroll. 4 teams will be given a Heaven Scroll, while the remaining teams will be given an Earth Scroll. To qualify for the next round, you will have to reach the center of this forest with both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. So, you will have to seize the scroll that you don't have from other squads. There is a tower at the center of this training ground. You have a 5-day time limit to collect both scrolls and enter the tower. Once you enter the tower, there will be no more fighting. If anyone leaves the training ground or enters the tower without both scrolls, you'll be disqualified. Also, all 3 members of your team need to be alive. Even if just one of your members dies, you will be disqualified." She waited for half a minute for the Genins to digest the information. Then the questions began flowing. One Ame Genin was the first to ask, "What about the food inside the forest? We can't stay without food for 5 days." Before Tsume could answer, the Kiri Genin, whose chakra level Fujin had noticed to be high, grinned and asked, "Can we take more than just the 2 scrolls to the tower?" This made everyone look at that Genin. Tsume answered, "There are plenty of animals, plants, and bugs in the forest. Find and make your food." She then looked at the Kirinin. "You can collect as many scrolls as you want before entering the tower, so it is possible that less than 4 teams pass." Fujin heard all the instructions and thought, same as canon. No one asked any more questions. Soon the scrolls were being handed secretly. Fujin wondered, "We don't get a day's break." He looked at Hoka and said, Activate your Byakugan and check the type of scroll all squads get. Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan. Miko went to take the scroll. She received a heaven scroll. After the scrolls were distributed, Tsume once again yelled, "Now, a Chunin will guide your team to the gate you will enter from. Follow them." 7 Chunins approached 1 squad each. Fujin observed the approaching Chunin. He wondered, is this Ebisu? Ebisu approached their squad and said, "You 3, follow me." He turned around and began walking. The trio followed him. Fujin wondered, I guess he gets promoted sometime in the next 3 to 4 years. Anyways, there are only 8 teams, so it seems like we will be quite far away from each other. He calculated for a moment and sighed. Assuming we get placed at an equal distance and cover the entire forest, then the closest one to us will be almost 8 kilometers away, much farther than we can sense or see. Soon they reached their destination. Ebisu said, "The exam will start in 7 minutes, so wait here obediently." He moved away from the trio while keeping an eye on them. Fujin asked softly, "Do you guys have enough weapons?" Both Hoka and Miyako nodded. Hoka said, "Yes, I brought the scroll that Sensei makes us carry for C-rank missions." Miyako said, "Same here." Fujin replied, "Cool, same here. What about ration bars?" This time both of them replied awkwardly. Hoka said, "I only have 5. Miko said, "Just 4 here." Fujin analyzed, I have 25, so 34 between us. It should last us 2 days. So if we complete our exams in 2 days, we won't need to make our food." Both nodded. Miko asked, "So which teams have an Earth Scroll?" Hoka replied, "The Nara Yamanaka Akimichi squad, the Kiri squad of that guy who asked whether we can kill, the Ame squad, and the All Hyuga squad got Earth squads." Miko thought for a bit and said, "All 4 should be easy to get." Fujin and Hoka nodded. Hoka commented, "I don't think any squad is as strong as us. Should we try to collect more scrolls and eliminate other teams?" Miko quickly stated, "Yes, let's do that. It'll be fun." Fujin shook his head and said, "No, while we are stronger, if we are careless, we might get injured. If that happens, other teams might get an edge over us. Another issue is that some squads might set up traps and ambushes around the tower, so we should stay in our top condition." Miko complained, "Come on, Fujin, we can do it." Fujin sighed and said, "The last round is usually a tournament between us. If we eliminate everyone, how will we show off our capabilities?" That made Miko give up. Her shoulders dropped comically and she sighed. "All right." They were about to discuss more when they heard the gate opening. Ebisu said, "Your exam has started. Go in. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Terrence Smith and Michael Andreas for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 79, Target Located. Chapter 81 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Team Renjiro entered the Forest of Death. After going in, Miyako asked, "So, where should we go?" Hoka replied, "We moved around 8 kilometers from where we were instructed, and I noticed that the Nara Yamanaka Akimichi squad wasn't approached by any Chunin instructor, so they should enter through the gate there. Let's make a move on them." Fujin replied, "All right, let's go." On deciding, the 3 begin moving quickly towards the route between the spot where they had a meeting and the tower. While moving, Fujin wondered, Nara Yamanaka Akimichi, the famous Ino-Shika-Cho combo. This fight should be interesting. I should be wary of the Yamanaka, though. Don't want anyone in my head. They look to be around 4 to 15 years old, so they should have been together for 2 to 3 years, meaning that their teamwork should be good. Now, how to fight? Other than sparring, in all fights that I have been in, I have fought purely to kill. And killing them would probably not be a good idea. Should I leave the fighting to these 2 and just provide long-range backup? He looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, the Nara are known for their intelligence. Keep activating your Byakugan occasionally to see if there are any traps." Hoka nodded. Fujin asked them, "Anyways, any thoughts on how to assault them?" Miko and Hoka too were thinking about how to approach this fight. Miko said, "These 3 clans are known for their teamwork, so I can put genjutsu on one of them and completely disrupt their teamwork. As long as we can knock one member out, the other 2 will fall easily." Hoka replied. Yes, but we shouldn't leave ourselves open to the other two while knocking one out. He frowned and continued. Both the Nara clan and Yamanaka clan jutsus are annoying, especially to a taijutsu master. Fujin and Miko both nodded. Fujin thought for a bit and said, the Yamanaka clan are known for being censors, so we may not have the surprise element, but I think the best way to start will be with a fire-wind combo jutsu from a range. It should catch them off guard even if they notice us, and if the attack causes them to split, then it'll be easier for us. Hoka nodded and said, yeah, if they split up, then I can defeat the Akimichi easily. Miko said, I can take on the Yamanaka. He won't get a chance to use his jutsus against me. Fujin replied, all right, I can take on the Nara from a distance. Hoka asked, what if they don't split up? Miko said, then we will just have to fight while keeping an eye on shadows in the Yamanaka. Should be easy for you. Fujin might have difficulty, though. Fujin replied, yeah. I could just stay back and provide you long-range support. Hoka said, no point in thinking so much. Let's go and fight. Miko said, yeah, no matter what, we will win easily. After saying that, both smirked and looked ahead. Meanwhile, Fujin had a deadpan expression. Just because you can't think of a good strategy doesn't mean that you shouldn't think of one. While Team Renjiro was moving rapidly, the team they were moving towards was also strategizing. As soon as the exam began, they rushed around 1.5 kilometers from their location. However, instead of taking the straight route to the tower, they moved diagonally into the forest and hid there. They took a lot of care in not leaving any tracks behind. After finding a hiding location, they all hide there. Yamanaka Kaoru said, now that we are hidden, what's the plan, Minori? On hearing this, Nara Minori sighed. He looked up at the clouds, wondering, why do I have to take the Chunin exams, that too for the third time? Can't I just stay a genin? Yamanaka Kaoru saw his teammate looking up at the clouds and said, well, other than sighing, do you have any other plans? Akimichi Yutaka said sorrowfully, last time we had a day's break in between the first and second phase. That's why I didn't pack any lunch. I'm already hungry. Yamanaka Kaoru saw both his teammates ignoring him and acting childish. He immediately got annoyed and yelled, enough wailing. Focus on the exam. I don't want to fail the third time. This attracted the attention of his teammates. Nara Minori sighed. If I ignore him any longer, he might take over my body and do shameful acts again. He said, this time only 8 teams have passed into the second round, so we will likely not see any quick results. All teams are far away from each other, so finding anyone will be tough. We should wait here and set up traps. When someone finds us, we will surprise and defeat them. As there are only 4 Earth Scrolls, they will desperately look for us. Yamanaka Kaoru replied, that makes sense. However, what if someone passes the exams with an extra Heaven Scroll? Nara Minori replied, then we will just be unlucky. Yamanaka Kaoru immediately had a deadpan expression. He made a hand seal. Nara Minori immediately spoke, but if the opposite happens, then it'll give us even more opportunities. Yamanaka Kaoru said, yeah, but that's not something we can control. Nara Minori replied, yeah, but we aren't exactly the strongest squad. Sure, our teamwork is good, but if we have to fight 2 squads one after another on neutral ground, we will lose badly. Not to mention, 2 squads have Hyugas, and both had their Byakugan activated when the scrolls were being distributed, so we should expect at least one of them to find us if they need Earth Scrolls. The duo kept discussing strategy, while Yutaka kept thinking about how to arrange for food. After some time, Yamanaka Kaoru suddenly stopped talking. Seeing his expression, Akimichi Yutaka asked, what happened? Yamanaka Kaoru replied, I just sensed someone sensing us. Get ready. He sat down and began sensing around him too. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anyone. Nara Minori got serious too. He didn't expect to fight someone so quickly. He asked, which squad is it? Yamanaka Kaoru replied, I can't sense them. That made Nara Minori even more alert. This means that their squad has a better sensor than you. He frowned, but which squad would have a sensor with a range exceeding 500 meters? Some Power Stones will be nice, guys. I'll do a mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in the next month. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 80, Quick Clash, Chapter 82 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Around 800 meters from their location, Fujin said, "Found them." That surprised Miko. "Already?" Fujin replied, "Yeah, but it looks like that Yamanaka is a sensor after all. He noticed it when I sensed them." Hoka immediately activated his Byakugan. "Yeah, I see them too. Around 800 meters from our location. And yeah, that Yamanaka is trying to sense us too." Fujin said, "But I didn't sense anyone sensing me. It looks like we are out of their range." Miko replied, "That's good. It means that we have the initiative in our hands." Fujin chuckled and replied, "How exactly do you plan on taking advantage from 800 meters away?" That made her scowl. She began thinking and soon said, "Let us just wait here while he is trying to sense us. It'll exhaust him. When he stops, we can move in by flickering quickly." Fujin analyzed and said, "And how can you tell when he stops sensing us?" She looked at Hoka. Hoka replied, "I can't tell that. I can see that he is sitting with a hand seal made. I can tell you when he stops that, but it won't be a surety that he stops sensing us." Hoka kept his Byakugan activated, while Kaoru kept trying to sense them for the next 3 minutes. Nara Minori frowned. Something isn't right. He looked at Kaoru and asked, "Are they still not in range?" Kaoru shook his head. Minori then said, "Act like you are tired and stop maintaining that hand seal and get up. But keep your chakra field active." Kaoru didn't reply and followed what his teammate said. Hoka suddenly said, "He stopped and got up." Fujin replied, "Too soon. It looks like they are baiting us." However, Miko got impatient. She said, "It doesn't matter. Let's go." And she flickered. Both Fujin and Hoka followed her. Fujin said, "Prepare your jutsu." Miko began supercharging her jutsu. Fujin did as well. At around 400 meters, Fujin said, "He sensed us." Miko frowned upon hearing that and then snorted, "It doesn't matter. Let's hit them with a big one." Yamanaka Kaoru said, "Found them. 400 meters to our south." Nara Minori smirked. "Fell for it. They must have a hue." Kaoru shouted, "They are coming here very quickly and have built a who." However, before he could complete it, a massive fire appeared. All three were dumbfounded. The fire was 25 meters wide and 10 meters high. It spread like a wave and approached them at a rapid speed. Minori shouted, "Yutaka!" Akimichi Yutaka didn't need to be commanded. He immediately slammed his hands on the ground, and a dome appeared, covering all three of them. The fire passed over the dome, heating its outer cover, but it didn't damage it. The attack disabled all traps that they had set up in a short time. Hoka saw them protecting themselves with an earth dome. He made a hand sign and waited for the flames to pass. Kaoru sensed his chakra spiking and said, "One of them is preparing another jutsu." Minori thought rapidly and said, "Yutaka, make a way to exit towards the back of the dome. Be prepared to escape as soon as the fire passes." Yutaka created an exit towards the backside of the dome. They could see a huge fire and immediately felt the heat. However, Hoka also saw the exit being made. Soon, the jutsu died down and flames were carried away by the winds. All the trees in the area were burning and the fire was spreading. As soon as the fire passed through the area, Hoka flickered in front of the dome and slammed his hands on the ground. At the same time, the trio in the dome ran out of it. However, instead of the stone spears forming inside the dome, they formed right on the path they were running in. They immediately jumped. They managed to avoid lethal injuries. However, they were still slashed by the spears in many places. Especially Yutaka, who was slashed at 7 spots and had a bad injury on his foot. They finally managed to jump away from the stone spears, however, their misery wasn't over yet. When they were still in midair, Miko launched Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu on them. Fujin too was in a position to use Wind Explosion Jutsus on them, but he didn't, as that might kill them. They didn't have any opportunity to dodge or defend and were hit head-on by the jutsu and fell to the ground. They were burnt. Even worse, their clothes caught fire. Even before they could extinguish the flames, they all felt a kunai placed at the back of their necks. Fujin's wind clone said, "Don't move, give up your scroll and we will leave." Understanding the severity of the situation, Minori said, "Give it." Kaoru immediately handed the scroll. Fujin asked, "Is this scroll real?" Minori replied quickly, It is. Fujin looked at Hoka and Miko, and they both nodded. Fujin did too, and they all flickered away. Minori, Kaoru, and Yutaka immediately doused the fire on them and ran away from the area. After moving around 500 meters west, Yutaka slammed his hand on the ground. Earth release, Camp Jutsu. He created an underground cave, where they hid and began treating their wounds. Yutaka smiled bitterly and said, "We lost to the youngest squad." Minori sighed. "They were too swift and brutal. We didn't even have a chance to retaliate." Kaoru was depressed. "This is depressing. We lost to 10-year-old kids this time. I don't think I'll ever become a chunin." Minori and Yutaka felt bad on seeing him. He was almost in tears. However, they knew that, with their wounds, getting 2 more scrolls would be impossible. They both decided to train seriously for the next 6 months and become chunins. Yutaka said, "Sorry, Kaoru. Next time we will train even more and become chunins." Kaoru didn't reply. Elsewhere, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko gathered together 500 meters north of where the fight happened. Fujin said, "Well, this was easy." Miko grinned and said, "Yes, our surprise attack always works." Hoka sighed and said, "I too want to join in on your combo jutsu." "It's so devastating." Fujin said, "Earth and water don't mix up well with firewind. Anyways, now that we have our scroll, let's rush to the tower. It has only been 15 minutes since the exam started. We may become the fastest squad to clear this round." Hearing this, both Miko and Hoka got excited. They both said, "Let's go." The trio ran at a very fast speed towards the tower. Fujin thought, there are only 6 more teams. It's unlikely that someone will go to the tower so soon. However, he was wrong. Eerie wrong. Mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in the next month. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, do www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you T. Forndoris and Nick Schneider for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 83. Chapter 81, Fighting in a Dumb Way. Chapter 83 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While Fujin's and Minori's teams had clashed, the other teams still hadn't made contact with anyone. Some teams chose to hide. While some decided to go on a hunt, they would end up trying to track each other for more than half a day before the first clash would happen. Meanwhile, the second team from Kiri decided to run straight to the tower and prepare a trap there. En route, they had to fight wild beasts thrice, which slowed their speed. They needed around 30 minutes before the tower was in sight. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko too came across wild beasts twice. One was a 5-meter-tall chimp, while the second was a 3-meter-tall tiger. However, both were cut with ease by Fujin. There were other obstructions too along the way, such as a massive beehive that was poked by Miko. She did end up burning them away, but not before getting stung in the face a couple of times. Hoka and Fujin laughed at her cost. As they were moving along, Fujin wondered, "At this rate, we will break the record by a huge difference. So why did this team not make the record in canon? Was only my addition enough to make such a huge difference?" Fujin thought for a bit before concluding, "It's likely that Renjiro became our Junin instructor due to my request of being taught samurai saber technique. So whoever became the Junin instructor of these two most probably didn't train them with the same intensity as Renjiro. Also, without me, the team wouldn't have the Firewind combo jutsus, which gives us a huge advantage to start with. Oh well, doesn't matter." Fujin's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hoka saying, "There's a team ahead 700 meters from us." Fujin frowned and asked, "Which one?" Hoka replied, "Looks like a Kiri squad." Fujin asked, "Is it that guy who asked that question?" Hoka shook his head and said, "The other Kiri team." Miyako said, "Let's fight. The last one was unsatisfying." Hoka agreed with her. "Yes, I agree." Fujin said, "All right. Their other team seemed very interested in killing." He grinned and said, "So we might as well kill this one." They moved ahead quickly. Fujin said, "These guys don't seem to have a sensor. They might die just from the surprise attack." Hoka frowned and quickly said, "Let's not do the surprise attack. I want to fight them." Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, "Why no sneak attack? It's dumb to not do it when we have the opportunity." Miko said. I too want to fight them head-on, so it's 2 against 1. Hoka smirked and said, Yes, we fight head-on. Fujin sighed. These kids... No wonder they didn't create any records. Even if I assume that they were as strong as we are now, they probably just fooled around instead of passing quickly. Seeing Fujin sigh in defeat, they both smirked. The Kiri squad was also moving towards the tower. However, at 100 meters from the tower, they were attacked by a huge anaconda. They quickly dodged and threw shurikens at it, but it had no effect. So they tossed a few kunais with explosion tags in its huge mouth and ran away. The anaconda exploded into flesh and blood, littering the nearby area. They sighed in relief. Unfortunately, another calamity was heading their way. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko were now within 100 meters of them. They flickered. Fujin guessed, I guess another team will go down quickly. Renjiro's training made us too strong against genins. The 3 Kiri genins had just put their guard down when Miko and Hoka suddenly appeared right in front of them and shouted, Fight me! The genins were very startled, and they moved behind in fear as both of them suddenly yelled. Their misfortune wasn't over, though. Fujin had flickered silently behind them, and they were moving towards him with their backs facing him. Fujin sighed internally on seeing that and just slashed his sword in the air. Though Fujin was quiet, they still sensed someone behind them. They turned behind, only to see that ninja swing his sword from about 10 meters away from them. Suddenly, one of them yelled loudly, Duck! Hearing her, both of her teammates ducked immediately. Sakai Yumi, who yelled, immediately ducked. Her 2 teammates were slightly slower. Matsushita Satoru lost around half of his hair, while Kido Kohaku had some skin on her scalp cut off by the slash. Since the distance was too close, and because Hoka and Miko were also in the line of attack, Fujin only sent a simple sword slash without any accompanying sharp winds. However, Miko and Hoka didn't know that and immediately flickered in opposite directions. They still remembered the devastation his sword slash had caused. Fujin was very surprised. All 3 dodged? I expected all 3 to die. Fujin noticed Sakai Yumi's eyes. They were blue and were glowing. He wondered, is there another dojutsu? As soon as the sword slash passed over her head, Yumi created a hand sign, water release, water bullet jutsu. Satoru also created a few hand signs, hidden mist jutsu. While the third one opened a scroll, got a huge bandage, and placed it gently but quickly on her scalp. She was freaked out. Fujin was surprised at how quickly they counterattacked. He moved to his left, to dodge 3 water bullets continuously, before sending another flying slash. All 3 moved away. Hoka and Miko attacked as soon as they dodged the slash. Miko launched Phoenix Fire Sage Jutsu on them, but was countered by Yumi's water wall. Hoka tried to close in to fight, but Kohaku, who recovered surprisingly quickly, threw a kunai with an explosion tag attached to it. Hoka was forced to fall back. Soon, mist began gathering in the area. This made all 3 Konoha genins frown. The hidden mist jutsu was known to obstruct both the Sharingan as well as the Byakugan. Fujin moved behind and used Great Breakthrough Jutsu after supercharging it for a couple of seconds. Miko and Hoka noticed Fujin supercharging his jutsu and retreated behind Fujin. The Kiri genins had no idea. They were hit by a massive Great Breakthrough Jutsu. All the mist was blown away. They were having a hard time holding on to the ground. Yumi barely made a hand seal. Water Wall Jutsu. A water wall began forming, but it kept getting blown apart by the winds. Kohaku and Satoru used the few moments of respite to use defensive jutsus as well. Satoru created another water wall, while Kohaku created a rock shield. However, at that time, both Miko and Hoka also launched their jutsu. Miko spat a huge fireball into Fujin's Great Breakthrough Jutsu, while Hoka used Stone Shuriken Jutsu to attack them from a range. The fire and winds managed to destroy 2 water walls and heated the rock shield, but it held on. However, due to the wild nature of the winds, the fire spread all over and attacked them by moving around the rock shield. However, this wasn't strong enough. Yumi used Water Shield Jutsu in time to protect them. Hoka's Stone Shurikens were blocked by the rock shield. Seeing the opponents manage to defend surprised all 3 of them. Miko grinned and said, "They are strong. This is fun." Hoka and Fujin had slightly different thoughts. Hoka was sad. Why is no one fighting with taijutsu? Fujin, on the other hand, wondered, We are just 100 meters from the tower. Should I grab these two and flicker? Mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in the next month. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 83, Exposing a Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 85 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Around 100 meters away from the tower, the Mist Genins were still being chased by Fujin's clones. They soon noticed that Hoka and Miko were missing. Yumi wondered, where are they? Are they planning a sneak attack? She focused chakra in her eyes once again and observed. However, she couldn't sense any of them nearby. This made her worry a lot. She tried again and again to sense them, but couldn't see either of them. Unfortunately for her, the tower had all sorts of anti-sensor seals on them, so she couldn't see their chakra signatures inside the tower. She kept her guard the whole time till their team met the other Kiri squad. On seeing them, Yumi immediately shouted, "Rentaro, aid us!" Rentaro was close friends with Yumi. He nodded and commanded his teammates, clear out those clones. On his commands, all 6 Kiri Genins attacked Fujin's wind clones. Fujin's shadow clone sighed, "My wind clones are almost out of chakra, or I'd have been able to gather their information." When the Kiri Genins began, Yumi shouted, "Be careful. 2 of his teammates are probably hidden nearby. I can't sense them." That made them stay on guard. The wind clones knew that they didn't have enough chakra. They had already sensed Fujin flicker away with Hoka and Miko, so this was just supposed to check their skills. 6 wind clones suddenly stepped back and dispersed, while the remaining 6 clones attacked them head-on. When the clones and Kiri Genins reached each other, Yumi, Satoru, and Kohaku were prepared for the incoming wind explosion jutsus. But the other 3 Kiri Genins weren't aware. As soon as the clones were around 10 meters away from them, they instantly launched a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Yumi countered with water bullet jutsu. Satoru created a water wall and followed up with water shuriken jutsu. Kohaku used rock shield jutsu and followed up with rock spear jutsu. Rentaro had grabbed his sword and was moving in for attacking with his sword, but he was surprised at how quickly the jutsu was formed and launched. He dropped his sword and made a hand seal. Just before the jutsu hit him, a water wall appeared in front of him. However, it was a very thin layer, and the wind splashed all the water back at him. The water wall did dull the sharpness of the winds. However, one sharp wind still passed through and cut Rentaro's right forearm. He was infuriated. Rentaro's teammates also moved close to Fujin's clones and were hit by wind explosion jutsus. They both received 4 to 5 small cuts. Soon, everyone counterattacked Fujin's clones. The clones didn't have any chakra left, so they just tried dodging and closing in the distance further. By observing each other's locations, all 6 clones got hit at the same time. And right when they were hit, the remaining 6 clones suddenly appeared and surrounded the Kiri Genins and used all their chakra to use breakthrough jutsu. Unfortunately, not much chakra was left to make it lethal. The Kiri Genins immediately gathered together and built defenses around them to protect themselves. After performing the jutsu, all the wind clones dispersed. Only Fujin's shadow clone was left. He looked at the defenses. One side was covered by rock shields, while the other 3 were covered by water walls. Fujin's clone smirked and flickered. "It's a shame I don't have a devastating wind jutsu. I'll need to get it soon." The clone flickered right outside the water walls and swung his sword with all his strength. Yumi, who was observing the clone, noticed him flickering towards them. She quickly noticed that Fujin was about to send another sword slash towards them. She shouted, "Everyone jump!" She quickly jumped and suddenly had a thought. "Huh? Why did I say to jump instead of ducking?" To avoid the incoming slash, they could either duck under it or jump above. Usually, ducking is the best choice as you would still have mobility, but for some reason, she instinctively chose to jump. The other 5 Kiri Genins followed her advice and jumped as high as they could. While in the air, both Yumi and Rentaro launched water bullet jutsu at Fujin's location. Fujin's sword slash cut the water wall with ease. The accompanying winds around the slash destroyed the water wall. All 6 Kiri ninjas had jumped out of the slash's path. They had jumped high enough that even the winds weren't really lethal. However, the winds still hit them. Yumi and Rentaro's water bullets were stopped by the winds, and the winds caused deep cuts to all of them. On seeing the damage, Yumi was horrified. If we had ducked instead of jumping, we all would have been dead. The damage, though not lethal, scared them. What horrified them was the fact that Fujin sent another such slash their way. Fujin wondered, so, will this kill them, or will they survive once again? Suddenly, Rentaro's chakra exploded. He made a few hand seals quickly and spat out a huge amount of water. At the same time, one of his teammates made hand signs rapidly. The water released by Rentaro quickly began freezing. The sword slash initially hit the water and easily split it, but soon the water began freezing. The sword slash hit the ice. It still went through it, cracking the ice. However, it slowed down. It cut through 80% of the ice before it lost power. The Kiri Genins freaked out on seeing that even ice was being cut. They finally sighed in relief and dropped to the ground on seeing the slash being stopped. The winds accompanying the slash were also blocked. Fujin was shocked. Ice Keke Genkai? Aren't the bloodline clans being hunted in Kiri? Does that mean that these guys came from Mei's faction? He quickly analyzed while keeping an eye on them. Is Mei trying to get some help from Hiruzen? Also, has she begun the rebellion so soon? No, since she has Keke Genkais, it makes sense that she would have already begun the resistance, though it should be a long war before she wins. I don't think Hiruzen would help out, though. There's no mention of this in the manga, and Konoha is suffering from less manpower, so joining a war will be stupid. Not to mention, Uchiha and the Hokage faction are in a power struggle, so Konoha shouldn't have any resources to spare. While he was analyzing, the Kiri Genins finally landed back on the ground. Rentaro's face was ugly. He said, I didn't expect Konoha to have such a strong Genin. Fujin replied, I didn't expect Kiri to send an Ice Keke Genkai ninja. I wonder if any more of you have Keke Genkai. While speaking, he looked at Yumi. He continued, Nor did I expect you guys to survive, despite being in a crunch so many times. You guys are strong too. Yumi asked, Do you want a truce? We won't attack you guys during this second phase as long as you won't attack us. That way, we will all have a good chance to proceed to the next round. Otherwise, we will just injure each other. Rentaro frowned on hearing it. Fujin was surprised as well. Not only do they have excellent survival skills, but she is also smart enough to ask for a truce. I wonder if they have already participated in some war. Fujin's analysis was on point. All 6 of them had engaged in multiple clashes with the 4th Mizukage faction. They had real war experience, and a lot of it, which is why they managed to survive the onslaught. Yumi was someone they were trying to develop into a leader. Fujin smirked and said, My teammates wanted to fight even the 6 of you head-on, so a truce is out of the question. Hearing that, Yumi sighed, I am worried that they will ambush us again and again. Also, where are his 2 teammates? Fujin continued, Anyways, I'm out of chakra. See you later. And the clone dispelled himself. The Kiri Genins were shocked to see that they were fighting a shadow clone. AN, mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in the next month. We reached 282 last week, kinda my fault for posting the message on Tuesday as pointed by a few comments. Let's get the remaining 18 this week. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mitchell, Steven, Seba, AJ, and Shubham for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 84, Record and Reward, Chapter 86 of Naruto the Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yumi quickly analyzed, all 3 of them retreated when Rentaro's squad got in range, and they only sent a clone to check us out. But how did they get away so quickly? My eyes can look at chakras up to 520 meters. Rentaro said, if they escaped, it means that they were afraid of us. Yumi shook her head and said, They have a Hyuga. His range should be greater than mine. I suspect that the guy we were fighting is a censor too. And all three of them are experts at flickering, so they can continuously ambush us for the next 5 days. The worst will be if they ambush us when we are fighting. We will be at a huge disadvantage. The expressions of the Kiri Genins became grim. It was never a good feeling to be hunted, especially considering how relentless their opponents were. Yumi looked at Rentaro and said, "Let's team up. Otherwise, we may be attacked one by them." Rentaro unwillingly agreed. "All right, but who gets the scroll?" Yumi asked. "Which scroll do you guys have?" He replied, "Earth scroll." Yumi said, "We have a heaven scroll. If we find a heaven scroll, you guys take it. If we find an earth scroll, we will take it. If we don't manage to get any, then you can take our heaven scroll and advance to the 3rd round." On hearing that, Satoru and Kohaku complained. But Yumi said, "If Rentaro's squad didn't appear, then we may have died to that Leaf squad, so we owe them one." Rentaro's squad agreed to that condition, and they began treating their wounds. Once healed, they moved together until they found the required scrolls. The entire time they were in the Forest of Death, they were highly alert to any ambushes. But they were never attacked by Fujin's team. After all, they had already passed the exam even before Fujin's clones fought against the 6 of them. Tower. Inside the tower, Fujin, Miko, and Hoka had opened both scrolls. It summoned Adachi Genki. He was quite happy to see Fujin and Hoka, and was shocked at how quickly the exam was cleared. He said, "Fujin, Hoka, good to see you two again." Miko as well. "I didn't expect you guys would take the Chunin exam so soon. But how did you manage to clear the exam so quickly? It hasn't even been an hour." Miko looked begrudgingly at Fujin and said, "We shouldn't have finished it so quickly." Fujin shrugged once again and said, "We came across a team that had the scroll we needed and beat them easily. They handed over their scroll quickly, and we moved towards the tower. We did fight a Kiri team afterwards, but they escaped, and we entered the tower." Genki was surprised. He asked, "That much in less than an hour?" All three nodded, as none of them felt it was difficult. Genki sighed, seeing how none of them thought it was a challenge. He said, "Well, congratulations then. The previous record was 5 hours 30 minutes. It was made by Uchiha Itachi. You guys broke his record by a huge difference." That surprised Miko and Hoka. Fujin, too, acted surprised. Miko quickly exclaimed, "We beat Itachi's record? Really?" She was super excited. "And that too by more than 4.5 hours?" Fujin wondered, "I never saw her talk about Itachi, but she is so excited about beating his record. Is she trying to compete with him? Poor girl." Fujin chuckled and teased her. "If you had listened to me, we would have broken it by over 5 hours, but you still insisted on wasting time." This made her give Fujin the stink eye. She was still annoyed at how he brought her to the tower. She unwillingly admitted, "If I knew that the record was held by Itachi, I would have agreed." Fujin chuckled and then suddenly sighed. "If we had completed it in half an hour, I don't think anyone would have ever broken our record. Now it's still breakable due to you two." Hoka and Miko both looked at Fujin with deadpan expressions. While Genki was shocked, "You guys could have finished it faster?" Hoka said, "All right, you win. Now stop gloating." Miko snorted and said, "If you want to create a record, then fail this exam and give it again next year." Now Fujin had a deadpan look. He replied, "You know, the 3rd phase is one-on-one fights. You better hope that you don't face me in the 1st round, or you'll end up being defeated by my clones once again." Fujin smirked on saying that. And Miko was very annoyed. "You." However, before the argument could get any further, Genki interrupted them. "All right, argue later. You have done an excellent job creating the record for the 2nd phase of the exam. Now I'll explain to you the meaning of the writing on the wall behind me." On hearing that, the Genins gave a closer look at the wall behind Genki. Fujin remembered, "Oh yeah, I completely forgot about this." Genki then began explaining the same thing Iruka explained to Team 7 after they passed. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko heard it, but none were much interested in it. While Genki was explaining, Fujin received the memories of his shadow clone. His mind wandered, "Oh, Ice Keke Genkai? Also the likelihood of them having participated in actual war. The finals should be fun." That said, she proposed a truce, meaning that, like my clone, she couldn't sense us inside the tower, so until they pass the 2nd round, they will forever be paranoid of a sneak attack, haha. As Genki was explaining to the genins, a Chunin instructor ran to the room where Inuzuka Tsume was. Tsume looked at him and asked, "Why are you running?" He said, "Tsume-sama, one team already passed the exam." Tsume was shocked. What, so soon? Even Kuramaru was shocked. The Chunin nodded while still stunned. Yes, they entered the tower after only 47 minutes. Tsume was stunned. The record was broken by almost 5 hours. She asked, which team was it? The Chunin replied, it was Senju Renjiro's Genin team. She thought for a bit and said, I had heard rumors that Renjiro was training his team very hard. It seems that the rumors are true. I guess the beasts from the forests weren't an issue for them at all. Still, to beat Itachi's record is some feat. They can be proud of it. She looked at the Chunin and said, Go and give them the instructions for the next 5 days. He nodded and left. Genki was soon done with his boring explanations. His eye twitched when he noticed that none of the 3 genins were interested. After he was done, he asked, Do any of you have any questions? Miyako asked, Do we have to wait in the tower for the other teams? Genki nodded and replied, Yes. I think they will send someone to explain the details. Hoka didn't have any questions. Fujin thought for a bit and had a thought. He suddenly asked, Sensei, you said we broke the record, right? Genki nodded, Yes. Fujin asked, So do we get any rewards? Sweat immediately appeared on Genki's forehead. He recalled the scene of Fujin asking the 3rd Hokage for swords made of chakra metal. He quickly said, No, there's no reward for this. It might help you be promoted to Chunin, though. Fujin frowned and muttered lightly, The village is so stingy. Genki heard it and thought, I don't think Lord Third will ever ask you to choose a reward again. Fujin, however, was thinking, At the end of this phase, Hiruzen will visit and give another speech. Should I ask for a reward then? While he was thinking, Genki said, Well, that's all from me. I'll see you later. And he disappeared in smoke. Fujin kept analyzing. If he says no, then it'll be embarrassing for him. To say no to promising youngsters who are working hard for their village will hit his prestige. Though he is thick-skinned enough to say no even then. As he was thinking, his eyes moved towards Miyako. He thought, Right, the elders and Uchiha have bad blood. He might give a reward to show that he is rewarding young Uchiha and is impartial to them. He might even hope that this reduces the bad blood a bit. That said, if Genki is also present, should I still ask? He thought and then shook his head. It doesn't matter if he's there or not. The Tao of shamelessness should live on, especially considering how freaking shameless they are. If he still says no, I will put on a sad face and act depressed. After I become a Chunin, I'll ask for those wind chakra metal swords that he promised me earlier. Miko and Hoka noticed that Fujin was in deep thought. Hoka asked, What are you thinking about? Fujin replied, Oh, nothing important. What do we do now? Hey guys, could use some ideas for the following. Please comment on the paragraphs below if you have a decent idea for these. 1. Good ideas for rank B missions. 2. Ideas to train lightning element, no leaf exercise. 3. Ideas to train fire element, no leaf exercise. Mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 power stones every week in the next month. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w@patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Daniel, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 85, Training Rooms. Chapter 87 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As Fujin asked that question, a Chunin instructor appeared in their room. He said, Congrats on passing the 2nd exam. You will stay in the tower for the next 5 days until this round is over. Miko complained. 5 days? What will we do here for 5 whole days? Hoka and Fujin too nodded. Making them stay here for 5 whole days was unreasonable. The Chunin replied, That's the rule. If you leave the tower, you will be disqualified from the exam. Miyako pointed at the Chunin and said loudly, Hey, that's unreasonable. Hoka nodded and said, Yes, it is. The Chunin dismissed their complaints and said, There are a lot of facilities in this tower, including many training rooms. You can access them and train there for the next 5 days. This calmed the genins down. Fujin asked, What about food? The Chunin replied, It'll be made. Come to the dining room at 8 a.m., noon, 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. The dining room is on the first floor. He then explained some more details, such as their sleeping arrangements, and then left. The Genins looked at each other and said, "Let's check out the training rooms." And they left. The training rooms were on the second floor. The floor had most of its area closed off by a wall, forming a circular shape in the center of the floor. Fujin realized the other side should be a part of that area where preliminaries happened. The rooms were on the outer side of the floor, with a meter-wide circular passage to access them. The Genins checked out the nameplates on all rooms. There were 2 meditation rooms, 2 rooms for dodging, 1 for taijutsu, 5 for each element, 1 for shuriken practice, and a few more rooms. Hoka said, "I'm entering the taijutsu training room." Miyako said, "I'm going for shuriken practice." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "I'm interested in seeing what the meditation room has to offer." Fujin entered the meditation room. The room was mostly empty. A couple of bulbs were on in the room. The walls had multiple candles at certain locations. And there were a few incense sticks placed around the room, too. At the center of the room, a mat was placed. Fujin picked up the instruction manual, which was placed in front of the door, and read. It read, "This is a meditation training room. Meditating here will be easier and more effective. For the best effect, follow the following instructions. Light all the candles in the room. Light 1 incense stick from each bundle. Switch off the bulbs. Sit on the mat placed in the center of the room. Kindly leave everything in the same spot when you leave. Before you leave, blow out the candles and cut the burning part of the incense sticks." Fujin lit the candles and the incense sticks. They began producing a very fragrant smell. He turned off the bulbs, sat on the mat, and began meditating. After an hour, he woke up from his meditative state and concluded, "Incredible! Meditating here is almost 5 times more effective than when I meditate at my home or when I did it in the academy." He analyzed a bit and concluded, "Even though this is good, it still doesn't compare to the gains I get from practicing Senju Taijutsu style. That said, I still meditate a bit daily. So though not significant, it'll still provide me with small boosts if I can get something like this at my home. Now what to do?" He thought for a bit before coming up with 2 ways. "I haven't thought what gift I can ask from Hiruzen, so I could ask him to build such a meditation environment at my home. But this way isn't a guarantee. I won't get this if he doesn't care about his thick face and says no. The better way would probably be to just create such an environment back home. This place has many seals inscribed, which likely aid in meditation, so it should be made with the help of Fuinjutsu. I should be able to make one too. The only issue is that I don't recognize most of the seals." He thinks for a bit more and decides, "I'll draw every seal in this room and record their location. After I become Chunin, our team should be disbanded, so I'll finally have time to learn Fuinjutsu. If all these seals are available in the library, then I will be able to create such a room too." He immediately drew the entire room on a large drawing paper he had stored in one of his many scrolls. He drew all the seals and recorded the distance between each seal in absolute terms and ratio with respect to the size of the room. He grabbed one of the incense sticks that was lying around and took a bit of wax from one of the candles on the walls. After storing everything properly, he wondered, since this tower had such a room, is it safe to say that every clan has such training rooms? If true, it would explain why the chakra reserves of clan kids are usually higher than civilian kids, and why they are able to master their clan jutsu so quickly. Looks like it isn't all just talent and guidance. I should check out the other meditation room and see if everything's the same. And I should also check out every training room and check the feasibility of creating such rooms. While he was thinking about recreating all the training rooms, he chuckled, "Well, that's kind of pointless. There's no way my small house can have such rooms, haha." While walking over to the other meditation room, he thought, should I buy a new home? Do I even have money to buy a new home? Or would it be better if I make a secret base? He checked the other room and noticed that everything there was exactly the same. He then began walking over to the dodging practice training room. Having a secret base will be very convenient. Konoha also has a lot of empty spaces to make secret bases. But in a village full of ninjas, is it possible to hide a secret base? I couldn't sense anything inside this tower from the outside. And if I recall right, there are seals that can block even the Byakugan. So it might be doable, but still very risky. Should I make one outside the village? No one would check the endless forests after all. But I'll need to be able to sneak out and into the village to actually be able to use it. Oh well, let me learn the seals first. I can then worry about how to make it work. The Uchiha massacre should be happening soon too. I could try to sneak in and use their training rooms if they exist after the massacre. And thanks for the suggestions. Feel free to post more if you get more ideas in the future. AN, mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link at patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 86, Dodging Practice. Chapter 88 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin entered the dodging practice training room. He noticed that there were multiple mechanisms around the room to launch shurikens, kunai, and senbon needles, but all were made out of wood, and none were sharp. Fujin grinned. This should be exciting. He read the training manual for this room. It confirmed that all weapons were harmless. Fujin walked to the center of the room. There was a pulling lever with one rod extending out here. To activate the mechanism, first, the lever had to be moved. The degree to which the lever is moved would denote the percentage of mechanisms that would be activated. Once the lever was pulled, a button had to be stepped on to launch the weapons. The manual stated that this can be done only 100 times before the mechanisms needed to be refilled. Fujin wondered, how many storage seals did they inscribe in this room? While wondering, he grinned and pulled the lever to the max, and then stepped on the button. Immediately, all weapons ran down on him. Shurikens rained on him from 7 different locations. He could see 5 while the other 2 locations were behind him. He still heard them being launched and moved to a spot where the shurikens won't hit him. As soon as he moved there, senbon needles rained on him. He managed to dodge most, but 5 still hit him. One after another, for the next 2 minutes, weapons kept attacking him. At the end of 2 minutes, it finally stopped. The entire floor was covered with blunt wooden weapons. Fujin frowned. I was hit many times. I lost count at 136. And I had to block 7 with my hands, as they would have hit my eyes. Is it even possible to dodge them all? Or rather, at what level can you dodge them all? Oh well, this time let me try it while using other weapons to block them. He picked up a few kunais and senbons and placed them in his pockets. He kept 3 kunais in each hand. He then created winds, which cleared the floor and pushed all the wooden weapons to the wall. He pulled the lever once again and stepped on the button. He dodged once again, only this time when he couldn't dodge, he used his weapons to either block at the last moment or throw it at incoming weapons. He was still hit quite a few times. He analyzed. Not bad. This time, I was hit only 43 times. Still a lot, though. He then grabbed his swords. Alright, this time let's check with my preferred weapons, but without flying slashed, or this room might collapse. He chuckled on imagining the scene where his flying slashes wrecked the training room. This time he was hit 82 times. With my swords I couldn't block at range, so all blocking was last minute, which is why I got hit more times. That said, had I used flying slashes, I might have never been hit. He sheathed his swords and gathered his chakra. Blue chakra could be seen flowing around him. He activated the test once again. The weapons were once again launched at him when wind waves began forming in the room. The winds began spinning around him at a high speed. They deflected all incoming weapons for 2 minutes straight. Fujin grinned. Excellent. I guess I can call this wind-style rotation. Though its power isn't really strong. It probably wouldn't work if these weapons were made of metals and were heavier. Though, it makes sense. Basically, I just applied the mechanics from rank E wind jutsus like wind retrieval, projectile control, and wind levitation jutsus. If I can add the spinning shield of wind jutsu to this, and then manage to pour more chakra and make it spin faster while staying together and not harming me, then this can become a good defensive jutsu. Though it won't be an absolute defense. He then looked at the mess around him and thought, well, defending with ninjutsu or weapons is fine, but this training room was made for improving dodging. Let's focus on that for now. Fujin only turned the lever halfway before pressing the button. He kept practicing again and again. He spent the next 4 hours in the dodging room. By the end, all 4 walls had huge stacks of wooden weapons piled. Fujin looked at it and thought, rest in peace, the fellow who is supposed to refill these. He left the room and went to the dining room to grab a bite. It's almost 5 p.m. I hope they still give breakfast. After breakfast, he went into the wind element training room while wondering, wind element training in a closed room? I wonder how that works. On entering the room, he saw that the room was rather empty. There was only a meditation mat at the center of the room. He picked up the manual. It read, "This is the training room for wind element. To train, sit on the mat at the center of the room and meditate." The table on which this manual has been placed has a few boxes. Each box has 9 strips. The strips, from left to right, are made of leaf, alder wood, soft maple wood, hard maple wood, aluminium, copper, steel, titanium, and diamond. I initially wondered whether all these types of metals would be available in Naruto, but considering the amounts of weapons they manufacture and the technological advancements, later on, it's kinda safe to say, all should be available. The strips, from left to right, get progressively harder. You can test how strong your wind nature is by trying to cut them. Fujin grabbed a box from the table and opened it. The strips were all 1 centimeter in thickness. He picked up the strips one by one and began cutting them with his wind chakra. The leaf, alderwood, soft and hard maple wood strips were cut. On the aluminum strip, Fujin managed to create a 3 millimeter cut from either side, but couldn't go any deeper. Fujin put the aluminum strip as well as the cut strips back in the box and put it in his scroll. He then walked towards the mat, sat on it, and began meditating. And mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 power stones every week in this month. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 87. Shock Chapter 89 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While Fujin was meditating, Tsume walked up to the 2nd floor with her ninja dog while muttering, "Since one team came so early, I expected the others to come in soon too. But this is too boring. Proctoring is boring. Luckily, there are a lot of training rooms here." The training rooms here were made for the instructors who'd be bored waiting for the genins to reach the tower. In a way, these training rooms were their reward or payment. Tsume went into the same dodging practice training room as Fujin had earlier. On opening, she was shocked. Why are the weapons littered all on the ground? She checked some of the mechanisms and noticed that there were no weapons in them. She got out of the room and yelled, "Toshiyuki, get here!" The shout was loud enough to be heard throughout the tower, except in the training rooms. The Chunin named Toshiyuki, who was in charge of maintaining the training rooms, immediately went to her and asked, "What happened, Tsume-sama?" Her mood got even worse. She yelled at him, "You didn't do your job of cleaning and refilling the training rooms, and you have the courage to ask me what happened." He was shocked, but he maintained his composure and replied in a neutral tone, "Tsume-sama, I cleaned and refilled all the training rooms last night." However, his face displayed slight anger at being wrongly accused. Tsume noticed it. She asked, "Really? Say that after you check this room." She pointed towards the training room. He entered it and was shocked to see that all 100 attempts were used up. He quickly said, "Ma'am, I refilled the mechanisms here last night. I did it for both the dodging rooms, so someone must have used it all." Tsume calmed down and asked, "Someone used all 100 attempts? Who all have been training here?" He replied, "How can I know that?" She snorted and looked at Kuromaru. Kuromaru said, "Let's check." Both she and Kuromaru began smelling the room. Soon, Kuromaru said, "Here." and moved towards the wooden weapons and grabbed a kunai and handed it to Tsume. Tsume smelled it and realized, this smells like that civilian brat from Renjiro's squad. Kuramaru also confirmed it. Yes. She looked at the Chunin and asked, were those 3 Jinins told about the training rooms? The Chunin nodded. Yes. Takeshi said that they were asking a lot of questions and he told them to spend their time in the training room. She replied, oh. She looked at Kuramaru again, who was smelling all the weapons. He looked back at her and replied, many weapons have scents, but all belong to the same kid. No one else was here. She said, so that brat was the only one here? And he used all 100 rounds? It's unbelievable. She looked at Toshiyuki and asked, are you aware of what those brats have been doing in the tower? He shook his head and replied, no one kept an eye on them. But from what I heard from others, 2 of them came down for lunch and breakfast and returned to training rooms soon after. And one didn't come for lunch and came an hour late for breakfast. He, too, immediately returned to the 2nd floor. Tsume was surprised. Seriously? They are merely 10-year-old brats and have trained all day? No wonder they managed to clear the exam so quickly. She then sighed and complained. My son, on the other hand, plays all day and never trains. And though my daughter is serious and loves studying, she too would never train so willingly. She too became a Jinin this year, but her sensei didn't even enroll her team for the Chunin exam. Toshiyuki kept listening to her while trying to maintain a straight face. First, she yells at me wrongly. Then she complains about her kids in front of me. No wonder her husband ran away. Tsume looked at him and said, you can go. I'll train in the other room. He left as quickly as he could. Tsume walked towards the room while thinking about how she could lecture Kiba to train harder. On entering the training room, Tsume, just like Fujin, turned the lever to 100% and pressed the button. She and Kuramaru both begin dodging. Occasionally, she deflects weapons that were about to hit Kuramaru. After the first attempt, Tsume looked at Kuramaru and said, I was hit 6 times. Kuramaru replied, 8 times for me. Tsume added, and I deflect 3 weapons that were about to hit you. Kuramaru said, we seem to have slacked off. She patted his head and said, last time, we were able to dodge everything perfectly once every 11 attempts. Let's try to improve it this time. And since that brat did all 100 attempts, it'll be embarrassing if we can't do it too. Kuramaru barked loudly in response and said, let's do it! Both Tsume and Kuramaru trained in that room until they completed all 100 rounds. Till the 22nd round, they didn't manage to dodge all the weapons. There were instances when either Tsume or Kuramaru dodged all, but not in the same round. On the 23rd round, they both managed to dodge all weapons for the first time. In the 100 rounds, they managed to dodge everything perfectly 11 times. Tsume left the training room feeling proud and told Kuramaru, let's increase it to 15 times tomorrow. It was 10 p.m. by the time they were done. The Chunins in the tower were very surprised when they didn't see Tsume during the dinner. After hearing the story from Toshiyuki, they realized that she too decided to complete 100 rounds. After entering the dining room, she found that it was empty. She began preparing her dinner and called for a Chunin. When he arrived, she asked, any update for today? He replied, nothing of importance. No other teams passed yet. No unusual activities have been reported either in the forest or the tower. Tsume nodded and asked, what about the ones who passed? What have they been doing? The Chunin replied, all 3 came down for dinner. After dinner, Uchiha Mieko and Hyuga Hoka explored the tower for a bit, before going into their rooms. Suzuki Fujin was seen heading back to the 2nd floor. We checked a few minutes ago, the wind training room is still occupied. She was surprised once again. However, soon she just sighed and muttered, seems like he is a training maniac. Let him keep training. Forest of Death. Not much fighting happened in the Forest of Death. Among the Kiri Janins, Kohaku was very injured, and others too had a lot of cuts. They chose to apply first aid and waited till the wounds closed up and didn't cause any pain. The Nara Yamanaka Akimichi team also stayed hidden. The Hyuga team found the team from Suna. However, their fight was inconclusive as Suna Janins kept attacking from a range. They both ended up retreating. The team from Ame clashed with the last Konoha team. They lost but managed to retreat. So, except for the Nara Yamanaka Akimichi team, all others had their scrolls. AN mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. For the first time, I managed to end a chapter on a good cliffhanger. Chapter 137. Remember it. Thank you, Rubicon and iDoge, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 88, Elemental Crystals. Chapter 90 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Wind Training Room. Fujin meditated for an hour before waking up. He kept sitting on the mat while being very confused. What's this strange feeling that I kept getting the whole time? It's as if my wind affinity is increasing. Or perhaps my wind chakra is becoming more potent. Either way, it should be very good for my wind element. But how? He meditated again and spread his chakra field throughout the room. Nothing here. His chakra field then expanded into the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room. And he noticed, what's this? It looks like there's a stone with a high amount of wind chakra in it. And it's very dense. It looks like while meditating here, we absorb chakra from it in small amounts. That's why I got that weird feeling. Fujin got off the mat and made a hand seal. Earth Military Movement Jutsu. He entered the floor. On entering the floor, he could see a lot of seals, and inside the seal was a green crystal. Fujin analyzed, probably not a good idea to test these seals, but the crystal has very dense wind chakra, and it looks like it can help make our wind element stronger. Is this chakra metal, or something else like an ore? Well, let's call it the wind chakra crystal for now. The important question is, can I absorb it faster? And how can I get more of them? Also, I need to check whether all other elemental training rooms have something similar. He went above the floor and thought, I should have dinner for now. After dinner, I'll check if I can absorb this energy rapidly. I wonder what benefits I'll get from this. Though I should also be careful in case it's harmful to absorb it in excess. He left for dinner. He met Hoka and Miko there. They had a small chat. The Chunins in the tower also introduced themselves and had small talks with the Genins. After dinner, Fujin returned to the wind training room. He began meditating and tried absorbing as much energy as he could from the wind chakra crystal. While meditating, his entire focus was on the wind chakra crystal and its energy. In the first 6 hours, he didn't have much success. However, sometime after that, he began steadily absorbing energy from the crystal. He lost himself in meditation, completely losing the sense of time. When he opened his eyes, it was already 7 a.m. Fujin analyzed, I didn't have much success initially, but I think I managed to use up 1% of the energy of the crystal in this meditation session. I wonder if this absorption rate is fast or slow, and how often does Konoha switch or recharge this crystal? That aside, unlike what I previously thought, I don't absorb energy from the crystal directly. Rather, it refines my chakra. I have a feeling that I'll have a slightly easier time performing wind jutsus. He frowned. Though improvement would likely be very minimal, I'll need to use up more energy from this wind chakra crystal to get a proper idea. I have a feeling that I might need a mountain of such crystals to get a significant boost. That aside, it feels really good to train here. I ended up meditating all night and skipping my sleep, but I don't feel very tired at all, though I should take a nap tonight. Meditation, though good, can't entirely replace sleep. After analyzing, he got up and left the room. While leaving the floor, he came across Tsume. She was surprised to see Fujin on the second floor. Her eyes twitched and she asked, Were you training the whole night? Fujin laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. No, I was meditating in the wind training room, and I ended up falling asleep there. Tsume's eyes twitched even more. She sighed and said, It's good to train hard, but don't forget to rest, or else the training can be counterproductive. Fujin immediately replied, Yes, ma'am, while thinking, That's the first time I haven't heard her yell. He left, got freshened up, had a huge breakfast, and returned to the wind training room. After knowing that Fujin returned to the wind training room, Tsume realized, he is an orphan. He has probably never experienced such rooms. No wonder he is training in that room. I should report this to the third. He'll be happy to know how hard some kids are training. He spends the next couple of days in the wind training room, though he went out regularly for food and sleep. As he meditated more in that room, he managed to use up the energy at a faster rate. By the end of the third day, he had used up 18% energy from the crystal. He analyzed, "Good, it is getting faster. I have a feeling that it'll be even faster tomorrow. But it seems like my analysis was right. While this definitely is good, I'll need a mountain of such crystals to actually get significant boosts. I wonder how many crystals Konoha has, and where they are kept." Another point to consider is how much energy from this crystal was already exhausted before I began training here. On day 4, as he predicted, his efficiency suddenly increased a lot. In around 12 hours, he ended up using up almost half the energy from the crystal. However, on this day, he noticed one crucial point. Fujin realized, "My chakra increased? Yeah, I can feel it. Though the increase is very minimal, not even 0.1%. It did go up. Damn, now I really want to find a mountain of such crystals. Where are these found?" He calmed himself down and decided, "Lucky, this crystal's efficiency hasn't reduced. I guess this is due to the seals, but I should stop here. I might be able to completely exhaust this crystal before this round ends. But if my speed of using this energy is higher than normal, then I'll get a lot of unneeded energy. I should check out the other rooms and see if they have similar crystals, and if I can refine my chakra with their energy as well." After dinner, he went to the Earth training room. On entering, he used Earth military movement jutsu and went underground to check. As I thought, a similar crystal with dense Earth chakra is here. But the amount of chakra seems low. It has only about 15% of the chakra as compared to what the wind chakra crystal had. He thought for a bit and concluded, "Makes sense, I guess. There are barely any ninjas with the wind element in Konoha, while quite a few have the earth element. So this room ended up being used a lot more." He sat on the mat and spent his entire night meditating in that room. He opened his eyes at 6:30 a.m. and sighed. "I thought since I managed to increase the speed of consuming the energy of wind chakra crystal, I'd be able to do the same for the rest. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. I have to start from the beginning. Worst of all, my rate of consuming energy from earth chakra crystal is very low. I think it is just around 5 to 6% of what it was when I started with wind chakra crystal. Does this mean that the speed will depend on my affinity towards each element? It went fast for wind chakra crystal because my affinity is wind, but for earth chakra crystal, my affinity is very low." He analyzed a bit. Wait, does this mean that I can analyze my affinity to other elements depending on how quickly I can use up the energy of each crystal? Yeah, that should be the case. I should check out the other 3 rooms. After having breakfast, Fujin went to the fire training room. Here he followed all the procedures as usual. However, when he checked the fire chakra crystal, he was shocked. The fire chakra crystal has 25% more energy than the wind chakra crystal. How? Shouldn't Konoha be full of ninjas with fire affinity? Could it be that the previous fire chakra crystal got used up and they replaced it with a new one? After thinking for a bit, he nodded. Yeah, that should be the case. He began meditating. He got up before lunch and analyzed. Oh, my fire affinity seems to be decent. At least it's much better than Earth. The absorption speed here is at 35% compared to what I could do at the start with wind chakra crystal. After lunch, he went to the water training room. He first checked the amount of energy in the water crystal. It was around 30% of what the wind chakra crystal had. Fujin sat in meditation and meditated till 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., he got up and sweated a bit. I couldn't refine shit. I didn't manage to use up any energy at all. He sighed. Does this mean that I have no talent in the water element at all? A shame. I was hoping to have a good affinity for the water element and to take over Tobirama's jutsus. After taking a small break for eating, he went to the lighting training room thinking, my main affinity is wind, so I don't really have much hope for the lightning element. Oh well, let's test it out. I'll give the exact details regarding elemental crystals a few chapters later. I don't think these were available in canon, though not sure if movies had something like this. So all this is made up for this fic. Mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. We reached 391 Power Stones last week. Let's try 400 in this week. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Brandon, BB, and Oki's Lips for supporting me on Patreon. Notice on Patreon, copy-pasted here. Hey guys, I had been searching for how to put goals in here for some time. Found out yesterday that Patreon no longer allows goals to be put. That mechanism is only allowed for older creators now. Heard that Patreon wants to remove it entirely. Anyways, here are the goals I'm setting. Goal 1. 50 patrons, or 5 Sage of 6-Path tier patrons, whichever is reached first. When we reach this goal, I will begin writing 6 chapters per week. Goal 2, 125 patrons. When we reach this goal, I will begin writing 7 chapters per week. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 89, Second Nature Affinity, Chapter 91 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The lightning chakra crystal had 80% of the energy that the wind chakra crystal did. Fujin meditated for 4 hours. After waking up, he was surprised. Wow, I never expected to have the highest affinity to lightning after wind. The speed was about 62 to 63% when compared to the wind at the start. To think my top 2 affinities were the 2 most rare elements in Konoha. That said, I wonder if my speed of refining my chakra with the help of this crystal will increase similar to what happened with the wind chakra crystal. He kept sitting there and thinking. After a few minutes, he concluded, lightning is a very strong element, but how far can I take it? I'm confident that with enough time I can master Chidori, though I may not be able to use it while running at high speeds. But the more important question is, can I master lightning armor like Raikage? Also, how should I go about it? He could dodge freaking Amaterasu. So, I don't think it's something as simple as just cloaking the body with lightning chakra armor. Also, considering that no one apart from Raikage managed to learn it, it's safe to say that it is very dangerous to learn it. He thought for a bit more, before getting up and sighing, I need to somehow check whether Konoha has any details regarding this. If not, then the only choice will be to sneak into Hidden Cloud and read or steal all their scrolls. Unfortunately, that isn't something I'd do before I become a rank S ninja myself and have excellent means of escaping. I hope the Uchiha with their Sharingans manage to copy at least some details and pass the information to the village. Would be quite a challenge otherwise. Also, considering some of the crazy plans that I made that day, I should keep my lightning element a secret. In the future, that might help more. But if I keep it a secret, it'll be hard to get anyone's help. So what to do? He kept thinking hard while walking to the dining room. In the end, he decided, my wind element is quite strong. Lightning won't be able to match it, at least until I can learn rank A jutsus. So it won't be much help for me in the short term, in any case. So let's just hide it. I'll take as much help as the village can give me for my wind element, and my lightning element will be my hidden element, which I'll use when I don't want to expose my identity. I can also use it to catch the enemy by surprise and kill them if there are no witnesses. Fujin entered the dining room while still in deep thought. He grabbed a plate, served himself the food, and sat down at the table while still in his thoughts. After deciding, he was about to think more when he felt, why does it feel like dozens of eyes are staring at me? He looked around him and noticed that the 6 Kirijinans were sitting opposite him. He noticed that all 6 had dark bags under their eyes, and they all had a lot of injuries too, which were given first aid. The Chunins, who were incredibly bored over these 5 days, were paying close attention. They hoped to get some entertainment. Mieko and Hoka wondered if they could get into a fight. Fujin looked at the Mist-Genins and said, hey, when did you guys pass? All the Kirijinans were incredibly pissed at Fujin. They spent over 4 days on full alert, waiting for an ambush that never came. They barely got any sleep. Even when they slept, they were on high alert. When they arrived at the tower, the Konoha Chunins all gave them weird looks due to those huge dark bags under everyone's eyes. Yumi controlled herself and replied, "An hour ago." "You?" Fujin began eating again and replied without looking, "Oh, we passed in the first hour itself." "Asshole! Fucking bastard! Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Son of a bitch! I'm gonna beat him up," every single Kiri Jinin cursed him. Of course, they didn't say it out loud, as they were surrounded by Konoha ninjas. But everyone could notice the killing intent leaking out of them. One Chunin whispered to another, "Hey, what do you think Fujin did to them that they all want to swallow him whole?" The other Chunin replied, "Who knows? But if looks could kill, Fujin would have died 1,000 deaths by now." Miko and Hoka too wondered, "Why are they so pissed at Fujin and not at us? After all, we were there as well." Soon they both realized, "Wait, Fujin still had his clones chasing them. I completely forgot about them. Don't tell me he fought them with his clones." They looked at the Kiri Jinins and realized that was indeed the case. Both were incredibly annoyed. "This asshole, he didn't let us fight and fought them himself?" Both snorted and looked away from Fujin while pouting. Sume and a few Chunins noticed this. They wondered, now even his teammates are mad at him? What did he do? Fujin ignored them all as he didn't particularly care. He was wondering how many elemental chakra crystals he should ask from Hiruzen as a reward for coming first. As for what happened in the Forest of Death, the forest became very active from day 2. Though the forest was huge, almost every team had a sensor, so they eventually end up fighting. The ones who had it the worst was the Ame team, as they didn't have any sensor. They kept getting attacked again and again, but they stubbornly managed to hold on to their scrolls. By day 3 ended, except for the Nara Yamanaka Akimichi team, all other teams had fought multiple times. The Kiri teams were the unluckiest. Every time they fought, they were on high alert for an ambush, so they could never give their 100%. They still won every fight, but the opponents used to retreat every time. And whenever they tried to give chase, they would be attacked by the wild beasts from the forest, delaying them just enough to lose sight of their enemies. So they were very annoyed. On day 4, 2 scrolls were successfully seized. The Kiri team managed to defeat the Suna team and got their Heaven Scroll, while the Nara Yamanaka Akimichi team, who had healed up, sneak attacked the Ame squad and got their Earth Scroll. On day 5, the Kiri Jinins managed to find the Ame squad and fought them once again. They defeated the AIM team, only to discover that they didn't have scrolls. The Hyuga squad noticed this fight and waited till the Kiri Jinins put their guard down and attacked. Unfortunately for them, the Kiri Jinins were always on guard. They lost and couldn't escape this time. They accepted their loss and handed them the Earth Scroll. The Kiri Genins were instructed not to kill any Jinins if they could avoid killing them, so they didn't kill anyone and just took their scrolls. Now, the Kiri Genins had all the required scrolls and decided to head to the tower. En route, they were ambushed by the last Konoha team. The Kiri Jinins were very exhausted and took a beating, but they managed to escape to the tower. The last 2 teams with the scrolls will search for each other all night, but they won't see each other, and only end up fighting against teams who don't have any scrolls. On the last day, when only 30 minutes were left for the exam to end, the 4th squad from Konoha noticed that 4 teams were waiting near the tower. The Nara Yamanaka Akimichi lied that they didn't have any scrolls and managed to convince others to ally. Unfortunately, the last team had fought against the Hyuga and Suna teams in the night and had no chakra to continue. They hid in the forest and gave up on the exam, so only 3 teams passed the second round. AN, mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Soren Britt and Taj Gill for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 90, Matchups. Chapter 92 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. At morning 10 a.m. on the last day, Fujin, Hoka, Miko, and the 6 Kiri Genins left the tower and focused outside the tower. They noticed that 4 teams were waiting there. The teams noticed them as well and realized that Nara Minori was speaking the truth. However, other than Nara's team, the other 3 teams were on alert to prevent one of them from suddenly running to the tower. Unfortunately, the last team never turned up, so they all were disqualified. Since no fight happened, the uninvited audience was disappointed. The Chunins asked those 4 teams to enter the tower, as they all looked exhausted and wounded. Sometime later, the last team also entered the tower. Tsume gathered everyone in the large hall where the preliminaries were usually held. She announced, "The teams who passed stand here. Soon Lord Hokage will arrive and address you." All 9 Genins stood in a disciplined manner, while the remaining 15 Genins stood far away. Fujin looked at them and thought, "I'm surprised that no one died. It seems like Kirinins are here to create a good relationship, so they didn't kill anyone." The Chunin stood around the hall, and some Junin sensei began appearing. They stood along with their genin squads. The 2 Kiri Junins also stood there. Fujin observed both of them, but couldn't recognize either of them. Soon the 3rd Hokage arrived. He was accompanied by 4 Anbu and a few Junins, including Renjiro and Genki. Renjiro smiled and nodded at his squad. He had heard that they broke the records by a huge margin. Fujin observed them. Genki is standing with all the Junins. Did he get promoted? Or is he here just because his students are here? As for the Anbu, one looks to be Kakashi. I can't identify the rest. As Fujin was observing everyone, Hiruzen stepped in front of them. Tsume announced, "Pay attention, you brats. Now, Lord Hokage will explain the details about the 3rd phase of the Chunin exam." Hiruzen stood in front of the kids and got a good look at them. Only 3 genins from our village passed. Kiri has 6. Looks like the rebel faction really wants to create a good image. Well, I can let them win this one. So their leader will owe us one. Even if they win, considering that they are at war, they won't be able to steal Konoha's missions. After a minute he spoke, "Congrats on passing the 2nd round." He then looked at Fujin, Hoka, and Miko and said, "Congrats to you guys for breaking the record to become the fastest team to pass the 2nd round." On hearing that, the Genins, who failed, were shocked. After all, they were the youngest team. The Kiri Genins and Junins also looked at them. Though the Kiri Genins were looking at Fujin while cursing him a few more times. However, Fujin was very excited on hearing that. "Marvelous! I didn't think he'd say this. Now I can ask it without any awkwardness. It'll feel natural, too." Hiruzen continued, "Before I explain the 3rd phase, I will explain to you the true reason for these Chunin exams." He explained the details regarding how the exam is a replacement for war, and why the Genins need to give their best, similar to the way he did in the manga. Everyone paid attention. Fujin paid careful attention as well, however for a different reason. He was picking up points he could use later to compel Hiruzen. After Hiruzen was done speaking, Fujin sighed internally. "I barely remember any dialogues from Naruto anime or manga now. Other than the important events in every arc, I have sort of forgotten everything. Can't really help it, I guess. After all, I didn't watch Naruto for years, even in my previous life." After Hiruzen was done explaining, Inoichi Yamanaka stepped forward and said, "I will be the proctor for the 3rd round. I will now explain the details. The 3rd round will be a simple tournament. The tournament will be held after 1 month, in front of many important dignitaries like Kage and Daimyos. You will fight against each other alone. Your team won't be able to help you anymore. If you lose any fight, you'll be eliminated, while the winners will get to fight other winners." Hearing this, some of the Genins got excited to show off their skills. Fujin looked at his teammates. Both were incredibly excited. He wondered, what's so exciting about being made to fight for the entertainment of some rich old people? On Kiri's side, Rentaro looked very excited. He looked at Fujin and thought, "Just win till you fight me. I'll pay you back 100 times for the 4 sleepless nights you put me through." Inoichi then picked up a box and said, "Everyone, pick 1 piece of paper each from this box." Everyone picked up 1 folded piece of paper. After picking up the paper, Fujin stood next to Miko. Inoichi said, "Open it and tell me the numbers on your paper, starting from 1. Sakayumi, 1. Shirosora, 2. Hyuga 3. Matsushita Satoru, 4. Kido Kohaku, 5. Uchiha Mieko, 6. Satsuma Rentaro, 7. Suzuki Fujin, 8. Yuki Shin, 9. Inoichi noted down everyone's names next to numbers and showed a chart showing the matchups. He announced the matchups are Sakayumi Shirosora, Hyuga Hoka as Matsushita Satoru, and Kido Kohaku's Uchiha Mieko. Since we have 9 members, the number 8 and 9 will have to fight one additional time. So the first match of the tournament will be Suzuki Fujin's Yuki Shin, and their winner will fight against Satsuma Rentaro. Fujin thought, one additional match? Shouldn't be an issue, I guess. That said, why are my matchups so freaking difficult? Ice release in the first round, then Rentaro, who looks to be the strongest among the Kirijinins. That will be followed up by Mieko. All 3 might be tough fights. However, in the finals, I should be fighting with Hoka. That will be an easy fight if I still have chakra left by then. Others, too, were thinking about their matchups. Inoichi asked, any doubts? Shirosora asked, since this is a tournament, can only one person become a Chunin? Fujin looked at him and wondered, like Hiruzen's speeches, is this question also asked every single time? Inoichi shook his head and answered, no, we will promote you to Chunin depending on your performance in the fights. If you perform well, you may be promoted even if you don't win any fights. So there's a chance that every one of you gets promoted, and a chance that none of you do. Any more questions? No one raised any questions, so Fujin raised his hand and said, I have a question for Lord Hokage. Inoichi was surprised. Renjiro raised his eyebrow, wondering what his student wanted to ask. While Genki was having a very bad feeling, he isn't going to. Is he? Hiruzen gave a kind smile and said, go ahead and ask Fujin. Fujin looked at Hiruzen smiling and put up a very innocent smile on his face as well. He asked very innocently, Lord Hokage, since my team broke the previous record for the second round by such a huge margin, do we get any rewards? AN mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 91, Don't Underestimate Wild Old Foxes. Chapter 93 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Senju Renjiro's eyes twitched. Genki was horrified. Inoichi, Tsume, Illumi, Anbu guards, Junin senseis, and the Chunin instructors were dumbfounded. Any rewards? Since when did Lord Hokage begin giving rewards? The Genins from Kiri began wondering. Genins from Konoha get rewards for such little things? Kiri Genins looked at Hiruzen with longing in their eyes. Their own Kage hunted them, while the Kage of Konoha rewarded their own Genins. They thought, the difference between the two Kage is like the difference between heaven and hell. While the other Genins wondered, there's a reward for breaking records? Mieko and Hoka too stared at Fujin. Mieko frowned. I didn't hear Itachi getting any rewards. I'm an Uchiha, I don't need any rewards. Hiruzen too was dumbfounded. His expression didn't change, but he was left speechless for a minute. Genki yelled in his mind, even Lord Hokage is speechless. Hiruzen began remembering the scene when Fujin asked him for chakra metal swords. His eyebrows twitched. Last time he asked for chakra metal swords. What does he want this time? A house made of chakra metal. Hiruzen didn't know how close he was to guessing the truth. If he did, who knows how he would have reacted. He was about to say no when he saw the frown on Mieko, who was standing right next to Fujin. He thought, does she also expect a gift? The relationship between the village and Uchiha has been deteriorating day by day. I could use this opportunity to reward her and mend the ties a bit. If it results in the ties improving, then it'll be very good for Konoha. As Fujin expected, Hiruzen decided to reward them. He was about to reply in the affirmative when he felt a chill running down his spine. Hiruzen was a veteran of all 3 ninja wars. He had fought a lot on the front lines and spread terror among his enemies. However, this was a feeling he only felt when he was about to step into a trap. His eyes went back to the Genin standing next to Mieko with an innocent smile and an expectant look on his face. He said, yes. Your team will be rewarded for breaking this record. He smiled kindly and said, you guys will receive your rewards on the day of the tournament in front of everyone. This left everyone dumbfounded once again. Fujin, too, was left speechless. Tiff? He will reward us? Meaning that we can't ask for any particular reward? That's bullshit. Fujin maintained his smiling face and bowed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. However, his thoughts were the opposite. Sigh! I underestimated him. Old Fox didn't give me any opportunity to ask for any particular reward. This way he gets to improve his image while giving us something that won't cost him. He looked back up at Hiruzen and thought, Monkey Summon doesn't suit him. He should switch to the fox. The Chunins and Junins were completely lost at what was happening. Genki was shocked again. He agreed to reward them? Renjiro and the rest wondered, what is happening here exactly? Itachi, who was one of those 4 Anbu, thought, I didn't get any reward last year. But on thinking more, he realized, is Lord Hokage rewarding so that he could reward Uchiha Mieko and thaw the relations between the village and the Uchiha clan? While everyone was confused, Hiruzen looked at Inoichi. He noticed and said, since there are no more doubts, you are dismissed. Use this month to prepare properly for your fights. The Junin sensei began taking over the Jinins. Renjiro approached his students and said, follow me. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko followed him. The group went to their usual training ground. On reaching there, Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, what was that? Fujin asked back, that. Renjiro squinted his eyes and said, the reward. Fujin tilted his head and replied, well, we were rewarded for ranking first in the academy. I assumed that the same would apply even this time. Lines immediately appeared on Renjiro's head. He thought, I need to educate this brat. He ignored it for now and said, congrats on making it to the 3rd round, though it shouldn't be a surprise, I suppose. We will now decide how to train for the next month. He looked at Miko and Hoka and said, I had a chat with your parents. They said that they want to train you themselves for the next month. They will be taking the entire month off to train you two. Miko and Hoka immediately got excited. Renjiro smiled on seeing their reactions. He said, train hard, you two. I would love to see my students as both finalists. You can leave. They both thanked him. Before leaving, Miko looked at Fujin and said, win your 2 matches and fight me. This time I will defeat you. Fujin grinned and said, don't worry, I'll win the whole tournament. She was annoyed at Fujin's confidence, but she grinned in response. Both Hoka and Miko left. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so any plans for this month? Fujin shook his head. Renjiro smiled and asked, prepared for a month of deadly training. Fujin grinned and replied, of course. Renjiro asked, before we begin, do you have anything you want to try or any doubts? Fujin thought for a bit and said, I don't have any new ideas to try. I do have a question, though. Are you aware of the training rooms on the 2nd floor of the tower inside the Forest of Death? Renjiro thought for a bit and replied, I have never used them. But I did hear about them. What about them? Fujin answered, they have a wind training room, earth training room, and training room for other natures too. I inspected those rooms and noticed that each room has a crystal which has dense energy belonging to that nature. Can you tell me what those crystals are? Renjiro was surprised at that question. He answered, those are elemental crystals, known as fire crystal, wind crystal, and so on. They provide some help to increase our affinity to that nature. It's helpful if you meditate in such rooms. Unfortunately, they are very rare and costly, so it isn't that useful. Fujin thought, just increase the affinity? No, I definitely felt a minute increase in my chakra level, so why didn't he feel it? It's either that he isn't telling me the whole thing, or his rate of refining chakra was too slow, and he didn't feel anything. After all, it was only when the rate of using its energy increased many folds that I could feel it. Fujin asked, how rare and how costly are they? Renjiro chuckled and replied, only the Hokage and major clans can buy them. That's how rare they are. As for price, every piece of crystal costs millions of ryo. Fujin was shocked. Millions? Renjiro laughed lightly at his student's reaction. However, he soon heard him sighing and muttering. I was planning to ask Lord Hokage for a few thousand wind crystals as the reward. Renjiro was flabbergasted on hearing that. A few thousand? He looked at Fujin and asked, do you think they grow on trees? Fujin looked back and purposefully gave a look as if asking, they don't. Renjiro's face was full of black lines again. AN, mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. If you can, Then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you IS3, Cutler, Andrew, Bilal, and Alexei Sadovsky for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 92, History Lesson, Elemental Crystals. Chapter 94 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin asked Renjiro, where and how are those elemental crystals produced? Renjiro sighed and said, you seem to be fixated upon this. All right, I'll explain everything about it. Elemental crystals are mined from crystal veins. Hundreds of years ago, these lands were full of such veins. Actually, the way the lands were named was based on which types of veins were most abundant in those areas. For instance, the land of fire was abundant in fire crystal veins. The elemental crystals provided huge help to ninjas, so they were mined extensively. Around 100 years ago, all veins began drying up. From what I have heard, the drying of the veins caused conflicts to intensify during that period, as everyone began fighting for it. By the time the 5 great villages came into existence, all the veins had been used up and destroyed. However, even after they were destroyed, the land still kept having more ninjas with similar affinities. Lord Second did research regarding this and concluded that the environment of Land of Fire is such that the ninjas here have a good affinity to fire manipulation. Same for the other 4 villages as well. As for the crystal veins, only one place still had some low-quality veins. That is the current Land of Iron. In order to prevent another war from happening for them, Lord First temporarily protected it. The daimyos soon reached a deal, and the Land of Iron became a neutral country without any ninjas who could use those crystal veins. Instead, the Land of Iron will mine a limited amount and sell a certain amount of it to each village. So all the elemental crystals today are received from the Land of Iron, and it is received in very low quantities. Most of those elemental crystals are distributed among the clans. The rest is kept by the Hokage and is used to train the Anbu. Additionally, because their quality and quantity are low, they are only used alongside proper Fuinjutsu seals to be able to use 100% of those crystals. Fujin digested all this information. He analyzed, oh, guess it isn't as useful as I thought then. Without sufficient quantities, they won't be that useful. Elemental crystals will play a huge role in one arc in the future, or maybe more if I get more ideas, but it won't create a huge impact on the story. I do have some good ideas with this, but if I overdo it, it might not be Naruto anymore, lol. Fujin asked, does the effect of each crystal depend on our affinity? Renjiro nodded. Yes, it works best with your affinity. Did you check all 5 rooms? Fujin nodded. Renjiro replied, good. The chakra paper used to test your affinity only shows your strongest affinity unless you have an elemental KK Genkai. But trying to absorb energy from elemental crystals too can tell you your affinities. What was your absorption rate for other elements compared to wind? Fujin replied, it was around 35% for fire, around 6% for earth, and 0 for water and lightning. Renjiro appeared disappointed on hearing that. He sighed, seems like you don't have much affinity for other elements. Fujin acted disappointed and asked, what should it have been for me to have their affinity? Renjiro explained, if you have any element at 70% or above, then that can be considered as your secondary affinity. Your wind element affinity is quite strong, so most likely any element above 50% could have been considered a secondary affinity. As for tertiary affinity, it needs to be 30% or above. Your fire element qualifies for this, but I would recommend you to not waste your time on it. After all, it is extremely rare for a squad in Konoha to not have someone with fire affinity. Fujin nodded. Renjiro continued, even your earth manipulation, I would suggest you stop it after learning Earth Wall Jutsu. Focus entirely on your wind manipulation. Make it as strong and lethal as you can. Fujin replied, yes, sensei. Renjiro said, now let's get back to your training for the month. Fujin paid attention with some excitement. Training with Renjiro proved to be extremely fruitful. Renjiro chuckled and said, actually, I have nothing more to teach you. I have already taught you all the basics that I could. Rest would require hard work from you to improve further. Fujin gave his sensei a deadpan look. He asked, "So what will be training for this month, Sensei?" Renjiro smirked. "We will be doing live combat practice." Fujin felt a chill down his spine on looking at his sensei's smirk. Renjiro continued, "Every time you spar or fight, you hide behind your clones. While that is a good strategy, and I admire the fact that you have managed to pull it off so successfully, you have missed out on an essential fighting experience that you will need in the future. So for this entire month, we will do live combat drills. You can use your clones, but I will still attack your main body. By the time this month ends, I will let you experience everything that you would have to face during missions." Fujin nervously said, "All right, Sensei." As soon as he said it, Renjiro attacked him with a punch. But Fujin, who was on alert due to Renjiro's smirk, flickered away in the blink of an eye. Renjiro smirked and flickered as well. The evening before the tournament, Fujin laid in the training ground, breathing heavily. If anyone were to see him, they would wonder how many people beat him up. He was bruised all over and had completely exhausted his chakra. Renjiro walked over to him and said, "Ready for the tournament?" Fujin looked at him while screaming internally, "You know what? Fuck the child activists. Where the fuck are the human rights activists? In my previous life, if anyone leaked even a minute of my combat drills with this monster, the media would all create havoc for weeks. There might even be public protests against him. I didn't even get a break on my birthday. Bastard made me eat punches and kicks instead of cake." Unfortunately, Fujin had neither the energy nor the courage to talk back to Renjiro. Renjiro chuckled, lifted Fujin, and put him on his shoulder. He said, "Well, you can't fight in this state. Let's get you to the hospital to fix you up." And Fujin didn't reply or struggle. In the last month, he was carried in this manner to the hospital 11 times. He had received all sorts of weird looks. Any sense of embarrassment was long dead and buried. On reaching the hospital, the medic Nin healed him as usual and asked him to sleep in the hospital. While going to sleep, Fujin thought, "No wonder all adults in this village are so shameless. It seems that they all had their sense of shame beaten out of them." Tournament from the next chapter. It's really hard to find the motivation to write fights that don't involve Fujin. Auen, mass release at the end of February if we reach 300 Power Stones every week in this month. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link to patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Chance Eddie, K0D4S, and Zero for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 93, Gambling. Chapter 95 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next morning, Fujin woke up early. He ate a few ration bars and did some light exercises before heading to the stadium where the tournament would be held. When he neared the stadium, he could hear multiple announcements being made over the loudspeaker. There were a lot of stalls outside the stadium. The area was very crowded. Fujin thought, it's almost like a fair. This world barely has any good means of entertainment. So I suppose the Chunin exams are the biggest entertainment for normal people. No wonder it's so crowded and noisy. On entering the stadium, a guard informed him where the participants had to gather. Fujin went there and saw that all the remaining Genins were already there. He walked towards Mieko and Hoka. "Hey!" Both greeted him while smirking. Hoka asked, "So, how was your training?" Fujin sighed and was about to answer, but Mieko spoke first. "No need to tell. We already know. Everyone was talking about a certain someone being carried to the hospital daily." Both Hoka and Mieko began laughing. Fujin gave them a deadpan look. He muttered lightly but loud enough for them both to hear, "At least I was defeated by a Junin instead of a fellow Genin teammate." This interrupted their laugh. Hoka replied, "Last time you caught me by surprise. That will never happen again." Mieko snorted and said, "Humph. I was injured by Hoka, and you took advantage. This time you will have to fight more opponents first. I'll send you back to the hospital on Sensei's shoulder." Fujin smirked and was about to reply when Inoichi called them and asked them to assemble at the center of the ground. Announcements were made to introduce all 9 Genins to the audience. While the announcements were made, Fujin noticed where Hiruzen was sitting. There were a few Anbu around him. but there wasn't any other Kage. Fujin analyzed, no Genin from Suna qualified, so no wonder their Kage didn't show up. And while Kiri Genins did qualify, they don't represent the 4th Mizukage. I thought Mei might come, but it looks like either she's busy or Hiruzen refused to host her publicly before she wins. Next, he checked out the important officials who were sitting with a few daimyos. He didn't notice anyone interesting there. Lastly, he looked at a spot where a lot of familiar faces were. He noticed Ibiki, Genma, and Raido sitting next to each other, with some papers in front of them, and wondered, are they the judges for the tournament? He recalled his discussion with Renjiro earlier. A week ago, in the training ground, Fujin was resting having just fought Renjiro. Renjiro was sitting nearby as well. Fujin asked, who decides the Chunin promotion sensei? Will it be just the proctor for the 3rd round, or do others also have a say? Renjiro answered, there will be a panel of judges who will evaluate your performances during the tournament. Their decision is the most critical for getting promoted. The proctors of the 3 phases will also submit reports of their evaluation. Promotions will be based on these evaluations. Their evaluations are sent to the Chunin exam supervisor, who makes the decision and sends it to the Hokage for approval. Fujin asked, Chunin exam supervisor? Who is that? Renjiro nodded. He is the one who makes decisions regarding the Chunin exams. The current Chunin exam supervisor is a retired elite Junin. He is a few years older than the Sanins. Fujin thought and said, okay, but don't the Junin instructors or anyone else get a say? Renjiro answered, the Junin instructors can make recommendations, but it is very rare as the Genins are their own students, and it could be seen as favoritism. As for others, there are a few who can make recommendations such as the Junin commander, Anbu commander, Illage elders, and clan heads. But again, it's very rare. They get more involved during the Junin promotions. Fujin nodded. That makes sense. But sensei, you said that we have thousands of Chunins. But don't only a few Genins get promoted every year? While asking, Fujin wondered, it makes no sense for Chunin exams to be the only form of promotion. I wonder what other ways are to be promoted. Renjiro looked deeply at Fujin before answering. As the Hokage said, the Chunin exams are more about showing your skills, talent, and potential to the daimyos and other important people. Promoting the Genins isn't the main focus. If you observed, you would have noticed that all Konoha Genins participating were 15 years or younger. Fujin thought for a bit and said, yeah, I don't remember seeing any older Genin from our village. Renjiro continued, Genins above the age of 15 are promoted when they are deemed capable enough to be promoted without any exam. So there are around 100 Genins promoted every year, even more during the war. But Genins who get promoted outside the Chunin exams have a harder time becoming Junin. Very few manage to become Junin. Fujin digested the information and nodded while wondering, wasn't Kabuto much older during the Chunin exams? Did Konoha relax the restrictions later? His thoughts were interrupted by Renjiro, who said, enough rest, let's continue. Fujin got up and prepared himself for another round of beating. Back to the present. Fujin noticed that Renjiro, Genki, and a few dozen more Junins and Chunins were sitting behind the judges. Miko and Hoka looked for their parents in the crowd. Apparently, some of their classmates also came to watch the tournament. None of the Genins were paying much attention to the announcements. However, one announcement suddenly attracted their attention. The announcer said, to make this tournament more exciting, the Gato Company has set up a gambling center for the tournament. The odds are Uchiha Miko 1, 2, Satsuma Rentaro 1.4, Hyuga Ho 5, Sakai Yumi 1.8, Yuki Shin 1.8, Suzuki Fujin 4, Matsushita Satoru 5, Shiro Sora 5, Kido Kohaku 9. Those who are still left to place your bets, you can do so within the next 15 minutes before the matches begin. Fujin was surprised. Seriously? Gambling so openly? And Gato Company? His eyes wandered towards Hiruzen and the place where the daimyos were sitting. How much of a cut do these guys get for letting someone like Gato do this? He analyzed the odds. Miko and Hoka come from strong clans, so this ain't a surprise. As for Kiri, it looks like they want to advertise their strength. Rentaro and Yuki Shin, I can understand, but why are the odds for Yumi so high? Anyways, I have around 800,000 Ryo with me. Should I bet all on myself? I'm confident that I am the strongest, but my fights are the toughest too. I'll have to face Yuki and Rentaro, who would be fresh. Then Miko, who would only have had one easy fight. For the last, I thought it'd be Hoka, but looks like he may have one tough fight against Yumi. While Fujin was analyzing, Miko couldn't hide her smirk due to having the highest odds. The other Genins looked at her and realized that she would be the strongest opponent. Inoichi said, "All announcements are over. Go wait in the waiting room. Fujin, Shin, your matches will begin in 15 minutes." The Genins begin walking towards the waiting room. Fujin, after thinking for a bit, concluded, "While 800,000 Ryo is a decent amount of money, it is nowhere enough for me to buy some of the stuff that I want. So better to just gamble. I'll gamble 600,000 Ryo. 200,000 Ryo is sufficient for my normal needs. And even if I lose, earning that 600,000 back shouldn't be a big deal." That said, the gambling is held by Gato, so he should be very rich. Killing him won't be a good decision, but I should plunder him in the future. Since he operates illegally, I might get some good stuff from him. Not to mention a lot of Ryo as well. After deciding, he said softly, "I'll meet you guys in the waiting room." He flickered. The Genins wondered where he went. Fujin flickered in the place where the bets were being taken. Surprisingly, the crowd here was very low. So few people? Wait. The announcements implied that many already placed their bets, so only the ones who didn't know yet are placing their bets now. Fujin withdrew 600,000 Ryo from his scroll and went ahead. The bookie was surprised at seeing a participant here. He greeted Fujin. "Hello, Fujin-kun. How may I help you?" Fujin replied, "I want to place bets." He put 600,000 Ryo in front of him and said, 600,000 Ryo on myself." The bookie sneered internally on hearing that Fujin wanted to bet on himself. This orphan civilian ninja wants to bet on himself? The only reason why his odds weren't the lowest is that he broke the record in the second round thanks to his two teammates. However, he was shocked when he saw 600,000 Ryo being placed in front of him. He thought, are the Genins so rich in Konoha? He immediately took the cash and handed Fujin 6 silver tickets with his name on them. Every silver ticket denoted 100,000 Ryo. Fujin checked it and left. After he left, that bookie began laughing. "He just donated 600,000 Ryo to us." Haha. Fujin entered and waited in the waiting room. This room gave the best view of the ground below. It will help the Genins observe others properly. After a few minutes, an announcement was made calling Fujin and Shin down. Hoka and Miko said, "Good luck" to Fujin, while the Kiri Genins wished Shin good luck. Fujin and Shin jumped down to the ground and walked towards Inoichi. Inoichi asked them both to take positions. Fujin and Shin stood face to face 5 meters apart. Fujin thought, ice release. This will be a tough fight. Shin thought, this guy is very fast, and his sword is very strong. I shouldn't give him a chance to use his sword at all. Inoichi announced loudly, "Now the first fight starts. Begin." A mass release on Sunday if we reach 300 Power Stones this week. We reached 429 Power Stones last week. Let's go for 450 this week. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Paul and Iola, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 94. The Opening Fight. Chapter 96 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As soon as he said it, Shin grabbed his shurikens. However, even before he could throw them, a wind explosion jutsu was coming at him. He immediately ran backwards and to the right, dodging the explosion. Fujin noticed him moving and thought, too slow. He flickered to where Shin was dodging and threw 2 wind explosion spheres at him. Shin was moving towards the wind explosion spheres when he noticed them. He tried dodging again, but the spheres exploded. He avoided most of the winds, but a few still hit him. A few cuts appeared on his left hand and leg. The crowd didn't expect the fight to be so intense from the start. They began cheering loudly. Fujin was planning to keep his attack going when he noticed that Shin made a few hand signs and his chakra suddenly spiked. Which jutsu? Oh well, let's test him out. Fujin created a big wind explosion jutsu and threw it at him. If Shin was using a jutsu that needed some time to launch, this could defeat him. However, huge ice spikes immediately began appearing around him. Some were big enough to be called spears. Shin yelled, "Ice hell!" Immediately, all ice spikes got launched at a very fast speed. Some pierced through the wind explosion sphere, dispersing it. Shin smirked when he saw the shock on Fujin's face. At the next moment, 4 spikes hit Fujin. Shin was about to celebrate when Fujin dispersed into the winds. He was shocked. Wind clone? When? The reason Fujin made a giant wind explosion sphere was so that he could hide behind it. When Shin couldn't see him, he created a wind clone and escaped underground. Before Shin could figure out when Fujin created a wind clone, he felt something under him. He immediately jumped backwards. Just after he jumped, Fujin's hands popped out of the ground, trying to catch his legs. Fujin came out of the ground as Shin landed at some distance. Fujin smiled and said, "That was a strong jutsu. I am impressed." Shin was breathing heavily. This was a rank B jutsu from his clan. It used more than half of his chakra. When Fujin exited the ground, Miko and Hoka suddenly snorted. Yumi became worried. The crowd was shocked at this jutsu. Most hadn't ever seen any ice jutsu. The ice spikes were embedded into the stadium walls. The civilians and even some ninjas breathed in relief that the spikes weren't aimed higher. Hiruzen wondered, should I arrange for barriers? Genins aren't supposed to use B-rank jutsus. Fujin didn't allow Shin to catch his breath, and once again began attacking with wind explosion jutsus from a close distance. Shin dodged desperately while using water wall jutsu to defend himself and attempting to create some distance from Fujin. Such an exchange went on for the next 4 to 5 minutes. Shin had even more wounds and was breathing even more heavily. Finally, he managed to get away from Fujin. He made a few quick hand signs. Fujin too created a few hand signs. 2 wind wolves appeared next to him and charged at Shin. Fujin waited to see what jutsu Shin was about to use. Ice Dragon Jutsu. Soon, an ice dragon started forming in front of Shin. It began to move towards the wind wolves and Fujin. Fujin thought, "Ice dragon? Looks cool, but he looks to be devoid of chakra." Fujin controlled the wolves to move away from the dragon and then attack Shin from opposite directions. Shin ignored them and kept his focus on Fujin. Suddenly, Ice Dragon's speed increased and it rushed towards Fujin. At the same time, Shin dropped to his knees as he was very exhausted. Fujin made a hand sign, spinning Shield of Wind. As the ice dragon reached Fujin, it opened its jaws, showing its massive fangs. It looked as if it wanted to bite him to death. However, a circular shield having a radius of 3 meters and a thickness of half a meter formed in front of Fujin. It was formed of wind and spinning at a high speed. The ice dragon clashed with the shield and was stopped. It kept pushing against the wind shield. At the same time, the 2 wind wolves were running towards Shin. Shin thought, just a little bit more and I'll break his shield. The ice dragon pushed halfway into the shield. The wolves were still around 20 meters from him. The crowds were tense. Shiro Sora said excitedly in the waiting room, "Shin will win." The other Kirijinins, except Yumi, were happy as well. Hoka and Miko, on the other hand, were just annoyed. Yumi said, "No, he has lost." This shocked the 4 Kirijinins, who didn't understand what she meant. They looked at Shin and Fujin. When the wolves were around 10 meters from Shin, the ice dragon broke the wind shield. Shim smiled. The ice dragon hit Fujin, scoring a direct hit. He was frozen solid. Shin was surprised that Konoha's proctor didn't save him. At that instant, Inoichi appeared in front of Shin and dispersed the 2 wind wolves who were about to bite him to death. Inoichi looked at Shin and announced, "Winner of this round, Suzuki Fujin. He will advance to the next round." Shin was shocked. So was the crowd. They thought, "Didn't he win?" Shin immediately protested. "Why? Wasn't he hit first? You should have helped him instead of me." Inoichi sighed at his ignorance. He pointed with his thumb where the ice dragon had exploded. Shin followed his thumb to see. He saw a block of ice, but no Fujin inside it. He was shocked. Where is he? As soon as he asked, he heard, "Yo, looking for me?" He quickly turned his head left and saw Fujin standing some distance away, waving his hand. He was dumbfounded. "But how? I saw you get frozen." Fujin just smiled and left without replying. Almost everyone in the audience was confused. Even among the ninjas, a few were clueless. The Kirijinans didn't understand what was happening either. They looked towards Yumi. She explained, when he was underground, he made a shadow clone. The Kirijinans were stunned. She continued, the remaining fight was fought by his shadow clone. He stayed hidden underground. The clone was dispelled after it got frozen in ice, and his main body exited the ground when you guys were distracted by Inoichi. The Kirijinans were left tongue-tied. After some time, Satoru managed to exclaim, so Shin lost to a mere clone? Yumi looked at Rentaro and said, don't underestimate him. He might not have any Kekkei Genkai, but his chakra is larger than yours. He didn't even lose 10% of his chakra in this fight, and he is tactically sound as well. Be on your guard. Rentaro nodded with a grim expression. The experienced ninjas who were watching this fight were very impressed. Tsume, who was sitting in the stadium with her kids, thought, "Very good." Even someone like me didn't notice that he was just a clone. Kiba kept bugging her by asking how Fujin won, so she explained it to him. Hana also listened attentively. The judges also analyzed the fight. Ibiki said, "Impressive." He relied majorly on a rank D jutsu to force his opponent into using 2 rank B jutsus and exhaust his chakra. Genma nodded and said, "Yes, and his speed and precision are also very good." His opponent was forced into desperation multiple times. Raito added, "While his strategy was good, the fact that he can perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu is also impressive." Ibiki replied, "Yes, and he is also very good at using it. His Shadow Clone can be very useful for information gathering in missions. Also, he can use jutsus of 2 elements." Raito smiled and said, "And he could perform the Wind Explosion Jutsu without any hand seals." Genma said, "I think he is ready to be promoted to Chunin. He is strong and good at tactics. All that remains to be seen is how he leads." Raito said, "What are your thoughts about his opponent? Though he lost, his Ice Hell Jutsu was very strong. If used in the middle of a battlefield, it will cause a lot of damage." Ibiki had a different opinion. He said, "No, he didn't show much control over it and used it in every direction, so it will hit both enemies and allies." Genma said, "Hard to say. His teammates can take cover in advance. That said, despite his jutsu being strong, he wasted it along with his chakra. I don't think he is ready to be promoted." They kept discussing the fight and the pros and cons of both the Genins. Hiruzen was also impressed with how easily Fujin won. Good win. He is a promising seedling. However, he suddenly had another thought. If he wins this tournament, will he ask me for another reward? I still owe him 2 rewards. He sighed and thought, I should have made Homura pay for the rewards for making this suggestion. Mass release on Sunday if we reach 300 Power Stones this week. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Dark Fox True, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 95. A Hyuga Who Doesn't Use Gentle Fist. Chapter 97 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin walked up the stairs as many looked at him in awe and confusion. Fujin thought, well, that went well. He pretty much lost it by exhausting his chakra by using 2 rank B jutsus. My clone could have easily dodged the Ice Dragon too. But seeing how exhausted he was, there was no need to. After all, that blue-eyed girl should have noticed me. So if I won with even my clone still fine, then my opponent would be extremely careful. After entering the waiting room, Fujin sat next to Hoka and Miko. Yumi and Sora were soon called and they went down. Inoichi soon announced, "The second battle starts now. Begin." Sora immediately ran behind, while Yumi started with Water Shuriken Jutsu. He created a water wall to block her jutsu while retreating into the woods, thinking, I can't fight her in open fields. She is too dangerous. Yumi followed him into the woods. They began fighting in the woods. Sora used the trees as a shield and cover to attack her, but Yumi managed to defend and counterattack every time. They maintained this deadlock for around 10 minutes. Fujin wondered, while he does fight well in the woods, he has no advantage, so why was he so quick in entering the woods? After 10 minutes, Yumi finally managed to land a lethal hit. Her water bullet left a deep cut on Sora's thigh. The wound made it harder for him to move. Yumi looked at him and said, "You are wounded. You can't fight anymore." Sora gritted his teeth. Yumi glared at him and said, "Give up, or it will be very painful for you." Color drained off his face on hearing that. He gave up. Inoichi announced, "Second match winner is Sakai Yumi." Fujin observed the fight carefully and thought, why was he so afraid? He looked at Hoka and concluded, I wonder how her fight with Hoka will go. Hoka got up. Fujin said, "Good luck, Hoka. Win quickly." Miko also wished him luck. Before Satoru left, Kohaku reminded him once again to not get close to the Hyuga. While the next candidates were arriving on the ground, the judges discussed again. Ibiki commented, both were good, however, Sora seemed to be afraid of her. Raito agreed, yes, and he seemed too impatient to run into the woods. As if he didn't want to fight her in the open at all. Genma didn't comment and just made some notes. Hoka and Satoru arrived on the ground. Inoichi announced, "The third match starts now. Begin." Satoru immediately moved backwards while making hand signs. Hoka followed and made a few hand signs too. Water Shuriken Jutsu. Stone Shuriken Jutsu. Both launched their jutsus simultaneously. Fujin and Miko were surprised. Hoka started with ninjutsu? Really? Some water and stone shurikens clashed. The stone shurikens went through the water shurikens, dispersing them, but their momentum decreased. Hoka and Satoru dodged the remaining shurikens. Hoka immediately began closing distance, while Satoru once again moved back while making hand signs. Hoka sighed and made a hand sign too. Miko commented, "It looks like a game of tag." Fujin chuckled. Water jet jutsu, rock shield jutsu. The water jet hit the rock shield, but it couldn't damage it. Water just bounced back from the rock. Satoru frowned. He made a few more hand signs. Water clone jutsu. 3 water clones appeared, and they began running towards the rock shield. Satoru wondered, why is he hiding behind the rock instead of chasing me? At that instant, he suddenly felt a pain in his left foot. He immediately jumped and looked down. Multiple rock thorns had appeared under him, almost looking like a bed. 2 of those thorns hit his foot, one of them making him bleed. Suddenly, the rock thorns launched themselves into the air at him. He panicked and immediately made hand signs to create a water wall below him. But a few rock thorns hit him before the water wall was formed. Even after it was formed, a few still made it through and hit him. He slowly fell down out of the way of the rock thorns. On landing, he winced. 8 rock thorns had stabbed him. None were lethal, but they hurt a lot. His water clones were confused about what to do. However, they decided to attack Hoka. However, on reaching, they noticed that Hoka wasn't behind the rock. As soon as Satoru landed, 2 hands popped out of the ground and grabbed his legs. Headhunter Jutsu. Immediately, he was buried underground, while Hoka appeared above the ground. Satoru yelled very loudly. As he was being pulled underground, the thorns on him hit the ground. 3 of those horns couldn't go underground with him, which resulted in huge cuts before they were pushed out of his body. The pain made him lose control over his water clones, and they turned into water. Hoka was about to place 2 fingers in front of Satoru's forehead and ask him to quit. However, the yell filled with agony made him stop. Inoichi immediately appeared and helped Satoru out of the ground. He had 3 6-inch-long cuts, one on his chest, one near his abdomen, and one on his back, and there were still 5 more rock thorns embedded in him. Medics quickly rushed to the ground and took him away. Inoichi announced, "Third match winner is Hyuga Hoka." The crowd, which was shocked by Satoru's yells, began cheering once again. Yumi and Kohaku watched with grim faces. They looked at Hoka and thought, he used the rock shield jutsu to block Satoru's line of sight and went underground. From there, he used 2 jutsus to sneak attack and then dealt the final blow. During the second phase, he barely used any ninjutsu. We underestimated him. Fujin analyzed, damn, never expected him to win with ninjutsu. Stone Shuriken Jutsu, Rock Shield Jutsu, Rock Thorn Bed Jutsu, Rock Thorn Launch Jutsu, and Headhunter Jutsu. Winning against him might not be that easy anymore. That said, his speed of using jutsu isn't as fast as mine or Miko's. He just used the fact that the opponent was distracted by having to maintain a distance from him. The judges also analyzed. Ibiki said, "Airy good performance. He won very quickly without wasting much chakra." Genma chuckled. "How long has it been since we saw a Hyuga fighting without using Gentle Fist?" Raito said, "He seems ready to be promoted to Chunin. As for Satoru, he isn't ready." Both Ibiki and Genma nodded. Hoka's parents were proud of their son for winning so quickly. His father said, "Finally, I managed to get him to use ninjutsu." Hoka's mother nodded. She knew how difficult it was for him. Miyako stood up. Fujin looked at her and said, "Good luck." She nodded and went to the ground. Kohaku followed her while muttering to herself, "Don't look into her eyes." They both reached the center of the ground and faced each other. However, Kohaku never once looked at Miko's face. Inoichi announced, "The fourth match starts now. Begin." Mass release on Sunday if we reach 300 Power Stones this week. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Brandon Turner, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 96, Pay to Win Ninja. Chapter 98 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Miko immediately activated her Sharingan and threw a few shurikens. However, at the same time, Kohaku threw a kunai with an explosion tag. Both Miko and Kohaku moved backwards rapidly. Miko frowned. She immediately ran around the smoke and ran towards her opponent. Having created distance, Kohaku immediately made a few hand signs. Hidden mist jutsu. As Miko moved forward, she noticed the mist thickening. She immediately made a few hand signs. Fireball jutsu. A fireball headed towards Kohaku, but she used water wall jutsu to block it. The fire ended up evaporating a lot of the water, making the mist even denser. Soon, Kohaku disappeared from her sight. Miko frowned again. Her Sharingan couldn't see through the mist at all. She moved away from the area where the mist was the thickest, while thinking, I could really use a combination attack here. The mist covered half of the ground, including the woods, while Miko stayed away and thought about her next move. The judges were impressed by this move. Genma remarked, "Impressive." She made all preparations needed to deal with the Sharingan. Miko will have a tough time fighting in the mist. The mist continued expanding. Miko took out a scroll from her waist bag. She opened it and made a hand sign. Dozens of kunai with exploding tags attached began appearing from the scroll. She grabbed each and threw them all in the area where the mist was. Over 100 exploding tags exploded inside the mist, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The two Miss Junin were shocked. "So wasteful. Give us those if you are wasting 100 on merely a Chunin exam." Fujin was stunned. Did she just use up over 75,000 Ryo? Spoilt brat? Miko's parents got weird looks as well, but they ignored it. The explosions dispersed the mist. While it did create another smokescreen, Miko's Sharingan could see in it. Kido Kohaku couldn't see Miko throwing the explosion tags. She was dumbfounded when one explosion after another began happening inside the mist. 2 tags exploded close to her. One of them caused a few burns to her left forearm as she wasn't fast enough to get away. The explosions also left her ears ringing. Miko immediately moved through the smoke towards her opponent. Kohaku still hadn't recovered from the shock or the pain. On reaching her, she quickly made a few hand signs and used fireball jutsu from around 20 meters in front of her. Kohaku couldn't see or hear Miko, but she felt something coming at her. She immediately made a few hand signs. While making the hand signs, she finally saw the fireball moving rapidly towards her. As soon as the water wall began forming, she moved backwards. The firewall hit the water wall and exploded. The thin film of water wasn't enough to block the explosion. While moving backward, she heard something and looked to her right. A few shurikens were flying at her. After using fireball jutsu, Miko flickered to Kohaku's right side. The only way to dodge the shurikens was to jump, and Kohaku jumped intending to get on the branch of the tree behind her. Due to her jump, she barely managed to dodge the shuriken. However, she saw Miko suddenly clenching her fist and pulling it back. Her eyes widened. Some of the shurikens were tied to metal wire. When Miko pulled her hand back, those shurikens were pulled back. 2 wires wrapped around Kohaku's left leg, stopping her jump and making her fall down suddenly. Kohaku was about to fall on her face. She raised her hands in front of her by reflex to soften the impact of the fall. However, at the last moment, Miko pulled the wire towards herself. Due to this, Kohaku fell on both her hands and face and was dragged for a meter on the ground. It took her a couple of seconds to get up. Unfortunately, that was enough time for Miko to step on her back and hold a kunai against her throat. She said, "You have lost. Give up." Kohaku unwillingly said, "I surrender." Inoichi announced, "The fourth match winner is Uchiha Mieko." The spectators cheered loudly. Mieko smirked and left. The Kiri Junins frowned. They had lost all 3 fights against Konoha Genins. The only winner they had from Kiri was Yumi, who fought against another Kiri Janin. One of the Junin assured the other, "Don't worry, Rintaro and Yumi should win the next matches. Then the Uchiha girl will have to fight them both to win the tournament." The other Junin nodded. Abiki sighed. "I thought we would get to see the hidden mist assassination technique today." Genma chuckled. "At least she won." Raito nodded. "All of Renjiro's students are strong. The Chunin exam just seems to be a formality for them." Genma noted. "That Kiri Kunoichi is good too. She came up with a good tactic to implement against the Sharingan." Ibiki rebuked him. Unfortunately, she had no response to her counter. While the counter was overwhelming, such incidents often happen during missions. If she gets overwhelmed, then both she and her team will be dead. Neither Raito nor Genma countered him. In the waiting room, Hoka said, "She is as overbearing as usual." Fujin nodded. "The ground is a mess. Should be helpful for your earth jutsus, though." Hoka grinned and nodded. Rintaro looked at Fujin and got up. Fujin too stood up. Hoka seriously said, "Be careful, he looks strong." Fujin smirked and replied, "Don't worry, I'll win just as always." While Fujin said it softly, it was loud enough to be heard by everyone in the waiting room. Rintaro immediately lost his cool. He yelled, "Bastard! I'll beat you up!" Fujin just smirked and ignored him, thinking, "Kids, so easy to rile up." He jumped down to the ground. Rintaro followed him. Seeing them heading to the ground, Genma commented, "This should be interesting. Among the 9 Genins, their chakra reserves are the highest." Raito nodded. "After hearing Sume's praises for him, I wonder how strong he is." After taking their positions, Inoichi announced, "The last quarterfinal starts now. Begin. Mass release on Sunday if we reach 300 Power Stones this week. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read FD chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mellow Melon and Durza Gaming for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 97, Wind vs. Water, Chapter 99 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Immediately Fujin threw a wind explosion jutsu at Rentaro. Rentaro muttered, "So predictable." He threw a kunai with an explosion tag attached. Both Rentaro and Fujin retreated. The explosion tag exploded, dispersing the wind explosion jutsu. While retreating, Rentaro released a massive amount of chakra. He made a few hand signs. Water Dragon Jutsu. He expected Fujin to attack, but there was no attack. He wondered, what is he doing? The water dragon formed while the smoke screen by the explosion dispersed. However, Rentaro could no longer see Fujin. He got worried. Did this bastard escape into the ground? He immediately looked in the waiting room at Yumi. As soon as Yumi noticed him looking at her, she looked at the woods. Rentaro followed her eyes and looked at the woods. He noticed Fujin standing casually on one of the branches. Before the match began, Rentaro had requested Yumi to communicate to him where Fujin was if he hid underground or created a lot of clones. Yumi had agreed. Rentaro scowled. When did this bastard run over there? It's fucking 100 meters away. I thought I was the one who needed to keep my distance from his sword. So why is he the one creating distance instead? As soon as Fujin sensed Rentaro building up his chakra, Fujin flickered into the woods behind him. He looked at the water dragon. Ho! 10 meters long water dragon. Pretty impressive size for a water dragon jutsu. Looks like he poured 5% of his chakra into it. I kinda hoped he put more due to being riled up. Rentaro controlled the water dragon to fly towards Fujin. Its size began shrinking due to having to move such a long distance. Fujin raised his right hand and began making a giant wind explosion sphere. He smirked. Oh well, time to rile him even more. Hopefully he'll use an even bigger jutsu. He threw the giant wind explosion sphere at the water dragon's mouth. It exploded on impact, and the winds generated were enough to neutralize the jutsu. Ibiki smiled on seeing this. Impressive. neutralizing a rank B jutsu with a rank D jutsu while disturbing his opponent's mental state. As Ibiki said, Rentaro looked very annoyed. Immediately, a massive chakra could be sensed from him by even ordinary people. Hoka and Miko activated their dujutsus to watch Rentaro. Fujin smirked. Hehe, just as I thought. However, unlike what Fujin and most others thought, Rentaro hadn't lost his reasoning. He analyzed, I practiced the whole month on how to engage you from a distance. Since you have voluntarily created distance, I don't have to worry about your sword. Rentaro made a few hand signs. Water release, raging river flood jutsu. A massive amount of water appeared in front of him, rising to 20 meters in the air. All the Konoha ninjas were shocked. Genma commented, That's a Ranka jutsus? Is he just a genin? Fujin was surprised as well. He wondered, who exactly is this guy? Did Kasame have a son? The water moved towards Fujin at a rapid speed. Anyone who saw it would feel like a tsunami is approaching. The wave was around 15 meters in height, and it was wide enough to cover all the trees inside the arena. 4 kunai appeared in Fujin's hands. At the same time, he began building up chakra. He threw the 4 kunai at equal distances from each other. They hit the wave 5 meters from the ground and exploded. The explosions broke the momentum of the wave, but it still kept approaching Fujin. Fujin made a hand sign while pretending that he needed to make a hand sign. Wind release great breakthrough jutsu. Fujin supercharged his jutsu with 3% of his maximum chakra. It created massive and incredibly strong winds. They halted the wave and even reversed its flow to an extent. The winds also carried some water into the stands, providing most of the audience with a free cold water bath. Some of the audience got very annoyed and began yelling, while the rest were yelling in excitement about seeing such huge jutsus. Most of the chunins and junins from Konoha were left tongue-tied at how such a massive jutsu was used, and how easily it was defended against. Renjiro smiled on seeing Fujin's performance. Rentaro, who was moving through the water intending to catch Fujin by surprise, suddenly stopped. He was shocked. I expected that the jutsu wouldn't harm him, but I never even considered that he would put a stop to it. The water didn't make it into those trees at all. Rentaro stayed in the water until the winds died down. He was frowning and calculating how to attack further. He had used up over 1/3 of his chakra, but didn't manage to even touch his opponent. While thinking, he was on high alert in case Fujin tried any sneak attack. Fujin noticed Rentaro moving ahead through the water. His chakra was very easy to notice. He focused on his location, thinking, attacking him with all the water around him will be difficult. But his momentum has been destroyed. Should I attack and build my momentum, or should I just waste time and wait for his chakra to run out? Fujin thought while he waited for his attack to die down. Perhaps, if it was before he spent the month doing combat drills with Renjiro, Fujin would have chosen the latter without giving it much thought. However, Renjiro had successfully managed to change the way Fujin thought and fought over the month. He couldn't change his careful nature, but Fujin now had learnt many ways to attack while still ensuring safety. More importantly, his confidence was built by fighting against an elite Junin for a month. Fujin made a hand sign and began supercharging his jutsu. As soon as the winds began dying down, Fujin flickered. He appeared 10 meters above Rentaro. Water in this area was up to 4 meters above the ground level. Rentaro was in the center of it. Renjiro smiled when he saw Fujin pressing on his attack. As soon as Fujin flickered over his head, Rentaro noticed. He also saw the hand sign Fujin had made. He yelled, "Crap!" Fujin instantly breathed out an even stronger great breakthrough jutsu. Rentaro waved his arms. The water around him gathered on top of him, acting as a shield. His thoughts ran as quickly as lightning. I can't dodge this. If I leave the protection of water, I'll be taking the full force of this attack. The winds easily broke into the water. The majority of the water began flying away. Inoichi, who was observing, suddenly got alert. He yelled, "Fujin, hold back!" He made hand signs while moving ahead. However, he was too slow. The supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu hit Rentaro head-on. He quickly made a hand sign just before the jutsu hit him. The crowd watched in horror as Rentaro was split into many small pieces. Many yelled in terror. Some vomited, while a few even lost consciousness. Fujin's eyes widened as well. AN, mass release on Sunday. Keep the stones rolling in. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Austin Roberts, Jeff, and What a Great Name Lol for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 98, Anticlimactic, Chapter 100 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 81 Power Stones this week. Let's go 500 plus from the next week. Due to using such a powerful jutsu, Fujin flew backwards in the air for a few minutes. From this view, he got a perfect view of what was happening. He saw as the wind cut Rentaro into pieces with ease. Fujin's eyes widened before sensing something was wrong. There's no blood! And the winds cut through him a bit too easily, as if there was no solid obstruction at all. Was it a water clone? But when did he make one? The judges and many ninjas were shocked as well. Fujin flickering and using such a strong jutsu so quickly wasn't something a genin should be able to do. In fact, even among chunins, only a few could replicate this. As everyone was thinking, Rentaro's body pieces dissolved into water. Fujin was continuously sensing chakra as he was thinking. He suddenly realized the chakra was distributed among his body pieces, and now all that chakra is in the water that he dissolved into. What jutsu is this? Fujin created some distance as he was thinking. The crowd calmed down on seeing the body waters transform into water. Suddenly, the water began gathering together, and Rentaro's body began forming. Fujin squinted his eyes and threw an explosion tag attached to a kunai right at the center. He and many ninjas realized, hydrification technique of the Hozuki clan. The Kiri Junins breathed in relief on seeing Rentaro use this jutsu in the nick of time. Fujin wondered, isn't this the Kekkei Genkai of the Hozuki clan? How did he get it? Was someone from his family from the Hozuki clan, or is he using a fake family name? It's not a Kekkei Genkai. It's a secret technique of the Hozuki clan, similar to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. That said, Kabuto did use Suigetsu's cells or DNA to get access to this technique, so it is sort of in a gray area. Genma noted, first an ice Kekkei Genkai, now the hydrification secret jutsu. The Kiri Janins are strong. Raito agreed and pointed out, yes, but Fujin is very strong too. He forced him into using it. Ibiki observed Rentaro putting his body together and stated he isn't proficient with this jutsu. The body is reforming too slowly. The Kiri Jinins got excited about seeing Rentaro use this jutsu. Sora said excitedly, in this form, Rentaro is invincible. That Konoha Jinin will lose badly. Miko and Hoka also observed this carefully, especially Miko, who might have to fight him if Fujin loses. As Rentaro's body was reforming, the explosion tag reached it and exploded, dispersing the water again. However, soon it began reforming once again. Fujin grabbed another kunai with an explosion tag and wondered, isn't his speed too slow? If I recall correctly, Suigetsu was able to liquefy some parts of his body and not be helpless unless a lightning jutsu was used. He threw the kunai, and it dispersed once again. The process was repeated 3 more times. The ninjas who knew about the hydrification technique and were excited to see it in action were dumbfounded, especially the Kiri Junins and Jinins. They saw one of their strongest secret jutsu be dismantled by cheap explosion tags. Of course, if Rentaro was stronger or had better control over this secret technique, then the hydrification technique wouldn't be neutralized so easily. However, this fact didn't reduce their humiliation. Miko looked at Sora and asked, is this what you call invincible in your village? Sora's face went red with shame. He wanted to rebuke, but no words left his mouth. Fujin threw the 7th explosion tag. At that time, Rentaro's Junin sensei jumped into the arena. Fujin noticed his chakra and immediately flickered into the woods. The Kiri Junin appeared in front of Rentaro and deflected the kunai. He said, we give up this fight. The ninjas looked at the arena with disappointment. Inoichi announced the result of the match. Ibiki sighed. First hidden mist assassination technique, and now hydrification technique. Both were dismantled through explosion tags. What a disappointment. Raito nodded and said, yes, we need to ban the use of explosion tags, especially in the finals. Genma agreed. While it's true that they are one of the ninja's important tools, this is just disappointing. Fujin and Miyako would never think that their fights would result in explosion tags getting banned from the final tournament. Rentaro's body finally managed to reform without any further disturbance. As soon as it reformed, he fell unconscious. His sensei immediately grabbed him, preventing the fall. Soon, his clothes were dyed red with his blood. The medical ninja quickly moved and treated him. Fujin saw and wondered, can someone using hydrification techniques can still be harmed with explosion tags? Or is it just because he is a noob at this technique? The Kiri Junin sighed looking at his student. The hydrification technique puts a huge strain on his chakra. Despite his huge chakra, he can only maintain it for a short while. If this had continued, he might have died due to chakra exhaustion. The medics healed Rentaro in the arena before carrying him away. The wounds on him weren't an issue as they healed easily. The main issue was chakra exhaustion. Fujin left the arena thinking, well, this was anticlimactic. He trapped himself by using a jutsu he couldn't use properly. I was expecting a close fight. Fujin's sentiment was shared by all the Junins and most Chunins in the seating area. The end to the fight was just too anticlimactic. Genma looked at Fujin and commented, he is getting promoted to Chunin. Ibiki and Raido nodded. Though his opponent gave him a couple of openings, Fujin grabbed them both and took full advantage of them. His performance was very good. While Fujin was walking up the stairs, two shady-looking men in black suits blocked his path. Fujin looked at them. One of the men said in a deep voice, "You have to lose the next match to Uchiha Miko." Fujin's eyes twitched. He asked, "I do? Why?" At the same time, he wondered, "Do these jokers threaten Jinins every tournament?" He replied, "Our boss has made huge bets on the Uchiha kid. If you win, he will lose all his money. So you have to give up the fight, or we will make you regret it." Fujin ignored the threat and asked, "How much money did your boss bet?" The two men were shocked by the question. They had done this a few times, but for the first time, they were asked such a question. The second man asked, "Why do you want to know?" Fujin gave him a deadpan look and said, "You two don't even know what your boss has bet, and still came here to threaten me." Hearing Fujin's tone angered them, but they controlled it as Fujin seemed reasonable. The first man replied, "He bet 20 million ryo on the Uchiha girl." Fujin thought for a moment and said, "I see." He looked at them and said, "Give me 4 million ryo and I'll give up the fight." This left them both tongue-tied. Both cursed him. The second man said, "Asshole! You think a brat like you can take money from us?" Fujin replied in a neutral voice, "If I win, your boss would lose 20 million ryo. I'm not even asking for half. Do you think your boss will let you go if I win?" This pushed them over the line. Both immediately grabbed their kunai and threatened Fujin. "If you don't agree, then we will make you incapable of fighting in the tournament." "We were ninjas in the land of grass. A brat like you is easy prey for us." Fujin sighed and said, "All right, I'll give up the fight." This made them relax. They put their kunais back while smirking and saying, "Finally you realize your pla." However, at that instant, winds flew. Both the men had their throats cut. Many cuts appeared on their bodies. They dropped their kunai. They were about to scream when Fujin grabbed their faces and slammed their head on the stairs. They both lost consciousness. Fujin bent down and began checking their clothes, while muttering, "How do idiots like them exist? Didn't they see my 2 matches?" He grabbed both their wallets. There were 80,000 ryo in them. There were also a couple of scrolls on them. He took them all and put them into his own scrolls. Fujin left the stairs and looked around. He noticed an Uchiha police officer and an Anbu in the stand. He thought, so whom to report to? After a few seconds, he decided to report to the Anbu, analyzing, "Those two attacked me so that Miko would win. While I don't think they would go easy on them for that reason, it is a possibility. If he has Sharingans, then he could make them spill all the beans. And if they tell about how much money they had, it's possible that the Uchiha might ask me about it. As for the Anbu, I doubt they would be so focused on what they had, and instead focus more on the act. Even if they do, it'll be a long time. And those thugs would assume that the Anbu confiscated their belongings." Having decided, Fujin flickered in front of him. The Anbu ninja was surprised to see Fujin. Fujin waved his hands and said, "Hello, Anbu-san. A couple of former ninjas from the Land of Grass attacked me on the stairs and were injured. Can you check on them and take the necessary actions?" The Anbu ninja was surprised. He asked, "Why did they attack you?" Fujin replied, "Not sure, but they were talking about their boss placing some bets." The Anbu ninja understood and nodded. He said, "Good work. I'll apprehend them." He flickered. He would arrest those two and send them to the T&I department to torture them till they confessed who their boss was. Once they confessed, they were tortured even more for their crime. Their boss was arrested as well, and all his businesses were seized by Konoha. Fujin, unaware of the tragedy his self-defense caused, went back into the waiting room. There was a half an hour's break before the semifinals began. Hoka, Fujin, and Miko meditated. Yumi was a bit tense. She thought, "We started this tournament with 6 Kiri ninjas and only 3 from Konoha. Now all 5 from our village, except me, have lost." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description.